are tumultuous times, and that brings me to the theme of our conclave this year of breakthroughs and breakdowns. The world is accelerating faster than it safeguards transformational change, promising extraordinary breakthroughs, yet the margin for error has never been thinner. The theme we have chosen, Year of Breakthroughs and Breakdowns, frames a defining moment. Will leadership, institutions, and societies convert momentum into lasting progress? Or will miscalculations trigger breakdowns with global consequences? The conclave examines the choices that we decide the trajectory of the coming decade. Nothing is ever complete without thanking our sponsors, and I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our sponsors this morning. Our presenting partner, RPSG, co-presenting partner, BMW Developments, powered by Raymond Group, state partner, Andhra Pradesh, India's Sunrise State, wealth partner, World Global Council, electric mobility partner, WinFast, investment partner, UTI Mutual Funds, celebration partner, Radico Spirit of Excellence, associate partner, SR Group, international school associate, SSVM Institutions, Coimbatore, bespoke partner, Da Milano, gifting partner, Ravison. For all social media posts, we have a hashtag going. That's India Today Conclave 26. We also have 3 breakaway sessions which will not take place in this hall through the course of the next 2 days, and I will sound you off where you need to go as and when you want to step out for that particular breakthrough session. I request all of you standing outside to come in, find yourself a spot. We are ready to power through to 2 days of dialogue, of discussion, of all kinds of ideas coming together on this one single platform. We are in our 23rd year at the India Today Conclave, and I take great pleasure in also informing our august audience that this is also the 50th year of the India Today magazine. Put your phones on silent, find yourself a spot. In middle of sessions, we also have a photo booth outside. Take that opportunity, mark the memory, get a picture clicked. Just speak to Sidhu. Requesting all those still outside to come in, do clear the aisle. We are ready to begin shortly. In just the next couple of minutes, we'd be on our way, but to find yourself a seat, put your phones off on silent. For those of you who will be posting on social media, do take care and add our hashtag, which was India Today Conclave 26. Do clear the aisles at the back. Those standing, come up front, find yourself a spot. And let's power into what promises to be 2 stupendous days of dialogue. May I request those standing at the back to find themselves a seat and settle down. We're ready to go and put your phones on silent. And we are ready to begin with the India Today Conclave for the next 2 days. This is going to be the platform of dialogue, scintillating discussions, and you can catch all kinds of ideas on this dais. We're in our 23rd year, and it makes it all the more special that the India Today Conclave that the India Today magazine is celebrating 50 years as well. 2 momentous occasions coming in together to mark with what we have themed this year, our India Today Conclave, The theme, Year of Breakthroughs and Breakdowns. These are unprecedented, exceptional times with a war taking place. It's taken us quite a bit to get all kinds of ideas that matter on this stage over the course of the next 2 days. You're going to hear them out. A defining moment in history, and we hope to capture that on this stage in terms of dialogue, in terms of conversation, in terms of debate. Some of the biggest names across all walks of life will be here through the next 2 days. And you can hear them right here on the India Today Conclave. A true India Today Conclave, a true global diagnostic of opinion, measuring the pulse of the world, featuring heated discussions, debate about hot button issues. And we hope that the 2 days that you spent here with us, you will take away something from what you hear on this stage. Something that makes you think, something that might make you change your mind, your idea, your ideology, question it. Well, that is the very nature of the India Today Conclave and the very purpose of it. A warm welcome to our esteemed guest, Mr. Sergio Gore, Ambassador of the United States of America to India. Welcome, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, find yourself a seat. We're all set to begin. Put your phones off on silent. All of those standing at the back, come up, sit, and let's get going. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the India Today Conclave. We are in our 23rd year, and I take great pleasure in informing all of you that it also coincides with us celebrating 50 years of the India Today magazine. "50 years ago, a magazine was born that in many ways changed the way journalism was practiced in India. Over the past 5 decades, it has chronicled the country's transformation across every sphere, from politics to entertainment, to sports, to social change, to health, and the defining issues of the day. As technology reshaped the media landscape and the pace of the world accelerated, that magazine evolved into the fountainhead of a vibrant multi-platform organization reaching millions across the country. Yet, even as the platforms changed, the values that shaped its beginnings have remained the touchstone of the India Today Group, a commitment to credible, independent journalism. Here is a firm that will take you through the journey of the India Today magazine that we are so proud of and looks ahead.
This is a magazine to put things in perspective, to give clarity. My idea was that India needs Indian characters. So it's really holding a mirror up to society.
And there was hunger and there was pride that Indian journalists should also be able to go and do these things. And you could see the change.
India Today was a startup before the word startup was actually invented.
To my surprise, the office was it was a small slit. We reported, edited our stories, went to the press, pasted up the magazine, took our own pictures, and we made up the pages.
This was the sexiest place to be if you were a journalist. Such a powerful institution.
It's an institution with a mission.
India Today loved you back. It shouted at you, scolded you, whatever, but it loved you back. It made you feel that you were doing something useful. You are able to hold the reader's hand and, tell him and her, hey, this is what happened. And this is what is likely to happen.
At India Today, we were writing the first draft of history.
The moment you read the magazine, you got this sense of freshness that it was something that was chasing change, and you wanted to be a part of it.
It was the apex of Indian journalism without any exception.
We will always have that red frame in some way or the other.
And on a newsstand, whatever is in red frame is India Today.
So, of course, India Today has become much more than just a magazine.
India Today is a visual history of India, story that matters to the country.
This is not a nation that sits quiet.
Stories are not just about hard news. India Today is about also capturing moments or personalities that move you.
Arun, you would ask me, first paragraph kya hoga cover story ka? Tell me the first paragraph. What is the headline? We used to discuss the headline first before the story was discussed. So ultimately, you will be able to grab the attention of the reader by the headline.
In journalism, your reputation is one of your biggest assets. One of India Today's greatest achievements is that it's created media brands across platforms and across languages and across these 50 years.
Is that always be aware of your changing environment and always keep evolving.
And I read in AP's letter of the editor, and I think it is the letter of the editor when India Today becomes weekly from fortnightly. And the line says, men age, magazines don't. So thank you, AP, for giving us that one big mantra that will always lead this group into, I hope, the next 50 years. And thank you for giving us the framework that you have, that we can be here today standing with our head tall and our spine firm.
The India Today has endured, that has flourished, that has become the cornerstone of journalism in the country. You can catch all 5 episodes of the India Today at 50 series at the Shah Jahan Hall, and you can do that over the course of the next 2 days. But to take it from here, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Varun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of the India Today Group, who's made it all possible. Ladies and gentlemen, do put your hands together for Mr. Varun Puri.
Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, good morning. A very warm welcome to you to the 23rd edition of the India Today Conclave. As you heard, it's also a special occasion since India Today magazine has completed 50 years of publication. If you look at what the India Today Group is today, you will see a multimedia powerhouse reaching the minds of 750 million people. Yet it is a single magazine Began with a single magazine, as you've heard, the fountainhead from which everything flowed, a foundation now 50 years deep. As editor-in-chief through this half-century, I've had the privilege of watching history unfold from a ringside seat. Over these decades, I've seen a nation capable of dramatic transformation. From a country that was not only an LDC, less developed country, but a RDC, a refused to develop country, India has now become one of the world's fastest growing major economies. That journey has seen us pass through terrorism, social upheaval, polarization, riots, assassinations, natural disasters, and even wars. Yet, we have endured. Above all, we have survived as a democracy, imperfect but resilient. And that alone is reason enough for gratitude and pride. This year, it seems the conclave has a date with history. The theme for the conclave, breakthroughs and breakdowns, was decided many months ago. Little did we know that a full-scale war would be erupting not so far from us, to remind us of how fragile global stability is. On the one hand, it messed up our conclave program, as many of our foreign speakers were unable to travel. On the other hand, what better time to take stock of the world without illusion and reflect on where we are heading? That has always been the purpose of the conclave. We are living through one of the most extraordinary times. Breakthroughs in human history, you might have heard of it, artificial intelligence. Yet, we are witnessing the oldest breakdown of human civilization, war. Scientific discovery, technological capability, and economic power are advancing at breathtaking speed. At the same time, institutions are fraying, norms are weakening, and the global order is crumbling. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the paradox of our times. While our intelligence has become artificial, our instincts can still be primitive. We are living in an age where a single miscalculation, whether diplomatic or technological change, can erase years of progress. And ironically, some of our most advanced technologies are already shaping how modern wars are being conducted. Progress and disruption are no longer sequential. They are simultaneous. Artificial intelligence has moved from experimentation to deployment. It is reshaping productivity, creativity, governance, and everyday life. Capabilities once reserved for large organizations are now available to individuals. India stands to benefit enormously from this transformation. With our scale, skills, and digital public infrastructure, we are well placed to convert innovation into opportunity. We are no longer merely consuming technology, we are beginning to shape it. Yet technology can also produce breakdowns. AI raises difficult questions about work, inequality, and social stability. Productivity gains do not automatically translate into shared prosperity. If societies generate wealth faster than they generate inclusion, progress can easily turn into regression. AI is like fire. It can cook your food or burn your house down. Deep fakes can destroy reputations in seconds. Algorithms can polarize societies faster than we can repair them. If we exchange our values for efficiency, we lose. In all this turbulence and transformation, we must remain anchored in our ethics and our independence of judgment. As an aside, I'm sometimes asked whether a robot will one day replace the editor of India Today. My wife might say a robot who does her bidding without question would certainly be easier to live with. But journalism is not only about processing information, it is about sensing reality, the atmosphere, the voices, the sentiments, the tensions of a moment. No machine can fully replicate that. AI will help journalists to tell richer stories, but a human must remain in the driving seat with one foot on the brake. So I think I will still have a job, and my wife will continue to suffer me till AI improves. Globalization, once the engine of growth, is under strain. Supply chains are fragmenting. Trade is becoming politicized. Efficiency is increasingly being sacrificed to the altar of security. Yet, there's also a breakthrough hidden within this disruption. President Trump's bid to reassert American dominance in his second term has without doubt resulted in the world becoming more multipolar, more contested, and more fluid. For countries like India, this creates space, economic, diplomatic, and strategic. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has ensured that India's voice carries greater weight today than any time in our post-independence history. But there are deeper breakdowns we must confront. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a present reality. Extreme weather, water stress, and food insecurity are already reshaping economies and politics. The tragedy is that solutions are available, but that collective resolve remains inadequate. And then there is the erosion of trust. Trust in institutions, trust in information, trust in leadership. Democracies rarely collapse overnight. They weaken gradually when conversations gives way to shouting, when disagreement becomes disloyalty, and when facts become optional. Democracy needs oxygen, and that oxygen is free speech and a vibrant media. That is why platforms like the India Today Conclave matter. For more than 2 decades, this gathering has brought together leaders, thinkers, and critics, not to manufacture agreement, but to sharpen understanding. In an age defined by breakthroughs and breakdowns, the role becomes even more important. The defining question before us is not whether the world will change. It already has. The real question are whether we can convert breakthroughs into lasting progress without triggering dangerous breakdowns. Can innovation coexist with inclusion? Can growth align with sustainability? Can power be exercised with restraint? Over the next 2 days, you will hear some answers, some optimistic, some unsettling, and some sharply opposed. That is exactly the point. Listen closely, argue vigorously, disagree respectfully, because in times like these, the greatest danger is not disruption, it is complacency. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Breakthroughs and Breakdowns at the India Today Conclave 2026. Enjoy the conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. All right, with that, let's move in to our first session, our inaugural session on day one of the India Today Conclave. Introducing our session, Trump 2.0, Ambassador with a Mandate. We are thrilled to have our guest for our inaugural session. To take it from here, I would like to invite on stage Geeta Mohan, Senior Executive Editor, Foreign Affairs National Bureau, and Raj Chingappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Magazine.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest announcements often happen with India Today. After all, we like to believe we are not just covering the voice of India, we are the voice of India. And this morning is a special moment for that reason, because today marks Ambassador Sergio Gore's first public appearance after assuming office as the United States ambassador to India. And we're delighted that he chose to do it here with India Today. Now, moments like this also remind us how far the reach of Indian journalism can go. When President Trump announced the US-India trade deal, he posted an India Today cover to mark the moment. So it feels rather fitting that today's conversation about the future of this relationship is happening on this stage. It's my privilege to introduce a diplomat with a particularly interesting mandate, and importantly, a very direct line to Washington. In diplomacy, job titles can sometimes be a little long, but when someone's title includes ambassador to India and special envoy to South and Central Asia, you know the brief is serious. And the passport will probably run out of pages very quickly. I suspect his frequent flyer miles may soon be classified information. Now, in practical terms, that means Ambassador Gore is responsible not just for the US-India relationship, but also for helping shape US engagement across a region stretching well beyond India. He's also a bit unusual in the diplomatic world, known in Washington as a deal maker and someone who gets things done. And perhaps most importantly, he brings something very valuable to diplomacy: a direct hotline to President Trump. No pressure there. A graduate of George Washington University, Ambassador Gore speaks multiple languages. Hindi nahi bolte lekin seekh lenge. So we're delighted to have someone with us who combines the instincts of a political strategist, the reach of a diplomat, and the reputation of a man who knows how to get things done. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the United States Ambassador to India and Special Envoy to South and Central Asia, Ambassador Sergio Gore.
Thank you. Good morning. It is great to be here. Arun, thank you for having me. Even before I got to India, I said, I gotta read up, I gotta learn about the daily news in India. And I remember turning on the television and looking for Indian channels in the United States. And the one that I settled on, one of several, but one of them, was India Today. And it took me a moment because in the United States, when you have a story, it's right there in the middle. But when you put India Today, you got a story on top, a story in the middle, something flashing at the bottom, and probably something on the side. But I will say, I've watched India Today even before I got here. I watch it even more now today. And as you alluded to with that cover, not only am I paying attention, but also the White House is paying attention. Good morning once again. And a very, Arun, this is, I think, your speech, if you want me to read it. Let's go to mine. All right, it's a pleasure to join you. The theme of this year's conclave, Breakthroughs and Breakdowns, captures the moment we're living in, and many forces that are shaping our world are being discussed here. Geopolitical shifts, trade uncertainty, rapid advances in artificial intelligence, and more. Around the world, these forces are testing institutions, reshaping economies, and challenging governments to adapt. But in the relationship between the United States and India, we are seeing something different. Instead of breakdowns, we are seeing breakthroughs. I've now been in India for a little over 2 months. And in that short time, we've already seen a remarkable series of breakthroughs that demonstrate the strength and momentum of the US-India partnership. In just a few months, we've moved from talking about potential results to delivering actual results. One of the lighter moments during those early weeks involved the host of today's event, India Today. Earlier this year, the magazine ran a cover featuring President Trump and Prime Minister Modi under the headline, "The Mover and the Shaker." While I was in Mumbai waiting to meet with the governor of the RBI, I happened to see that cover and thought it was pretty striking. So I grabbed my phone and I snapped a quick picture of the cover and I texted it to the president. What I didn't expect is that the president would advertise the entire cover to the whole world, because in that case, I would have gotten a better picture. The president posted that India cover on Truth, and right away, needless to say, every other outlet in India started sending me their covers also. The United States and India are paying close attention to each other, across governments, across business communities, and even across media. And that attention reflects something deeper, a partnership that is growing stronger, more visible, and more consequential every year. Under President Trump's leadership, the relationship between the United States and India has the potential to reach historic heights and deliver results on a scale we have never seen before. Let me highlight with you just a few of the breakthroughs we've seen in the past few months. First, a breakthrough in trade. Second, a breakthrough in trusted technology cooperation. And third, a breakthrough in strategic coordination between our governments. Each of these developments reflects where the US-India relationship is headed, towards deeper partnership, greater economic opportunity, and stronger security for both of our nations. One of the most significant developments we've seen recently is the new US-India trade agreement. And I know Raj will be asking me about that during our Q&A. For years, analysts spoke about the enormous potential of the economic relationship between our two countries. The scale of our economies, the talent of our people, and the entrepreneurial energy in both societies make the possibilities very clear. What was needed was momentum and the political will to translate opportunity into direct results. Today, we are beginning to unlock that potential. This agreement reflects a principle that President Trump has made central to American diplomacy, and that is reciprocity. Reciprocity means fair trade, mutual respect, and shared prosperity. It means creating economic incentives that reward companies, investors, and producers for building and innovating our countries. When trade rules preserve free and fair competition, they strengthen the industries that power our economies, from miners and refiners to manufacturers and technology firms. And this partnership is not just about tariffs or market access. It is also about securing the resources and supply chains that will define the global economy of the future. One of the most important areas of cooperation between our countries is critical minerals. Reliable and diversified supply chains for critical minerals are indispensable to both economic growth and national security. And I'm very pleased to say that the United States and India are moving to a very close stage of finalizing a critical minerals agreement that will help secure the supply chains needed for advanced manufacturing, energy systems, and emerging technologies. Stay tuned, but in the next few months, we expect a big announcement on that front. Together with partners across the Indo-Pacific, the United States is working to ensure that these materials, essential for advanced manufacturing, energy systems, and modern technology, are never used as leverage against our economies. No country should be held hostage. That means expanding production capacity, strengthening investment, and narrowing the gap between what our countries produce and what the world demands. We are already seeing what this cooperation can achieve. Just recently, I was in Gujarat with Prime Minister Modi, as Micron opened a new headquarters and celebrated the first semiconductor assembly right here in India. A major milestone for India's semiconductor ambitions and for our broader technology partnership. This investment strengthens supply chains resilience, expands advanced manufacturing in India, and demonstrates how American companies and Indian talent can work together to build the industries of the future. And so while Micron is opening up in Gujarat, at the same time, they're opening up in Syracuse, New York. That is a win-win, and the two hands working together for the advancement and greater good of both of our nations. Across the United States, the Trump administration economic policies have sparked trillions of dollars in new investment, including in the critical mineral sector. That investment is being amplified by partnership with trusted allies and partners across the Indo-Pacific, such as India. The message is simple. America is open for business, and we welcome partners who want to build the industries of the future together with us. Energy cooperation is another area where the US and India partnership is growing rapidly. For the first time in nearly 50 years, a new major oil refinery will be built in the United States. President Trump has called it a historic $300 billion project. Investments of that scale are no accident. India is a strong and a reliable partner for the United States, helping strengthen global energy security. And during my time in India, I intend to make it a top priority to continue making deals just like that happen. India's demand for electricity continues to expand as its economy grows, and meeting that demand will require a diverse and reliable energy mix. American companies across the civil nuclear supply chain are ready to support India's plan to expand nuclear power capacity, helping provide the stable baseload energy for the long term. The United States is also a reliable supplier of liquefied natural gas, and we are ready to help meet India's growing energy needs in the years ahead. At the same time, there are opportunities to expand cooperation in areas such as coal supply for industrial sectors and new technology like carbon capture, utilization, and storage. Taken together, these efforts show that the economic partnership between the United States and India is not just expanding, it's also evolving. Artificial intelligence is transforming the global economy at an extraordinary speed. The countries that adopt and deploy these technologies effectively will shape the era of growth and innovation. As many of you who attended the Global AI Summit saw, most of the companies on that stage were American, but the decision to hold the Global AI Summit here in India should speak volumes. That is a partnership that I aim to expand on over the next few years. Leadership in AI is not just about developing powerful systems. It is about how those systems are used and who benefits from them. Real AI sovereignty means owning and using best-in-class technology for the benefit of your people and charting your national destiny in the midst of global transformations. That is why we encourage countries to pursue strategic autonomy alongside rapid AI adoption, rather than trying to build every element of the technology stack from scratch. Let us work together. Independent partners are essential to unlocking the prosperity that AI can create for all of us. That is the thinking behind President Trump's American AI Exports program. By working with American AI technology stacks, partner nations can build on the most advanced technologies in the world while keeping sensitive data within their own borders. At the same time, innovation flourishes when it is open, dynamic, and driven by entrepreneurs and researchers. Alongside AI cooperations, our countries are working together through an initiative called Pax Silica. Pax Silica is a US-led effort to build a secure and resilient technology ecosystem across the entire silicon-based supply chain, from critical minerals and energy inputs to advanced manufacturing, semiconductors, and AI infrastructure. And I want to highlight that India was one of the first that the United States reached out to and invited to join Pax Silica, among the first 10 in the world, in fact. This initiative reflects a simple reality. The future of both economic prosperity and national security will increasingly depend on the control of the silica backbone of modern computing. By aligning trusted partners across the supply chain, from research, that spirit is reflected in the pace of engagement between our governments in recent weeks. Let me also touch upon the senior officials that have recently traveled to New Delhi and to Washington. We have had cabinet leaders, military commanders, and everyone in between. These discussions are producing real outcomes, and they reflect a simple truth. India's strength and sovereignty are essential to a free and open Indo-Pacific. Security cooperation remains a cornerstone of our partnership. India is a crucial partner in the Quad, which promotes maritime security, resilient supply chains, and technological cooperation across the Indo-Pacific. One of my goals is to revive the Quad, which in the last administration had fallen in the back seat. And that's one of the areas that we're looking actively to engage with Prime Minister Modi and with the two other leaders and President Trump. Going back to our two militaries, the US and India, we are expanding cooperation across every domain. That includes air, land, sea, space, and cyberspace. What once centered primarily on defense sales is now moving towards something deeper: co-production, joint research, and industrial collaboration. Together, we are exploring opportunities in advanced engines, unmanned systems, and expanded maintenance and repair operations right here in India. This collaboration strengthens both of our defense industrial bases while enhancing stability across the region. Looking ahead, my goal as ambassador is to continue building on these breakthroughs. In addition to my role here in India, I've also been appointed, and I'm honored to serve as the United States Special Envoy to South and Central Asia, a responsibility that reflects how central this region has become to the American diplomacy. For the first time, our president and our State Department have made the decision to place this role in the field rather than in Washington. And not only that, they've decided to base it right here in Delhi. That decision reflects how central India has become to shaping the future of this region and the possibilities we see in partnering with India. Over the past several weeks, I've already traveled to multiple of these countries, including Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and recently Bhutan. And next week, I'll be traveling to Sri Lanka, continuing these conversations. Promoting cooperation, stability, and economic opportunity across this broader region benefits not only the United States, but also India and the entire Indo-Pacific. When countries work together to strengthen connectivity, secure supply chains, and support peaceful developments, the result is a region that is more stable, more prosperous, and more resilient. And the United States looks forward to continuing that work with India as a trusted partner. Because when the United States and India work together, we do more to strengthen both of our nations. We help build a future that is more secure, more prosperous, and more open. Thank you to everyone for being here, and may God bless the enduring friendship between the United States and India. Thank you. And while we wait for the chairs to get set up, I'll share a story. After we sent that cover to the White House, Raj sent me about 50 other ones. And the message from the White House, Raj, is keep them coming. I'll send. Where do you want me?
That's here.
I'm here? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
That's a cover I love. Ambassador, go. I think we can. Yeah, Ambassador, go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for that very lucid speech. You're clearly an ambassador with a big mandate and have great clarity of how to go about it. So let's give him another warm round of applause for that speech. You talked mainly about three breakthroughs and trade and energy, technology cooperation, and strategic partnership between India and US. So let's talk first about, I think, the biggest breakthrough in Indo-US relations that we've had in recent times, which is, of course, the Indo-US trade agreement. Now, I have two questions on that, Ambassador. The first is that India has always been known to be a tough negotiator, but with the US, it seems you are the deal master. And why do I say that? A lot of us thought there was a breakdown. And but as soon as you took over as ambassador, I think within 9 days you had the deal done. So tell us how you did it.
I appreciate the credit, Raj, but the only two deal makers that got this done is President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. And this deal has been pending for a long time. One of the reasons that it got done is because of their deep and personal friendship. And that is something that President Trump truly appreciates and admires in your Prime Minister. Not only is your Prime Minister a friend today, that friendship goes back years. And those years include the years that the President was out of the White House. And when the rest of the world turned on President Trump in those 4 years of him being outside the White House, Prime Minister Modi remained a friend. And he didn't need to. The president wasn't in the White House. And that's something that the president appreciates and holds very near and dear. It's one thing when you're in the Oval Office. I've been in the Oval Office and every world leader wants to get in there and talk to the president. But it's another thing when you're on the outside and you're not in power. And so the president truly considers the prime minister a dear friend because they kept in touch, they respected each other, and that transcends them being in office. And so the deal was almost there. They'd been working very hard on it. It took a little push and me arriving here in Delhi to bring the two sides together. But the deal, the elements of that puzzle were always there. And I'll give credit to, look, India is a tough negotiator. For many years, India has done a phenomenal job protecting India. With President Trump, his job is also looking out for the United States. I'll touch on one other item on the trade deal. The trade deal is a win-win trade deal. There's been a lot of remarks in the news here of people taking things out of context, taking things that are not in writing, that are not part of the trade deal. So I'm always amazed when I watch the local news because people sometimes do make stuff up and it's not part of the deal. The deal is a win-win for both countries. You've had a phenomenal team here that have negotiated on your behalf for many years. And people said, why is this deal taking so long? In reality, we got this deal done in almost a year. To put that in perspective, the European Union deal took 19 years. So people kept saying to me, why is this taking 1 year? Look at the EU. And my good friends are here, the ambassadors from the European Union. I want to acknowledge them in Canada. But it was at a very rapid pace. And again, it got done because of their friendship, of their personal friendship.
Just a quick second question. After all that good cheer that happened, the Indo-US trade agreement seems to be in some sort of a limbo, especially after the US Supreme Court struck down the global trade deals that President Trump had made. So what are the next steps that you see? The agreement was to happen mid-March, even as we're supposed to be speaking here. How do you see the next steps and how quickly do you think things will get done?
So the Supreme Court ruled on a very specific part of our trade laws, and that's called IEPA. And they struck down the way that was being applied. The Supreme Court has not adjudicated dozens of other tools that are at the president's disposal. And so there's multiple other sections, including Section 301, which just got invoked yesterday, and many others. So we fully expect the nations that we've made deals with to honor those deals. I think India will do that because, again, going back to it's not just about honoring it, it is a win-win situation. When I travel across India, the growth that I'm seeing here, it's unbelievable. The amount of individuals that you have, that this prime minister and this government has given an opportunity to grow, you have to meet that growth. And so a lot of what is in that trade deal includes buying items that you need. So it's not just a one-sided thing. You need more planes. You need more airports. You need more energy. You need AI. And so it's an incredible opportunity for both sides to work together and deliver those items.
Right. Ambassador Gore, I just wanted to ask you that the trade deal has been tied to the Russian oil purchases by India. And now we see that America is allowing us or giving us permission to buy Russian oil. The word permission has not gone down well within India, many quarters criticizing it. And news coming in that Russian oil now is kosher for all countries. How has Russian oil become kosher? And how has the stance and position changed?
So I think there's a couple of things to unpack there. President Trump, since day one, has gotten involved in trying to end conflicts around the world. And I know Prime Minister Modi agrees with him in trying to bring this war between Russia and Ukraine to an end. This has been going on for 4 years, and millions of individuals have now lost their lives in this war. So the president was looking to do everything in his power to stop that war. Part of that was ensuring that around the world, people are not purchasing Russian oil at that time, because it was directly enabling the war to continue. Today, we're in a different situation. Today, we're in a situation where, unfortunately, Iran is trying to blockade the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians are recklessly targeting commercial vessels, and including Indians who have, unfortunately, lost their lives through Iranian missiles and drones in the last few days, as recent as yesterday. And so we're frankly in a different environment. And so today, India understands this. India is a vital partner to us to ensure that these prices remain stable around the world. And so frankly, we appreciate India working with the United States and the global community in ensuring that the price of oil remains stable around the world.
Right. Before we go to the larger role that you play as ambassador of South Asia and Central Asia, just about Strait of Hormuz. The world is feeling the pain and the pinch of oil supplies being short, of gas being in short supply. How are you prioritizing? How is America prioritizing ensuring gas and oil supplies?
I mean, it's a massive priority for us. As you've seen, you have multiple countries releasing reserves. The United States is stepping up production and stepping up shipments. You're seeing shipments that are going to move to this part of the world from South America and other places. We're doing everything we can. We're not the ones that are leading the blockade to drive your prices up. That is happening from another side. And so when you have ships that are commercial ships, those should not be targeted. We're not at war with commercial companies. We're not trying to drive your prices up. The other side is.
Let me just follow up that question on the war, because that's on top of everybody's mind. And the United States is now directly striking Iran, as we've seen in the last few days. What is the strategic endgame that Washington is pursuing in this conflict? And the big question, how long do you think the war will last?
Both great questions. I will say those are great questions for our Secretary of War, which I'm not. The one thing I'll share is, look, the president's been very clear. We cannot have a nuclear Iran. And what you've seen now is on day one, after the United States got involved in this conflict, the first thing Iran did is strike every one of their neighbors, left, right, up and down. And so there was not one person in the Gulf that has avoided this reckless and very dangerous and deadly behavior, but they've expanded beyond that. They're hitting Azerbaijan, they're hitting Turkey. That's not somebody who's stable. Now imagine if that individual had a nuclear bomb. And so I think what the president is doing is bringing stability, not just there, but to the whole region and frankly to the whole world.
Okay, not regime change though. That's not happening in Iran, Ambassador.
Look, the president's been clear on what he wants to achieve. In terms of answering your question on how long this is, those plans are not happening here in Delhi. So okay. I'll defer you to the Pentagon on that.
Let's deal with something that you spoke about, which is the Pax Silica. And you felt that India would be playing a larger role in that. We'd like to know what kind of role. And secondly, Pax Silica was seen as a counter to China and the domination that they had in certain areas of technology. How do you see India's role as a balance towards China? In the past, a lot of presidents saw India as pivot in countering China. Is that with the Trump administration as well?
I think our president, what I would say about our president is he's one of the most pragmatic individuals, and he wants to be able to get along with everybody. He truly does. He will talk to everybody. And you could look at the difference between, we had issues at one point with Colombia and with Venezuela. Colombia showed up to the White House and they had a fantastic meeting. Venezuela did not want to reciprocate. The president will engage with anyone on diplomacy, and he's always happy to do that. Up until the United States got involved in Iran, the day before, talks were continuing. So the United States always shows up with an open hand. But there's also a difference between us engaging around the world and those who we trust. And this is something I want to emphasize. The United States trusts India to be included in this very crucial stack. Pax Silica is the future. Years ago, everybody would worry about oil. Everybody, and we still worry about oil, by the way. But looking ahead, what are those areas that the United States needs to rely on in order to succeed? And what are those areas for India? And one of those is AI, it's technology, it's chips. So who are we looking to develop that with? And if you look at that list of 10 individuals, 10 countries that have signed into that, to me, it's an incredible opportunity that one of the first around the world that we said, who do we trust to build this, to grow with, is India.
It's incredible the kind of agreements you've got done after your arrival. So let's talk about your diplomatic mandate, because this is a rare diplomat who sits in New Delhi, but controls South Asia and Central Asia for us. And the room over here, we'd like to know, when are you visiting Pakistan? Because that's going to become a massive news piece over here. This is the first time a US ambassador to India would be traveling to Pakistan. Lo and behold, if they take you to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, that would spell hyphenation in bold.
I don't know who told you where I'm traveling, but I've not heard those plans. So I have no plans on traveling there right now. our relationship with India is our relationship with India. And the United States does not look at anyone in joint relationships or group relationships. We have individual relationships with all of these countries that are bilateral. And going back to your question on my special envoy role, when the president appointed me to be ambassador here and special envoy, one of the things he said is, for too long, this part of the world has not gotten the attention it deserves from the United States. And so I am able to travel to those countries, and I'm able to add, I don't subtract, we have embassies at those places, but I'm able to add on and raise whatever it is that, that might be happening directly to the president and to the White House. And we've done some incredible deals done. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, each one of them have signed deals over 25 billion each with the United States in the last few months. Those are real results that benefit both sides. The president wants to hear about those things directly, and I'm able to elevate that directly to him.
I know there's just 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes left. So let's deal with the, firstly, the whole issue of H-1B visas and H-4 visas. Thousands have remained stuck outside the United States because of visa appointment backlogs. Is this a priority area for you? And second, what reassurance would you offer the Indian diaspora about America's commitment to welcome talent?
Welcome talent.
Yeah.
I mean, talent has been welcomed in America for decades. I don't think that's changing anytime soon. In terms of the visa backlog, this is not just something that is an issue here in India. So it's not as if India is being targeted. President Trump, when he came in on a very strong mandate on securing the border. And it's something your prime minister here quite often talks about, is that India also needs to have a secure and strong border. For us, we had millions of individuals coming across our southern border. We don't know who they are, we don't know where they're from, and we don't know where they're going. Millions, not tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands, millions. And so for one of the things that this administration is doing is taking an assessment around the world of what is it that we need to do to ensure that the United States remains safe. And part of that is additional screening, additional vetting, but that's not specific to India, it's the whole world. And so things are improving, our embassies are open. I was over there yesterday. I met a lot of people applying and getting their visas. With that said, we need to know who's coming into our country, and we have a criteria of who's allowed in.
That's,
go ahead.
I think there's a minute, and let's end with a very personal question, which was, when President Trump appointed you as ambassador, what did he tell you, and what was the kind of mandate he gave you, and what were the priorities? And if you look at the days or months ahead, what would you be doing on that?
And can I just add a bit to that? When is the president coming to India?
Good.
Well, I think we're out of time, but look, the president wants to come to India. I will say, I think before the president comes here, you're going to see Secretary Rubio coming here this year. So that should be happening in the near future. I wanted to be here. I first came to India 15 years ago with my parents, and I got to travel to several states. And to me, it left a wow impression. I've been to 91 countries, but the vibrancy, the culture, the history, frankly, the friendly people that you meet in India, to me, left an incredible impression. And so I wanted to be here. When the president appointed me to come to India, it's one of the things he emphasizes, the importance of this relationship. If you look at our largest countries around the world, the ones that really matter to him and to the world, stability, we had about 5 to 10 that are open. And that included Brazil, that included Russia, that included Germany, that included India. So the president is only going to appoint someone into those global powers that he directly knows, that is able to go directly to him. So I was honored, I'm privileged to be here. And so over the next 2.5 years, stay tuned, and hopefully we'll get a lot of big things done.
How's he as a boss? How's President Trump as a boss?
Fantastic, fantastic. I've been with the president for 10 years, and at one point he said to me, "Aren't you going to miss the White House?" And I said, "I'm not going to miss the White House, I'm going to miss you."
Thank you, Ambassador Goh. Let's give him a very, very warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Ambassador Goh, for taking time.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Neeraj Nagpal, Chief Business Officer, Apparel Business, Raymond Lifestyle, to come up. Ambassador Gaur, can we have you on stage? Ambassador Gaur, can I request you to just a small token of our appreciation, please? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause. We are thrilled that you chose the India Today for speaking to India. Thank you.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
Thank our sponsors, our presenting sponsor, RPSG, co-presenting partner, BMW Developments, powered by Raymond Group, state partner, Andhra Pradesh, India, Sunrise State, wealth partner, World Gold Council, electric mobility partner, Winfast, investment partner, UTI Mutual Funds, celebration partner, Radico, Spirit of Excellence, associate partner, SR Group, International School Associate, SSVM Institutions, Coimbatore, bespoke partner, Da Milano, gifting partner, Ravison. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause for Ambassador Gaur. And we reconvene for our next session in 10 minutes. So a quick 10-minute break and we'll see you. A quick 10 minutes tea break and
drive.
Meet me inside.
I think I just fell in love with the car.
The all-new VF7.
Luxury today is felt, not just seen, shaped by stories that stay with you. Along the water, global living becomes a setting for everyday rituals and rare moments. Each creation carries the warmth of coming home. Homes where families thrive, wellness flows, and joy unfolds naturally. Not just places to live, but futures to grow into. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
Change. Adapt. Transform. The pillars that define who we are now guide the ecosystems we are building. Ecosystems that will help shape the world of tomorrow, together, for everyone. SR Group is a global conglomerate operating across energy, infrastructure, metals and mining, and technology and retail. SR today generates revenues of approximately $15 billion, employs over 7,000 people globally. We are also committed to community growth and welfare in sports, health, education at the grassroots level. The DNA of SR is embedded in everything we do. It is the compass that has shaped our journey for nearly half a century and will continue to guide us through the century ahead. SR, transforming tomorrow.
Drive.
Meet me inside.
I think I just fell in love with the car.
The all-new VF7.
Luxury today is felt, not just seen, shaped by stories that stay with you. Along the water, global living becomes a setting for everyday rituals and rare moments. Each creation carries the warmth of coming home. Homes where families thrive, wellness flows, and joy unfolds naturally. Not just places to live, but futures to grow into. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
Change. Adapt. Transform. The pillars that define who we are now guide the ecosystems we are building. Ecosystems that will help shape the world of tomorrow, together, for everyone. SR Group is a global conglomerate operating across energy, infrastructure, metals and mining, and technology and retail. SR today generates revenues of approximately $15 billion, employs over 7,000 people globally. We are also committed to community growth and welfare in sports, health, education at the grassroots level. The DNA of SR is embedded in everything we do. It is the compass that has shaped our journey for nearly half a century and will continue to guide us through the century ahead. SR, transforming tomorrow.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जाते मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years. Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
you outside, come in, find yourself a spot to sit, put your phones off on silent, and we are ready to get into our next session. You heard the perspective from Mr. Ambassador Sergio Gore, Ambassador of the United States to India, and now you will get a perspective from a different ambassador, and that is the sheer reason why we have the India Today Conclave, where you can have different points of view all coming in together on one stage. To take it from here, our next session, West Asia, the Widening Gulf, I invite on stage Geeta Mohan, Senior Executive Editor, India Today TV, and Pranay Upadhyay, Editor, India Today Global.
Good afternoon and welcome to the special conversation on the evolving crisis in West Asia. We had two very important guests this afternoon, but unfortunately the Ambassador of Lebanon to India cannot make it because of some medical emergency. But we do have the Ambassador of Jordan joining us, Ambassador Yusuf Abdul Ghani. Thank you so much, sir. Please come on stage and we'll start the conversation. We are witnessing a significant geopolitical shift and change when it comes to West Asia, a region that Jordan is part of, a region that has seen turmoil, that has seen crisis, and a region that is facing not just conflict, but a war. Amidst all this, there is a lot that is happening when it comes to global supply chains, shortage in oil supply, shortage in gas supply. How is the world dealing with this? How can the world deal with such a crisis situation? To discuss this, I'm being joined by Ambassador Yusuf Abdul Ghani, Ambassador of Jordan to India. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Ambassador, welcome to India Today Global, India Today Conclave. And my first question to you would be around the ongoing crisis in the entire Arab Peninsula and in the widespread West Asia. Since India and Jordan both have always taken the side of dialogue and diplomacy and resolution of any conflict through dialogue and diplomacy, what India and Jordan are talking right now at a time when missile barrage and drone attacks are taking place in the region, and how are you engaging and showing your restraint as well in this time?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. Well, you know that we are in Jordan in a troublesome area, but Jordan has been for a long time peaceful and secure, and the wars that happen, whether in Gaza, whether now in Iran, affecting not only Jordan but the whole region. You know that Jordan has been for a long time one pillar of our foreign policy is promoting peace, and we tried for a long time with the Palestinian issue to mediate for peace, have a peaceful solution for the Palestinian problem, and we think that the only situations that we can overcome these issues of war, violence, is through negotiations, peaceful negotiations. And we don't think that war will, accomplish anything. And we are seeing that what war brings of agony, of hardship for the people, not only in terms of energy, in terms of supply chains, also in terms of people people connections. So this is one of the many things that His Majesty King Abdullah II always call for: peaceful resolutions, peaceful negotiations, peaceful settlements of disputes.
Right, Ambassador, the fact that not just the dispute, the conflict is ongoing. At a leadership level, what is the kind of conversation that King Abdullah is having with various other stakeholders to ensure that this war stops?
Well, you know that we are in the middle of, we have in a conflict that has nothing to do with. You know that Jordan received lots of calls, even from Prime Minister Modi, who called His Majesty last week to show solidarity with Jordan. And to also they exchanged views regarding the current situation, and they agreed that the best thing is to have peaceful settlements. And also they agreed that the conflicts, will bring us to nowhere. So this is the main thing that His Majesty exchanged views regarding peace and promoting peace in the region.
Right. If I could just do a quick follow-up. This is wartime. There are some countries that are not affected, but in terms of destruction. But most countries are affected. Oil supplies are in short. The engagement has to be with regards to how the world is looking at peace, not war alone. In such a scenario, what's the role that Jordan and countries like, I also see the ambassador of Egypt over here, and I'll draw him in. But how are you looking at the peace efforts? Because this is a war that nobody chose but two countries.
Well, as I just stated, that Jordan, the location of Jordan is unique. And it's not the first time that we've been in the middle of a conflict that we have nothing to do with within our neighboring countries. But we learned from experience that the only thing that you can do or accomplish for the benefit of your own people is through peace. So we have been promoting peace for a long time. His Majesty, he's well known in the whole world for his initiatives, many several initiatives regarding promoting peace and stability in the region. And we advocate this, whether with our allies, Western allies, the United States and Europe, and our Arab partners, and whether even with Israel itself, our neighbor. So this is our message, that conflicts lead us to nowhere, to no man's zone. So our message is through dialogue, so we are calling for halt of all hostilities, and we are calling for stability to prevail.
But Ambassador, since you mentioned about peace, stability, but often many critics say that this neutrality or this stand of Jordan tantamounts to support to Israel. Do you support Israel and the way your airspace is being used by United States and Israel to carry out these attacks?
No, we are neutral. We don't support any side. At the beginning before the conflict, Prime Minister Safadi called, Foreign Minister Safadi called his counterpart in Iran, and he said that we are neutral, but we don't want our airspace to be penetrated, whether from Iran or Israel. And we declared from the beginning that any plane or missile penetrate our airspace, we'll shoot it down.
But just a follow-up, because we are having this conversation in the month of Ramadan as well, and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, whose custodian is King Abdullah, and that mosque is not open for the Muslims there, those who want to visit that place for the prayers. How are you dealing with the situation? Are you in conversation with Israeli authorities to open up that mosque?
You know that Jordan, His Majesty King Abdullah II, he is the custodian of the holy sites, Islamic and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem. Why we have the custodianship? Because after 1967 war, we lost West Bank, which was united with Jordan. And Jordan continued to administer the Awqaf, Waqf, Islamic Waqf and Christian Waqf in Jerusalem. Why we did that? Because we don't want a power vacuum to be there. And these exclusively for Muslim, Al-Aqsa Mosque, for Muslim worship, and the Christian sites for Christian worship. So we had to continue doing so. And after 1994 peace agreement with Israel, they approved and recognized our custodianship over the Islamic and Christian holy sites. I've seen, between once in a while, some, penetration and revoking of this custodianship. We usually contact the Israeli side and ask them to respect these holy sites and not to, do anything or alter anything or change the status quo of the agreement.
Right, Ambassador, but just zooming out a little, it is one of the areas that is of massive concern in terms of how constricted life can be for people in the region, in Palestine especially. And you're saying that you've been speaking to them. On the other hand, you've also been speaking to all the other Arab leaders as well. And we see that on social media, on press notes that come in. If you zoom out a little, the vulnerability of the Arab world today stands absolutely exposed. You have bases over there, American bases that were there to protect the Arab world from any Iranian invasion. But today, I suppose those bases are being used to attack Iran rather than protect the Arab world. Has the myth of the net security provider been broken here?
No, not just to correct your statement. These bases were never used to attack Iran. The Americans, they don't need the bases to do so. They have their warships everywhere. So we condemn any targeting. His Majesty stated, and our position is clear on that. We condemn any targeting of any Arab countries. And we've been targeted also in Jordan. The missiles were not all passing through. Some of them were targeting our infrastructure. So we condemn any kind of targeting from any side.
Okay. But then again, I know I said attack, might not have attacked, but they certainly helped stave off all the missiles that were coming into Israel. So is everything to protect Israel? Or is it also to protect the Arab world?
This is not protection. Protection of our sovereignty. If someone intrudes to your house,
you think you still need them?
If someone intrudes to your house, and he said, "I'm intruding for good intentions," no, you did not get my permission to do so, because as I said it before, that before the conflict, Minister Safadi called Minister Arakchi. I told him, please don't fly your missiles over our country, because it will penetrate our sovereignty and we will have to deal with it. And the same message to Israel also. And the Israeli side never used our airspace or territory to target any country.
But Ambassador, taking forward from the question of Geeta here, I think we are witnessing a tectonic shift in the entire region, and a new layout, a new map is being drawn. Where do you see Jordan standing in this grand scheme? Do you support the redrawing of this West Asia map, or do you oppose that?
We in Jordan heard a lot about changing the map of the Middle East. This is nonsense. We sometimes hear from neighbors of like expansion or whatever, but this is not the case. Jordan, we are sticking with the integrity of sovereignty of all countries, including Arab countries. Lebanon should be secured and sovereignty should be respected. Syria should be secured and its sovereignty should be respected. as Jordan, Egypt, all Arab countries. And that's why we condemn any targeting of any Arab country, whether it's Gulf countries, whether even if you have infrastructure that belongs to third country. This should not be targeted, because these countries stated clearly that we will never let any side use the military bases to target neighboring countries.
Including Iran.
Including?
Iran, like not targeting Iran or breaching the sovereignty. It's not just sovereignty. What we're looking at over here is moving beyond sovereignty, and I'd like to get Ambassador of Egypt to weigh in as well. There's a mic right there beside you, Ambassador. It's also about the fact that there are conversations, and we're talking about Jordan, a very old country with a monarchy. Egypt has seen a revolution. There are many countries that are monarchies, governments lost their dynastic rules. In such a scenario, what's your reading, both of you? I come to you first and then to the ambassador. Your reading on any particular country coming and saying regime change?
No. Well, this is easy to say so. But, the experience taught us that chaos brings chaos. And it's not in the interest of any country, especially neighboring big countries like Europe or continents like Europe, like India, to destabilize the Middle East. In the Middle East, we are very diverse. Lots of diversity. And to be frank with you, the three religions in the world, prominent religions, came from our region. Islam, Christianity, Judaism. And to be frank with you, the oldest community, Christian community and Jewish community were in our region. Those people suffered agony and suffered persecution in other countries, but not in our region. It's a fact, maybe many of you don't know, that when Israel was established, there were millions of Jews living in the Arab countries. They lived peacefully since Moses' time. Where you can find this in the whole world. Also Christians in Jordan, they are the descendants of Jesus Christ in Jordan. So our countries have living in peace and security and harmony for a long time. If some countries would like to, manipulate this coherency and diversity and start talking about regime change, of changing the map of the Middle East or West Asia, this all nonsense. This should not be supported or betrayed from any country. Especially we are counting on India here, because it's very important country to the Arab world. And we've seen what war does to you in our region. It affects you. So that's the reason why we are calling for peace and for security in the region, and for helping the region to overcome all these issues. And also, we are talking about future projects like the IMAC, and how you can sustain the IMAC, and if you don't have a peaceful region. All your partners in the Middle East living in peace and harmony. Then the supply chain will cut off, and problems will have terrorism problems. You will have lots of things that will affect you in your own country. So it's like a domino effect. Once you have a problem in a neighboring country, if you just clap your hands and say, I'm happy to do it, it eventually will get you doorsteps, whether today or tomorrow.
Well, so true, because we saw what was happening in West Asia. It has come very close to home, off the coast of Gaul, where we saw an Iranian ship having been sunk by the Americans. Ambassador, would you like to weigh in? Sovereignty and the fact that any country can really come out and talk about regime change.
Thank you, Geeta. I'm a piece of advice for you. You should never draw in an Egyptian ambassador from the floor to speak, to improvise, because it's going to take something for like 3 days speaking about this issue. So you will have to move this timer from in front of me right now. So I will take some time. I will take my time here. Regime change. I would draw your attention to this India Today magazine, which mentions Saddam Hussein, the fall and after. What happened when we are speaking about regime change? This is a very good example. You will have when you look at the situation in the Middle East, you need to put it into context. There is an international context and there is a regional context. The international context is that it's a global war between major powers. They are trying. So this is one part of it. The other part of it was the regional context. We have had throughout the past several decades and agents of destabilization in the Middle East. There were those who are trying to use religion as a sort of confrontation with the West and the Western agent in the Middle East. And there are those in the Middle East who are trying to, who still have territorial conquest and territorial ambitions. So those two destabilizing agents are at war with each other. So this is the fact. We will have to be very candid. We will have to be very clear on what's happening in the Middle East. You mentioned a while ago about the bases in the Arab countries. I would urge you that I would make a slight modification. There are those Arab countries that does not have bases, and they will not have bases, including my country. We have this has always been our position. We have a very good relationship with everybody in the region, based on equality, okay, based on equal strength. So this is one of the major elements, and this is why Egypt is not being affected by the current, directly affected by the current war, but it has been indirectly affected because the security of the Arab countries is considered to be a major national security threat for Egypt. So Egypt is very clear. Egypt is very candid. Egypt condemns what the Israelis, the unprovoked war by Israel. Egypt condemns the targeting of the Arab countries. We are very clear on that. We say, we speak our minds. We have our relationship with the Israelis. We have our relationship with the Iranians, and we say what we believe. I will tell you why we're doing that, because you will have to understand how we developed our foreign policy. Egypt has been there for the past 7,000 years. Egypt did not change. For the past 7,000 years, we have had several benchmarks for our foreign policy, and this is very clear. What I call the 4 Ps. The first P is peace. Second P is partnership, prudence, and predictability. So these are the benchmarks of the Egyptian foreign policy: peace and prudence. Have you ever seen?
But nothing holds right now, Ambassador.
Excuse me?
Nothing holds right now. All the 4 Ps. Neither is peace holding, nor perseverance, nor prudence.
But this is our identity. We have been at the forefront. For instance, if we are speaking about peace, the first peace treaty in history was made by King Ramses II. In history, the first peace treaty known in history, in modern history, the first peace treaty in the region was made by Egypt. We have been key to stability in this part of the world. But what we need today is prudence. And this is something that we lack. If you're speaking about stability and the prospects of peace, well, peace is always possible, but it needs political will. Do we have political will? Do the leadership in the warring countries really want to live in peace? This is a question I think you should raise with the extremists on both regimes, the extremists and the radicals on both regimes. Do they want to live in peace? Well, Egypt has always been there. Whoever wants to speak about peace, they can come to Egypt. This is the capital of peace. And I would draw to your attention that the past 3 years, with the atrocities that happened in Palestine, especially in Gaza, Egypt was the place where they signed the agreement then. Though a lot of work remains to be done, we are working on that. So I will pause here because I took much of your time.
No, Ambassador, thank you very much for being candid. And this is the objective of India Today Conclave, to have a candid conversation. But since both the ambassadors are here, you both spoke about peace. You both spoke about the problems of the West Asian region. I want your quick comment that not only peace is important, but also the means to achieve that peace are also equally important. Can I have your quick comment on the Menab elementary school attack and the strikes carried out on that? How do you see, and did you condemn that?
Little girls, school, and they're still not apologizing.
Whom you referring to? We, of course, everyone against targeting civilian infrastructure. We've seen targeting civilian infrastructure, many times, and we stated clearly that Jordan is against targeting civilian structures in the Arab countries, whether in Gulf countries or even in Jordan. We've been targeted also as well. So whether even in any other country, we call all countries to abide by international law and international humanitarian law in times of war.
Did you raise this issue with your American partners as well?
I'm not aware of that.
Ambassador Kamil? You're audible.
Yeah, I don't think I will say any different answer from the ambassador of Jordan or anybody in this room. What do you think? Shouldn't we condemn the targeting of civilian infrastructure or civilian places where children are falling to death, whether it's in Iran or in Gaza? What do you think? I would throw back the question to you. Should we condemn what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank and Iran on the targeting of children?
I think we should also go beyond just condemning, because there's no accountability, Ambassador. Kids died and people are still blaming and pointing fingers at each other. So it's more than just acknowledging and condemning. It's also seeking accountability.
Exactly. But before seeking accountability, we need to identify that this is a problem. So is this a problem? And this is, I'm back again, I'm throwing back the question to you. Do you think that targeting of civilians, whether it's in Gaza, West Bank, and civilian children in Iran, should be condemned?
Absolutely.
Because we have to recognize the problem.
Absolutely.
Great.
As journalists, we have been covering it.
I do agree with Ambassador of Egypt, because many times hospitals in Gaza, schools were targeted. Most of the victims in Gaza are women and children. So this should also be condemned. Condemnations should not be directed in one side or other, because we agree that as human beings, civilian infrastructure should not be targeted during times of war, and should be respected. But unfortunately, I refer to your remark that absence of accountability, this brings some countries think they are above the law and they gets to do what they ever want.
And I think, Geeta, before we run out of time, we should also talk about India-Jordan partnership also, because recently Prime Minister visited. Ambassador, I want your candid answer. Whose idea was that to let Prince Hussein drive Prime Minister Modi?
Yes.
What's the card diplomacy that we see now?
Card diplomacy.
Let me just tell you a secret. That His Majesty and Prime Minister, they are very close friends. They have friendship, and they, keep meeting regularly. Last encounter was the phone call that was made, by Prime Minister Modi with His Majesty, and to show solidarity with Jordan. And also, when the terror incident happened in Kashmir, the first leader that showed, willing to speak with Prime Minister Modi was His Majesty, to show solidarity as well. So it is not, weird or, to have Crown Prince, in the car with Prime Minister Modi to take him. This signals the importance of India to Jordan, the respect that His Majesty and the Crown Prince have for Prime Minister Modi, and also our willingness to boost bilateral relations. The visit was successful in all terms because Prime Minister Modi, came. And also another secret to tell you that Prime Minister Modi wanted to visit Jordan before the end of the year, because last year marked the 75th anniversary of establishment.
Absolutely. The first visit, a bilateral visit of an Indian Prime Minister. But beyond optics, Ambassador Abdul Ghani, what exactly are the tangible things India and Jordan are working out? We know about the energy cooperation, about some tourism thing, but what exactly is the tangible thing which bonds India and Jordan together?
Yeah, well, we during the visit, 5 MOUs were signed in renewable energy and cultural exchange and water resource management and digital information and twinship between Petra and Elora Capes. And Jordan announced it will join we are in the process of joining the Solar Alliance and the Biofuel Alliance and Disaster Resilient Infrastructure Alliance also as well. So, and there was a business meeting that presided by His Majesty and Prime Minister, and also a roadmap was done to, guide our bilateral relations in the future. And you know that Jordan is major provider of fertilizers, phosphate, potash to India and phosphoric acid. And there are intentions to have more investments in these fields. More than $1 billion will be put in these fields. And Jordan is important to India because we provide India with the food security and with the farmers of India with the food security and our intention to develop our relations in all sectors in the future. And also there was a plan announced a plan to boost our bilateral trade from $3 billion currently to $5 billion within 5 years.
Right. We've completely run out of time, Ambassador, but thank you so much for being candid about not just the partnership between India and Jordan, but the larger issue of war, and that this certainly, like Prime Minister Modi says, is not an era of war. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Also, we should thank Ambassador Kamil as well.
And Ambassador Kamil. Thank you so much for weighing in. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause as I call upon Arti Saxena, Director and Head of Marketing India, World Gold Council, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to the Ambassador. Once again, do raise a warm applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Geeta. Thanks, Pranay. Thank you. As you all know, we have a packed itinerary for today and tomorrow. And when you go through the list, there will be favorites that you'd pick at, the session that you'd want to watch out for, you want to stay tuned on. Well, for someone who's worked with the India Today group for 17 years, This is one session that I was very keen on, and a lot of us here will agree. Most of us at the India Today group, this is a goosebump moment, surreal to say, to have all the editors today on one dais who framed what this legacy really is. 50 years of India Today, bit by bit, issue by issue, have been framed by these very greats. I'd like to introduce now a very special session. As you know, the India Today magazine has turned 50 this year, and over 5 decades has chronicled India's transformation across every sphere, be it politics, entertainment, sports, or health. Today, we pull back the curtain and give you a special peek at how editorial decisions are taken, were taken, and will continue to be taken, and what finally makes the cut for a cover story. Joining us for this session are 7 giants of journalism who have ideated, who have debated, who have defended, and many a times fought around a table around a round table over various defining times in India and the history of the world to make sense of every complicated issue for you. We are truly blessed to have our seniors, the giants of journalism, who have framed this 50-year legacy that we call India Today. Ladies and gentlemen, do put your hands together as I call upon stage. Just give us 10 seconds and then we'll be ready to roll in. So the intention for us is to give you an idea on how our cover stories were created after a lot of debate, dialogue, sometimes not so civil, where a news meeting is concerned. And for those of you who've been attending the India Today Conclave, will see there's something different going about the way we've staged it this time. And the reason why we've staged it in the manner we have is, if you look all the way from the left and all the way to the right, you'll actually see all the issues, some vintage issues coming in right to our contemporary ones of the India Today magazine. So you get a glimpse of how we've covered the times, 5 decades, and the stories there. And, you know, while we call upon our guests, you can keep your eyes peeled on the screens as well, because much of these covers that we are going to project have been, put right there under the tutelage of these 7 greats of journalism. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I call upon Mr. Arun Puri, Chairperson and Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group, and the man who has presided over the publishing of 2016 magazine issues since its founding in 1975. That in itself is a feat. Please raise a warm applause. May I now call upon Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing of the India Today Group, who's been at the heart of the magazine for 40 years and continues to define its voice and direction even today. Welcome, Raj. I take great pleasure in calling on stage Mr. Prabhu Chawla, Editorial Director of the New Indian Express and Sunday Standard. He is former Group Editorial Director, India Today, and has been associated since 1978 with the magazine for almost 29 years. He's played a key role in strengthening the magazine's political coverage. Please put your hands together as I call upon stage Mr. T. Nainan, Chairman, Business Standard Limited, and former Executive Editor, India Today. In 1982, over 5 years, he was instrumental in shaping the magazine's influential reporting on business, markets, and India's changing economy. Thrilled to invite on stage Mr. Swapan Das Gupta, member BJP National Executive and former Managing Editor, India Today, who from 1997 to 2003 contributed significantly to the magazine's political commentary and analysis. And last and not the least, may I call upon stage Mr. Shekhar Gupta, founder and editor-in-chief of the print and former editor, India Today. He was at the magazine for 12 years, from 1984 to 1995, including a short stint again in 2014. Known for his incisive reporting on Indian politics, the turbulent years in Punjab, wars and conflicts around the world. May I also call on stage Miss Kaveri Bamzai, author and film critic. She's former editor, India Today, was associated with the magazine for 17 years, known for her wide-ranging journalism spanning politics, cinema, culture, and contemporary Indian society. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to chair what promises to be a raucous edit meet, may I call on stage our consulting editor of India Today's sister TV channel, India Today TV, Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, to come up on stage to anchor the news meeting. Else this unfiltered news meeting may go over many hours and may not be very civil. So over to you, Rajdeep, to keep things parliamentary.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar. Welcome to the India Today Conclave. Good afternoon. And we are going to do something that's perhaps never been done at an India Today Conclave over these years. We're actually going to discuss the news. So good afternoon. Sitting on stage with me are editors who between them have over 360 years of cumulative experience that celebrates 50 years of India Today at a time when most films can't even celebrate 50 days. They've shaped how India consumes news for over half a century, and therefore we thought instead of the traditional panel discussion, we're going to recreate something that's truly special, and we hope to create a bit of magic for each and every one of you. We're going to go into the magazine editorial meeting. And we are going to discuss what the India Today magazine is going to look like in this second week of March 2026. We're going to chair the meeting with all these editors here with only one ground rule. Please be unfiltered. Do not pontificate like journalists do, but give us sharp, short opinion as well as what you think should be the news menu for this week. Remember, this has been quite a week. We've had a war that's still on in West Asia. We've had the economic fallout of the war where oil and energy security is right on top of people's minds. And don't forget, India has just won a second successive T20 World Cup by 96 runs. So you have plenty to choose from. But before we start, and we're going to run all these wonderful covers behind us, which are truly magical because it's iconic 50 years of a magazine. We also have a bit of AI, so the new world is behind us as well. But I'm going to start with you, Mr. Puri, or AP, if I may call you that today. He's just told me I've got to change my glasses. So he's still all there in telling everyone what you want at what moment. But AP, as someone who's taken the final call on these 2,000 plus magazine covers, before we go into this wealth of editorial experience that we have in this room, what is your mantra for judging what makes the cut for a cover story? So they all know that things haven't changed.
Well, thank you, Rajdeep. Well, the mantra hasn't changed, and whether it applies for cover stories or any stories, there are three things which a story has to fulfill. One is, why now? What is topical about it? Who cares? And what next? The one thing I want to say is I didn't come from a journalistic background. And one couple of things I learned was, number one, is journalists sometimes write for journalists themselves or the circles they move in. And they just want to hear from them, oh, great story, wah wah, kya kar diya, right? But the rest of the population doesn't care. So we had a formula in India Today, informal, that it starts from the South Block as a radius. How far is this story going to travel? Is it going to be only 1 kilometer or 5 kilometers or right across the country? So that's one of the things. The other things I learned was journalists fall in love with their stories. They don't want it to be edited. They don't want it to be cut. They even sometimes fall in love with the subjects they're covering. So one has to keep a distance from that. So these three things are what makes a story. And when you want to make a cover story, the level goes up in terms of, because then it comes down to what is the cover visual? What is the headline? What is the hook? Why will people pick it up from the newsstand? Because we were a newsstand magazine. And so people have to be attracted to it. Time magazine in its heyday was 80% subscription. So didn't really care what the cover really looked like. They had great covers, but still. So we were a newsstand magazine. So you had to have that pickup quality, which was required. So those are a couple of things which bear in mind before we decided on a cover story or any story.
Okay. The good thing is that you can see in front of the editors are samosas and jalebis. So the one thing that editors do at their editorial meetings is have lots of samosas and jalebis, right?
Yeah.
That was part of the editorial thing.
What are we going to have for lunch?
What are you going to have for lunch? Okay, so we're going to discuss that later, what you're going to have for lunch. But let's discuss the news menu first.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
I am very happy to see all of you. It's brings back old memories, and they were great times. We had no 24-hour news channels. We had no social media, no YouTube, no Facebook, and we, in a way, were ruling the roost. So they were good times.
You know, you're the youngest person in the room. Let me tell you that in terms of your energy. But I just want to know the news menu. Are we very clear across the table that the news menu has to reflect the war in West Asia? Is that story number one? Or is there any opinion here which suggests that maybe you need to look at cricket, maybe you need to look at oil economy? Who wants to go first? Who wants to decide what's the news menu? Kaveri, you want to go?
Yeah, I want to add Dhurandhar because I'm a film critic and that's going to be released next week. So I think just
Which one?
Dhurandhar, if you haven't heard
You
of
want
it.
to put Dhurandhar 2
Yes.
as the cover?
Yes. I think sometimes when you have too much reality, you
Come
need
on.
to escape. Why not? It's coming out next week. It has been the biggest blockbuster of the year, of I don't know how many years. And it's supposed to reflect the Ajit Doval doctrine for whatever it's worth. So why not? And it's something that AP always tells us, what's new? This is new. And it is telling us about how you have this one film by this very enigmatic and mysterious director whom really no one knows much about. And what went into making something that is, 3 hours, 30 minutes in the first part, almost 4 hours next in the new part, and what makes it work? I would like to know.
Okay, so you're putting Dhurandhar the Revenge, the Dhurandhar cult.
It might end up as a box, as things do in India.
And you're
today.
getting an exclusive interview with Aditya Dhar and the entire cast.
I'll do my best to get it.
Okay.
And make sure you get it for television as well.
Okay, wonderful. So we've got Dhurandhar to be the cover. We'll get AP at the end to take the final decision, like the judge in the newsroom. Somebody else wants to go. Isn't it the war? Prabhu, you're smiling at me.
I won't go for the war because war is being fought on the TV channels anyway. All the day you look at the TV channels, they are not showing anything else except the war. Sometimes imaginary also. But
So what's your top story?
I will talk about energy crisis which is going to come forward.
Energy crisis.
Energy crisis, because kitchen stopped working, which the restaurant stopped working.
आपके घर में LPG चल रहा है ना?
अभी चल रहा है, but I've been warned.
आप तो पाइप गैस लेके आते हैं. You live in a.
I used to interrupt people, but you don't interrupt me before I finish.
No. Are you telling me? No. 1 minute. Are you telling me? 1 minute.
My half sentence.
Are you telling me there were no interruptions in a news meeting?
I'm telling you, my dear friend, I have not completed what I want to say.
Go ahead.
Already school children have been told not bring your own lunch. Already many restaurants have been closed. Many middle class families are affected. So energy crisis is impending there because you ran all of a sudden in a story that the state of Hormuz is going to be open. Where it is. Today we say it's not being open. So I would go for an energy crisis, which is going to be much more serious if it happens.
Dhurandhar, energy crisis. Who wants to go next? And I hope there are interruptions allowed in news meetings. I mean, we have a democratic newsroom at the moment on TV, Shekhar. Was that different in your time from a TV
but
newsroom?
You are not a democratic newsroom because Arumpuri never interrupted. You are interrupting every time.
Okay. Go ahead, Shekhar.
What you publish as democratic newsroom, I think we could be much worse than that when it came to shooting down each other's story ideas. But there was a difference. One, arguments were not so much about views, they were about news value. And second, it ceased to be democratic once Arun took a call. Then it was not democratic.
So it was democratic dictatorship.
No, it was a genuine newsroom where the editor takes a call and takes responsibility for what's actually put out. That said, we used to have a joke then, around time I joined India Today in mid-83. Pakistan had got its first F-16s at that time. And I think the joke was, and I'd not say who invented that joke, that why is Indian Air Force worrying about Pakistani F-16s? They can send it to our news meeting, we'll shoot it down. So we did shoot down stories, and that's how the best cover stories did emerge. And even when a cover story was decided on, then the angles of the cover story, what would the story have, how many people will work on it, how to visualize it, all that was a complex exercise, and all of us learned a great deal from that.
So what's according to you the top story, and how do you cover that top story this week?
Well, first of all, I'll feel rotten if the India Today did not have a bunch of reporters in the zones where it may be on TV, etc. The same reporters can put it out on TV, but reporters will have to be there.
On the ground.
On the ground. You cannot do it from a distance. And India Today can afford it. And I will give you a line from Arun on that. The second thing is that the big story right now is that this war, and even what's preceded this, Donald Trump's rise, has exposed to us the reality of India's place in the world. Because we've had 11 years of breathless self-congratulation. And you can see it on many magazine covers. You can see it on so many TV channels. India, the rising power. Nothing is done in the world without consulting India. Suddenly, we've been brought down to realizing where we are and how much work needs to be done. What we should have done, forget it. But how much work needs to be done? I think that is the story now, that there'll be another crisis. This will go.
No, but that's opinion. Let's be clear. You're saying send the reporters in the field to every part of the conflict zone.
Not opinion. In the India Today way, we'll go out and talk to 20 talking heads, what Arun used to call kotos. Put a photo and put so you get opinion from people, you get expertise from people, and you give your readers the answers, because that's what's something that a lot of people are thinking about, but that the rest should think about.
Okay, so the war is the cover story for you. I just want to put on screen the fact that that's why India Today has gone over 50 years. You've had the Gulf War, which took place early 90s, and India Today was around then, and India Today is around now. I think you may well have gone on the ground to cover the Gulf War.
I was on the ground for that one. That's my, yeah.
Okay, so you remember?
Normally Raj would go. In fact,
sorry?
Raj would go at that time. More
now you're creating a fight between, tell me, was there a fight?
I was at Harvard.
No, did reporters?
You went to Iraq or somewhere also.
No, I was on a Neiman Fellowship, and I appreciated
there was a competition between them who will cover.
Was there a fight
between them who will cover the war?
Was there a fight between reporters, according to him, who will cover the war? Were these fights regular?
It's highly competitive. I mean, if I had a chance to go, I'd bid for it. And each one. But I think really it was merit that mattered most in this. It was never a favorite thing that, I like this guy, let him go. It is if he proved his worth. The previous stories, there's a track record. He gets it.
So is your cover this week, or is your main story this week the war?
I would say, look, I always give options, right?
And let's. His emphasis was more on the hardware. His were on the warfare.
Okay, but there are 3 or 4 options I would look at. One, of course, as Shekhar said, if you get someone in, I'd really like to know what's happening inside Iran. So if you had a cover story inside Iran, I think a lot of people would want to read that. The second, I think what Prabhu had mentioned, which is the energy crunch, because all of us are going to feel that pinch that's there. The third aspect of the war, if you're just talking of war, is just the weaponry that's being used. There's a phrase I think Akbar had written about these drones and the new AK-47s of the sky. I'd like to see how the new technology is changing the warfare, and that's being defined not just by the Russia-Ukraine war, but also in this. So you have these 3, and let's also look, Shekhar talked of India's foreign policy and its approach. We also need to look at the imperialist Trump that is emerging. He's waging war with everybody across. So you're seeing 4 big trends on that. And then to throw a lob, which Kaveri had sort of thing, we've seen, look, let's not also forget domestic issues. A big thing happened, which I think all our kids and as parents are interested, which is log off at 16, which is that 2 states, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, have passed a law to say that social media posts should not be allowed for those 16 and below. So that's another very interesting development. And I think we also need to look at Andhra Pradesh coming out with a population policy that's highly controversial. So there are a whole range, but of course this is the war atmosphere, so we'd rather go with one of those 2 options that's there.
Just a reminder to all of you here, before India Today started sending reporters to war conflicts, most newspapers reported on war sitting in editorial meetings. In fact, you never really went onto the field. That gave a huge cutting edge to the magazine in those years to actually have feet on the ground, unlike today, where...
Thanks to him. One of the things that Arun did,
Arun Puri principle was very clear. Everybody tells you what happened. And we have to tell why happened and what next. That was the cutting edge of India Today.
Okay. And also never skimped on travel. Never skimped on, I do remember I was a...
You stayed in Airbnb or you stayed in a good hotel?
Arun made sure that we always stayed in one of the 5-star places, even as a young correspondent. I do remember this is 1980s and we would be staying at the Taj. The only thing was the allowance. You didn't get that. so we could have breakfast in Taj, but no lunch, no dinners over there.
What was the allowance like? You remember your allowance in 1980?
Sorry? Must have been $60 or something.
$60. Okay.
So what we would do is that we'd go down to the Kamath, right below Taj President, and have our dosa over there because we couldn't.
I also covered IPKF when Sri Lanka happened. Okay. I was the first person to do a Pirabara interview.
I'm going to come to each of you. Swapan Das Gupta, what's the main story of this week according to you that we've got to focus on?
See, unlike most of people, I've been camping for the past 2 months in the rather inhospitable climes of Kolkata. So the circus from Kolkata looks a bit different from it does in this part of the world. Having said that, I think what is very clear is that the impact of the war in the Middle East is only hitting home just now. It didn't hit home last week. It didn't hit home a fortnight ago. It's hit home because gas prices have started rising. And that's it's sort of something which affects things. So there is a sudden interest in that subject. Now, whether we can contribute, you see, today the news environment is such that you have multiple degrees of competition. You have competition from television, obviously. You have competition from other newspapers with print medium, but you have competition from the podcasters who are the biggest threat today to established media. And they all have a certain way of projecting the reality, which may not be the reality itself.
So is that the biggest challenge?
So the question you have to ask is, are we going to bring something very new to the table? everyone knows gas prices have risen, everyone knows there's a crisis, etc.? Or do we go for something surprising?
Raj
Like the
is-
Dhurandhar story. You know,
No, Raj is saying go inside Iran. Raj is saying send a correspondent inside Iran.
Iran is something which is a very good story. It's something which may not be cover, but it's certainly a very interesting inside story. So, but the cover is something, because it's something which appeals from the newsstands. You have to get someone to buy it from the newsstands. And there the surprise element could work in the form of Dhurandhar, because people are really fascinated, just like there's a new generation who normally don't read these days, and they might actually want to read. So my take is a little different.
Mr. Nainer, you're probably the eminence gris in terms of you joined journalism 1972. Journalism 1972, no internet, no computers, no mobiles, no social media, pen, pad. You virtually had, in a way, a monopoly at the time over how you would shape the news. Now you've got TV. We are already covering the war. Do we still make the war the top story when every hour, hour after hour on 24/7 news or the internet, all you have is the war? So what for you is the news menu? And will you be affected by the fact that we are in this new multimedia age?
Thank you, Rajdeep. Can I make some preliminary comments?
Yes, please.
First, Arun would start all editorial meetings by sitting down and saying, okay, so what have we got?
What's up? By the way, did you go to editorial meetings dressed like this? Surely not.
So the second
How
thing,
did you go? How did you go dressed?
Jeans and t-shirts.
Mr. Puri, what was your dress code? You had a dress code ever for an editorial meeting?
And always first name basis.
If someone,
we never call Mr. Puri, Mr. Puri.
if someone came in a short pant to the editorial meeting, okay?
It's all okay.
All okay?
But people didn't.
What's up here?
You could go to an editorial meeting in swimming trunks if you had a great idea.
Just 1 second, Rajiv. There was, I think, one day that Shekhar came in shorts because he used to run all the way from Saket, where he lived then, to India Today's CP office. It was very alarming to see him in those
I would
shorts.
not come in like that. I would sometimes.
And that was to impress all of us
go
that he
back
was
like
fit.
that.
We were doing, we went to Faridabad.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Nainer, I interrupted you. My apologies.
But the point about India Today in the 1980s, which is when I was there, was that although the magazine was fortnightly, we didn't have private television because you only had Doordarshan. You didn't have social media. So you had to compete against the newspapers. And the point was that even though you were a fortnightly, and given the printing and distribution cycle, the magazine would hit the stands 4 or 5 days after you had closed. Even then, when the magazine came out, people would wait for it and look for what it was saying. And very often we would say what the newspapers had failed to say. We would get scoops that the papers had not got. Our stories were more complete than what the newspapers said. It really was a magazine that the country waited for. And it was a huge achievement to do that with a fortnightly cycle. The second point I want to make is that as far as Arun is concerned, no resources were denied to journalists. Whatever you wanted, you took. And the story I remember is that when the Air India plane got shot down, were blown up over the air over Ireland.
Kanishk.
Yeah, Kanishk. And we had a part-time woman reporter in London. And so I called her, but she wasn't, there are no mobile phones, and I couldn't reach her. So I talked to Arun and I said, we'll send Shekhar. Shekhar was in Delhi. Somebody had to go. So Arun said, yeah, send Shekhar. So I told Shekhar to get ready, and he was about to go to the airport, whatever arrangements had been made. And then this lady surfaced in London and said, I'm here. So I thought we'll save time and we'll save money if she goes across from London to Cork in Ireland, where the crash had happened. So I took the decision without consulting Arun. And then I told him later. So he got really upset. He says, why did you do that? We agreed we'll send Shekhar. I said, I thought we'll save time and money. He said, have I asked you to save money?
So I will add to that. One of the first lessons.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the first lessons I learned. One of the first Arun Puri lessons I learned an editor's lesson, and which stays with me even now, was probably on my first or second editorial meeting. I think that was the time when Rakesh Sharma was going up in that Soyuz rocket, and Raj Chingappa was to go for that. And Venkat Narayan, who was one of the editors, he made the calculations, took his notepad and walked up to Arun. We were all there, and he said, this will cost 60,000 rupees. 60,000 rupees in 1983 was serious money. I was paid 3,000 rupees, which was about 3 times as much as anybody of my seniority would be paid in a daily newspaper. 60,000. And Arun said, doesn't matter. Spending decision has to be like you make in a family. When somebody is sick, you spend whatever needs to be spent. Once a story passes that test, that it has to be spent, you just spend it, don't think about it. And that's a lesson that many of us have carried through our life.
You see, you spoke about the cost. I'm telling you, they were saying that if you want to serve the country, join the army. There was gossip there, if you want to see the world, join India Today. And there was saying also, if you fly any Indian airline flying, you'll find a reporter in each and every Indian airline flight at that time. That was the get news at any cost. That was his mandate. And we followed it.
Okay, the 80s were the glorious age. If you want to look at India through the 80s, you just have to go through India Today. But this is not a meeting of nostalgia only. We've got a news menu that has to be decided also.
So I will come to the
please do.
Subject for today. Clearly, as Swapan said, you have all the podcasters and social media, everybody active. So you have to do something beyond the news, although you're now a weekly and not a fortnightly. So the issue to me is that, to take Arun's point, who cares? What do people care about? They care about their pockets. Oil prices have gone up. Gas is not available. Restaurants are shutting down. The stock market is down 10%. What is this all going? Where is this leading? You have to answer that question. How much further will the stock market fall?
Government will say you're spreading panic.
That is not a question.
Government is going to say.
If I have to give the headline,
Swapan in his new avatar will say you're spreading panic.
The thing about the 1980s was we didn't care what the politicians said.
I am telling you what, I will give the headline.
Let him finish. 1 minute for Prabhu.
The thing about the 1980s was we didn't care what the politicians said. The Prime Minister would attack the magazine because we ran Nelly on the cover. The Nelly massacre was on the cover when she was hosting the Commonwealth Summit. And she had somebody go across Delhi and pick up all the copies of India Today from every newsstand so that the international visitors would not see the magazine cover with Nelly on the cover.
Indira Gandhi picked up all the covers of India Today so that the Nelly massacre could not be shown.
And it was the Calcutta AIC session where she called us anti-national at that time.
So this is not a new thing.
I'm telling you something else.
Were you called an anti-national ever? You were called anti-national? You?
I don't care who calls me anti-national. Who cares?
See, Rajdeep,
the point is that despite that, the magazine had total access. Yes. Prabhu could walk into any minister's room at any point of time, walk out with some file. If I wanted to meet the finance minister, was VP Singh, let's say, Prabhu would arrange it like this.
See the
okay. Go ahead.
I'm giving the headline.
There is a difference in the news gathering environment of the 80s and today.
What's the biggest difference?
In the 80s, all ministries, all prime ministers' offices used to leak like a sieve. You could get almost everything you wanted. When was the last time you got a leak from this PMO? You don't. And therefore the problem really arises, what new information can you bring to the table? That is a big problem which is confronting.
So how do we make this story about
I'm giving the headline.
Yeah, what's the headline?
I'm talking about the war, gainers and losers.
Sorry?
Gainers and losers of the war.
Gainers and losers of the war.
Yes.
But I've already done it on TV.
Tell me who's the gainer of the war? Tell me. Who's the gainer of the war?
My headline would be, what will this war cost India?
What will the war cost India? Gainers? Okay.
I want to
Kaveri, you're being isolated because none of them are agreeing to this Durandar idea. None of them are agreeing to my idea that India has the greatest fast bowler in the world ever in Jasprit Bumrah. Why should I not put Bumrah on the cover?
That is stale news. That is stale.
Sorry, that is stale news?
We have carried it on this cover.
You got Jasprit Bumrah on the cover.
ballistic Bumrah. It'll be out later this evening. There
you have it. So you've got Bumrah. This is the latest cover, which is... Okay, that's gone. Okay.
But Rajdeep, you'll also have to contend with the fact that everyone will want to put the conclave on the cover. So that will probably be the cover of the week.
No, of course, there's the conclave.
Yeah.
We can put it at the top. But the fact is, I think there's a general consensus that the war is important. Mr. Nainan has made an important point there as a potential cover, Mr. Puri, that what will the war cost India? Correct?
And I would just add to what Nainan said. I mean, is that, and it did appear partly in Business Standard. I don't know if you still follow it that closely as you do now. But the story is very interesting. One, of course, you pose a problem to a reader, right? What it will cost us and things. But I think as a magazine, we also need to find solutions. And one of the things we need to look at is what are the alternatives India has to importing oil, and what can we do quickly and what we can do on the long term. So sometimes a crisis should trigger a nation into, look, we are importing 85% of our oil. What do we do about renewable energy? Can we get a lot more quickly? So that's part of the solution part that we look at.
Mr. Puri, you've heard the first 25 minutes of the news meeting. Are you convinced that your editors have got it right, or are you still not convinced? They're saying, what will the war cost India broadly? Some angle in which the war has something exclusive or different.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah.
A variant of that is, how does India prepare for the next such crisis? Because we've seen 3 such crises in the last 35 years. Each time we've been found wanting, and energy's been our sore point. Now it's also energy and our exaggerated self-image of our strategic power. So how do you prepare for the next one, which will inevitably come?
You know, so I guess the exemption. Just a minute. So I guess the exemption given to Indian ships in the Gulf of Hormuz is a result of our exaggerated self-esteem. It could be argued.
Okay,
but I don't know what the real self-esteem is.
Okay, I just want to know, Mr. Puri. They said money not a problem. Let's assume we can get a reporter into Iran, a country which at the moment is being bombed.
You can.
You look at security and safety of your journey, because I'm very happy to go to Tehran. Kali Puri has to tell me tomorrow, I'll very happily go to Tehran. Would you take a risk sending your reporter into a place which is being bombed?
I think that goes with the territory of being a journalist. So actually listening to all of them,
yes.
I mean, all great arguments. My first priority would be if I could get a person into Tehran with a photographer, I would go for that.
Even if it's risky, high risk.
Hey, we've done this before. We went into Gulf War, we went to Afghanistan War. It's not unusual for us to get into trouble zones right through, including Indo-Pak War, Iraq.
There was a week when he sent someone to Beijing as well as Moscow. So you had 2 reporters out there covering the way, 2 different events.
In 1988, when Khomeini died, I had a chance, which was that Narasimha Rao was the foreign minister, and he was taking in a flight to Tehran. I called up Arun and said, look, can I go on that flight? He said, yes, just go. We didn't think about any of the other issues, and I flew in and reported the entire Khomeini transition to Khamenei.
Okay, this is of course very different because you're in the midst of a war. You're saying that is part of the risk that comes with being a journalist.
Yes. The thing is, I mean, I would choose that because that's exclusive. And that's, you're not hearing the voices and the smell and the sounds from Tehran. So if we can get one of our journalists into Tehran, into Iran, that would be my top story.
Shekhar, you ready to go? He's giving you a carte blanche. You can go.
He's a little older now.
We'll be fighting Daj for that.
I think any journalist would go. And remember,
why can't Raj go?
We did this stuff in the Gulf War of 91. Since then, and we were sitting in Al Rashid Hotel, all night bombs were falling and nobody was going down to the shelters. Today, if anything, precision bombs have become that much more accurate, right? It's been 35 years later. So there's always romance to it, but the risk, there is inconvenience, but the risk, physical risk in these situations today is much less than it used to be, because everything is precision bombing. Traffic is moving, people are going through their lives, weddings are taking place, because nobody has the bombs to waste You know, this whole thing of carpet bombing and all that, that is from Vietnam War, right? And I find that a lot of it still gets into our TV discussions, carpet bombing. Carpet bombing is, you know, a bunch of B-52s coming and dropping bombs randomly everywhere.
Okay, so who wants to go to Tehran?
Why can't you go?
You want to go?
Yep.
Shekhar, he wants to go ahead of you. What? How do you choose? How do you choose between the two of them? No, 1 minute. Prabhu, you want to go to Iran?
I'll go.
You'll go to Iran?
I'll go.
Okay, you've got three choices now.
Listen, very simple.
There are
It's very simple.
He's one of the best authors. Why can't you go there?
I'm busy watching Twitter, I can't go to Iran.
1 minute. 1 minute.
One of the philosophers we have.
News is the only objective.
Okay.
News come first.
Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Let me complete one sentence.
Yes.
You see, bottom lines can't decide the headlines.
Okay.
Bottom lines cannot decide the headlines.
Bottom line, but we've got 3 reporters, AP, who all want to go to Tehran. How do you choose? How do you choose? No, how do you choose?
When it comes into the war zone, one of the things you do when you report is what someone told me when I had covered the Kargil war. If a bullet is meant to get you, it will come and get you in any case. That it's written there. Your fate is written in any case. So it doesn't matter whether you're walking the streets of Delhi or you're going out there. If you're going to die, you're going to die in any case, wherever you are. You might as well go there and do the job, because if you look, everyone is running away from Iran.
Rajdeep, has anybody died twice?
Okay.
Only once?
Prabhu, 1 minute.
You really got great
AP,
one-liners.
1 minute before. AP, you've got 3 reporters, Raj Chengappa, Prabhu Chawla, and Shekhar Gupta, who are all volunteering to go to Iran. How are you choosing?
You want me to lose friends?
I mean, you got to choose, yeah. Unless you want to send all 3 of them. No, we can send one to the Kurdish area. We can send one to Tehran. Sorry? No, I'm asking. 1 minute. I'm asking Mr. Puri. You've got the mic. Prabhu, 1 minute. You've got to choose between 3. How would you normally choose?
Well, firstly, I choose the best person to do the job. Number 2 is a person who has had experience in reporting in war zones. 3, familiarity with the territory. 4, what kind of sources do you have there? So if they can convince me that one of them is better than the other, they go.
But that's your first choice. Out of all the things, you're not into Durandar.
Not at this stage, because that's exclusive. If I can say that inside story in Tehran and so reporting on the spot, that's a...
You give him the choice of in-house and outside. He has to choose in-house talent, yeah?
So in-house talent,
we are willing to go, but but he has got...
The thing with because nobody's, even the TV channels haven't gone into Tehran.
Yeah.
Right. So that's one of the things which would attract me to send somebody. If that's not there, then secondly, I would go with, because what Nainan raised and Prabhu raised, what affects people's lives, which is energy crisis, right? This is a story which people will relate to. Okay, what's going to happen to my cooking gas and my petrol prices and so forth. So that's a pocketbook kind of story. The problem with that story is, what is the visual you put on the cover? It'll be like we don't know. And because one of the other things is, how do you visual pump or a gas cylinder?
I just want to give an anecdote.
Yeah, go ahead.
Raj, can I just interject before? I know, I'm sorry, I'm coming into your meeting right now, but with all that...
Why have you entered the meeting?
Well, I'm in the new generation newsroom of India Today.
It was terrible. There used to be a time when all you had in newsrooms were men. So you're welcome into the newsroom, because we finally have more than one woman.
Well, on that we've turned the table.
Which is the way it should be.
On that we've turned the table.
Right from 1980, early 80s, 90s.
No, how many news? No. Come on. What was the average of men to women in a newsroom? It was 8-1.
But Rajdeep,
in a room of men, you have one woman and you say there were also women.
We made up for all of them.
So you made up for all of them.
Okay. So the reason why I'm coming, and I apologize because it was riveting, the conversation you were having, but all of you, all the ideas that you've come up with into print, just from the left of the screens all the way to the right, all of those ideas you can
Someone's
actually
visualized.
see as the
Nilanjan
cover
must
of
be
the
here
India Today
somewhere.
magazine.
Okay.
So I'm going to...
There, the cost of war.
Okay, 1 minute. One is the cost of war. One is the LPG crisis. One is Dhurandhar, new epic created. Where's the inside
Iran?
Inside Iran, on the spot report. So you've got 4 covers now to choose from. You're looking at the one which is most arresting. It's like the Trump-Modi cover that's gone viral. How do you decide that this is the most arresting? Is that the photo editor, the great Raghu Rai and others who would take that call, or would you take that call?
It's actually a joint call. We all the various options come up on the cover and we all kind of stand around.
That's not true.
And
Please, that's not
And he has the final say.
It was always you.
I have the final say, but I
But he
listen
does
to
have
everybody.
our opinion.
I listen to everybody.
We just
No,
gave
also
you
let me give you a
options.
little insight which before Preeti came on was that Arun would never allow us to leave a newsroom till we had a cover headline, and we knew what to do. So even if and what he would do is probably hold the meeting around 12:30 or 1, start the meeting, and by 2 we are so hungry, right? Anybody who comes out, we'll keep telling everybody, and he'll wait and make us. I think we finally went to lunch at 3.
Okay, so I'm going to come to lunch in a moment, but starting with you, Kaveri, let me play those 4 covers, right? Play those 4 covers at the back. There's Inside Iran, on the spot report. There's the LPG crisis in India. There's the cost of war. There's Dhurandhar, new epic create. Which one are you going with?
Just before
Are you
that,
still sticking to
no,
Dhurandhar?
just before that, Rajdeep, I want to take a moment to acknowledge
She's ducking. Don't allow her to duck.
acknowledge all the people here. I was here in 2 stints, in 90 and 92, and 2002 to 2019. So that makes it 19 years, actually, not 17. So I've seen all these greats of journalism, and I just wanted to quickly say all the things that I learned as a trainee and as someone who sort of climbed up the ranks. From AP, I learned attention to detail. Never send anything out in your name until you have read it from cover to cover, caption to caption. From Raj, I learned persistence. He would always be he would work very hard for his cover stories. He would usually be the last to suggest the cover story, right at the tail end of the meeting when everyone was starving, and he would say, Arun, what about this? And I think AP used to be so agitated and fed up. He would say, yeah, okay, go with your moon cover or go with your back pain. And, those were seminal cover stories. They were talking about poison in your food and climate change when these things hadn't come about. With Prabhu, I think I learned leadership, how to have a talented team and to make them work under you. He had
And also to
generosity.
get those great political scoops.
Yeah, that
And
of
he
course-
India Today brought down a government of Gujarat.
That of course is a given. And also remember at a time when Vajpayee was supposed to be his very good friend or whatever, we did a cover saying, is he fit to govern? So these were things that he did despite being very close to people in power. From 9 and I never worked with him.
A story about Prabhu. Right? He had such good access that MPs and ministers even said, you don't have to talk to me, just run my court, whatever you want.
Absolutely.
I won't deny it.
Tremendous access.
और प्रिंसिपल
Okay,
हिंदी में एक लाइन बोलूंगा
हाँ बोलिए हिंदी में बोलिए
बहुत बढ़िया था सबसे बढ़िया प्रिंसिपल डरो मत छोड़ो मत
डरो मत छोड़ो मत अभी करोगे वैसे या केवल 30 साल पहले
करता
डरो
हूँ
मत
करता
छोड़ो
रहूंगा मैं नहीं डरता किसी से भैया
अच्छा अभी
as long as I'm factually correct as long as I'm factually correct I don't imagine story.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I follow. I never gave up. Never gave up.
Chalo, okay.
From Naidan, who I never worked with, but I read all his covers. I think it was to make business interesting, make business figures, the icons that they are now. From Chopin, I learned context, putting things in a historical context. Nobody could do it better. And from Shekhar, I think I learned how to tell a story. I still remember the first thing he told me, do you know the pyramid style of storytelling? And of course, I looked stupid and I said, no, But, how to tell a story in print and otherwise. So I think we should applaud all of them. They're really the greats of journalism. And I think I was very lucky that I saw them in both stints. And as far as the cover is concerned, I'll still go with Dhurandhar. But yeah, Inside Iran, if we can get somebody there, would
And
be
let me praise you,
fascinating.
Kaveri. There's no better film writer or feature writer than you. There's no
so
doubt
he's
about that.
inviting you to write this cover.
Now that-
Durandar, the new.
Now-
Okay, Shekhar, go ahead.
Now that
One minute,
now
Prabhu,
that,
yes.
now that Kaveri has said nice things about all of us, I'll say something. I will say what Kaveri personifies. I will not say good things, bad things, whatever. I will tell you what she personifies. That anybody could begin at any level in India today. She began as a trainee in 1992, right? 1990, and rose to be editor. So anybody could begin anywhere and could rise. And that was the real strength of an institution. And as people grew, the institution
By
grew.
the way, Shekhar, we have correspondents. Prabhu was a correspondent. There are a lot of people who
India Today has contributed more editors to newspapers and magazines outside India Today over the years as well, which is
The
quite an
nursery of
achievement.
journalism.
But Swaman Dasgupta, let's cut the. Are you changing your mind and ready for Inside Iran as the cover story if you've got a reporter in?
See, it's not inside Iran.
And do you agree with Prabhu when he says Daro Mat? Can it be done today? Is that also a big difference between then and now?
Inside Iran is not going to sell.
It's not
What
going
is
to sell.
going to sell is the larger question of whether Mr. Khomeini or Khamenei Jr. is going to survive and whether Trump will prevail. That's the question which people want to know. And they want to know it from an Indian perspective because our perspective is going to be very, very different.
So would you have
I don't mind this cover, but it's got to be tweaked in a different
So could you have
way.
a dark cover with, say, Khamenei on one side and Trump looking at each other in some kind of a ferocious contest?
Yes, I think I would go, the visual
Something on those
presentation
lines.
along those lines.
Swapan, do we
Yeah, AP wants to get in a word, yes.
Swapan, do we have an answer to those questions? Or it'll be all speculation? The questions you raise, do we have an answer?
Well,
or we'll have just talking heads saying different
as
things?
in most things, we don't have a definitive answer, like in most things. But people would like to know what are the imponderables at stake.
So
And more important, they want to know how does that
talking heads, he wants someone down there.
No, it's going to be someone who's
The point is, who's hearing from the Iranian people? Trump is saying, rise up. How are they going to rise up? With sticks and stones? I mean, we have to talk to them.
Yeah, you've got to talk to them. And, like, for instance, people didn't make the connection with Reza Pahlavi for a long time. Now, I was fortunate enough to meet him last year, but because we belong to some dissident factions of all things. And then there are other cross currents which are operating in Iran. Now, the point is if people can map those, and that would be your real value addition to that story.
Okay.
So it's getting into Iran, but what you're covering, which is really more important.
Mr. Nainan, you've seen the 4 covers. Cost of war, Inside Iran, Durandar, and LPG crisis. LPG crisis, interesting story, because it's probably affecting a large number of people, not necessarily all India Today readers. But I'm just going with the costs of war.
No, yeah, the cost of war is a much broader story. It includes everything, it's from the stock market to, basic supplies to fertilizer. I mean, can you get fertilizer to farmers?
How the war is affecting you?
Yeah, but are you putting yourself in the, let's be honest, those who today perhaps may not be India Today readers are even more affected. The queues of people outside LPG lines may not necessarily be India Today readers. Is that something that's affecting you when you're making a decision?
It's going to affect petrol prices. It's going to affect, of course, at some stage your gas supplies. I mean, some India Today readers must be running on gas somewhere to their kitchens. So it's going to affect them in some way.
Okay.
So it's,
So if you can't get someone into Iran, then you're looking at the costs of war, correct?
Yeah, how would it affect you? Well, how will, maybe I won't call it the cost of war. Cost of war can mean many things. Is how does the war affect you?
Okay, how does the war affect you? Maybe we'll try and change that cover quickly. How does this war affect you? But प्रभु आप कुछ हिंदी में बोलना चाहते
बोलने
थे।
की कोशिश कि जब आप बात कर रहे हैं कि कवर स्टोरी क्या होगी, ये हिंदी में नॉर्मली वही कवर स्टोरी जाती थी। कॉस्ट ऑफ वॉर इज अ जेनरिक वर्क, इट इज बोरिंग। मैंने पहले भी बोला है, इस वॉर के किसको नुकसान हो रहा है, किसको फायदा हो रहा है
जी,
उसके अंदर ये who affects us, everything is covered because we always believe in packaging. So I'll go for a headline which says who are the winners, who are the losers, who are the gainers, who are the losers, which means
नहीं किसको दिखाओगे कवर पे, विनर लूजर किसको
we have
दिखाओगे?
done it. I'll show you 25 cover like this.
Prabhu, who is the winner?
Who is the winner in this is defense industry. Who? Defense industry. Their shares are gone up by 100%.
What industry?
He's saying defense industry.
I can
Prabhu saying defense industry is the winner.
Industry, only industry which has gained from the wars all the time are the 10
Prabhu,
top
that's
industries
faceless.
manufacturing. That affects us because we are importing.
industry.
We are the second largest importers of equipment.
AP is not convinced, Prabhu. Sorry.
No,
नहीं आपका नहीं चला, आज
you are
नहीं
saying-
चलेगा आपका।
Now you are pontificating. Which
नहीं,
you are-
कहाँ मैं
you are
pontificate?
pont- I am saying you have to tell the people because of the war, our import costs have gone up by 2,000 lakh crore. That makes a story.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
you don't know, that doesn't mean that doesn't mean.
Okay, Prabhu, you try.
We are going to spend 2 lakh
चलो,
crore rupees extra.
आपने हिंदी में भी पिच कर दी, अंग्रेजी में कर दी. We have accepted it. Raj, what's your final pitch?
I would still go for inside Iran, not because I suggested it. And just to take on...
Are you okay if he
No,
said
no, take on
Shekhar
Chopin's point.
No, he
No, no, take
inside
on
Iran.
Chopin's point.
Are you okay with the cover on inside Iran, but Shekhar is being sent, not you?
No problems. He's a
Okay.
brilliant reporter.
Are you okay with that?
No, no. Look, I'm a great... No, I'm a... Look, let's give credit where it's due. Shekhar's a brilliant foreign
No,
policy.
both of you went. Both of you
No,
have
no.
covered
I
wars
mean,
and
I admire his work. And if he goes, great, we'll get a great story. For me, that's important. Second, I would like to say, just to take on Chopin on this matter, that, who cares about what's happening inside Iran? I disagree. In a world that's highly connected now, that is what everyone wants to know. If a magazine gets to go there and bring the color and whatever is happening, because today all you're seeing in all the televisions, unfortunate television, all you're seeing is Al Jazeera, BBC, CNN. They don't give you a perspective of Iran. Iran
You're
is
not
just
seeing
blocked
India
out.
today?
No,
We've
I'm
had
saying,
we've had Israeli voices, Iranian voices,
I am not
American
saying we are
voices,
that's why I said
Lebanese voices.
Foreign television. I'm just
Foreign
looking at that, right? Even Indian television, there's nobody out there talking about, because you don't have any really good news about what's happening. When I say good news, meaning good information about it. So I would go with that. And let's also not contextually, we actually did a cover before that where we answered the 3 big questions which Arun likes, which is, will there be regime change? Second was this business of how long will it last? And what does it mean for India? What is the
Okay,
cost
so
to
these
India?
are the 3 big questions.
Raj,
okay,
we did that cover, by the
we're
way.
in the last 5 minutes, guys.
Raj,
And
I have something to say.
The samosas are getting cold. We're in the last 5 minutes.
Rajdeep, it wasn't samosas. It was
Rajdeep,
patties
Bandip wants to
and
get into the
sandwiches from
meeting.
Wenger's.
Okay.
Everybody gets an
Bandip,
equal voice.
Okay, 1 minute. Bandip and Kali want to get into the meeting. Oh, Bandip.
Inside Iran is a photo feature, Raj.
Done. Sorry, both go together.
20
Shekhar's not with us anymore.
20 pages, Raj.
Rajdeep,
20 pages, Mr. Puri.
Rajdeep,
Inside Iran, only for photojournalist goes.
No, it's a photo feature.
Photo feature.
Yeah.
तुम जाओगे ईरान?
Yeah, बिल्कुल.
हाँ, तैयार हो?
बिल्कुल.
हाँ?
Rajdeep,
yes.
Rajdeep, a cover story like this shall have several elements. It will go into some 24, 30 pages. So many of the things that we are discussing
We'll all
will
get
be
in.
part of the cover story, whatever be the cover.
Almost
If
like
there's a reporter inside Iran, then inside Iran will be the cover because nobody has it. But there will be many elements to it. Our energy situation, is there a long-term solution to the energy crisis? The diplomatic alliances will be a story, or diplomatic combinations will be a story. The larger economy will be a story.
So it's a full issue on the war. What happens to the speakers, no confidence motion, elections in Bengal, all of that doesn't matter?
It will be there in the magazine, but magazine is a thick one. If I take you back to how it used to be in the meetings, the consolation prize, which Raj used to mention, was okay, it's not the cover, it's the corner. Right? So in the old design of India Today, the second most important story was corner on the side. Right? So if you don't get the cover, you get the corner. So maybe the corner will be something. It's a comprehensive magazine. It has to cover everything.
We've got the editor to take the final choice. Are you, by the way they are making it out to be, that under the veneer of democracy, there's a bit of an authoritarian in you. Listen, that your word is final.
Rajdeep, before you speak, AP, I mean, he used to tell me things like, this is a dog's breakfast of a story. How can you even publish this, you know? And then I didn't have a dog in those days.
But
I
let's
took
clarify
it as,
about Arun's
I
your
want to
claim of
clarify
being
one thing.
authoritarian.
I mean,
No,
you could
one
be
of the things. Oh,
terrified.
hang on.
You
One
could
second.
be terrified.
They say something trying
No,
to
no,
they are demonizing him all the time.
No, no, exactly.
You can't demonize Arun Puri. He has never been dictator.
Okay.
I must tell you.
I was
He
just
has
going
been
to make that
overruled by
point.
us many times.
Yeah.
So there
yes.
was, he had the final
One
view,
of the
yes,
big things that
but
worked.
rarely did it ever he overruled.
No, I think Prabhu took the words off my mouth. Exactly.
So you
what I was
don't
going to
push
say.
him again and again. What is it?
Okay.
He has the point of view.
He has a great quality, which is one, even if he said today that this should be the cover, but you came back the next day and said, this is the logic of it, he would say, let's go with it. That, I think, is the greatness.
Okay, we're about unpredictable. So
You always say that was them.
I just want to say,
Yeah, go ahead.
that just the last word on Inside Tehran. It is a classic magazine story, meaning to get a good writer in there to give the sound, smells, and the feeling. Because newspapers carry this bomb today, that bomb tomorrow is going to happen. TV showing all the visuals in terms of things, and in the end, they're all the talking heads. But nobody's got there to get the real sense of Tehran.
But we need a better picture than that. Mandeep,
Oh, yeah, of course.
you need a better
Mandeep is
picture.
there.
You can't have that as the picture on the cover. You're going to need इससे बेहतर picture तो चाहिए ही चाहिए. ये नहीं चलेगा.
Rajdeep, देखो.
I'll tell you the picture. It'll be one-
Tell us the picture.
There'll be a destruction of a building there and a woman crying in front with her family.
So
Okay.
So when you do a cover story of these dimensions, there'll be many stories that run alongside it. For example, India's resources crisis. Why does in last 11 years your GDP has gone up? The only thing that has not caught up with the GDP, agriculture is about where it should be 3.5%. The only thing that has not caught up and has actually declined is mining, right? So why does India? What is this chronic resource crisis for India, which has gone on now forever? So there will be many side stories like that.
Points taken. I think we've decided the cover. We are putting the cover with a new picture that Mandeep is going to create. He's hopefully going to be sent into Iran along with the journalist,
Along with me.
along with Raj Chengappa.
Hopefully, if boss agrees. I never presume.
You're going to try and get an exclusive interview with Mujtaba Khamenei as part of the
If
deal.
he's alive.
If he's sorry, no, at the moment he's just given a statement only last night. But I want to now come to the real crucial part, right? We've been discussing this for 50 minutes. खाने में क्या है? खाने में क्या है? खाने में क्या है? I believe that's one of the reasons why the office was at Connaught Place, so you could go to any place
Host.
and
You go right down and have great
this was
stuff.
of course
Host.
this was pre-Swiggy Zomato days, so you could actually go there. Yes, Nainan.
Editorial meeting wasn't over until the editorial eating was done.
So the editorial meeting wasn't over until the editorial eating was done. So खाने में क्या है, Mr. Puri? AP, what's for food?
Oh, there should be a consensus. There's a better consensus than cover stories about food.
There was,
and
there
the
was
best
the host,
restaurant.
there was the host, there was Barcos, or you sent
And
Girls, if you were in a hurry.
the host, mostly the host.
भाई हम पाठकों के लिए लिखते हैं, खाने की बात करते हैं. पाठक के लिए सोचिए, पाठक के लिए लिखिए, अपने पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू को अपनी जेब में रखिए. दिमाग में रखिए. आपका फेवरेट खाना क्या है? आपके लिए लाते हैं. मैं तो दाल रोटी खाता हूँ. कोई नहीं ले सकता मेरे से. दाल रोटी खाता हूँ जो कोई भी नहीं ले सकता मेरे से. छोले भटूरे ना, दाल रोटी जो कोई नहीं ले सकता, चाहे मैं एडिटर हूँ या ना हूँ, दाल रोटी से मिलती. दाल रोटी. What do you want, Raj?
Right now?
Yeah, what do you want for lunch?
Not too interested. At the
Not too
moment.
interested, Mr. Nainan. What would you like?
Still hungry.
For lunch. What do you want for lunch? You're okay. Swapan? No priorities. Shekhar, what do you want for lunch? The editor is willing to give. The editor-in-chief is willing to give you what you want.
By this time, I was so hungry.
When food gets
anything that did not have cheese in it.
When newsroom it. Kaveri, what do you want?
We always went for Wengers. By the time we had our, by the time I came into the edit meetings, I think we were down on resources. We never went to host or Burkos. We always had Wengers.
I know you
So,
write on food when
patties
you go on
and
election
pastries from
coverage.
there.
You write on food. Most of them खाने भी लिखते रहते हैं, खाते भी रहते हैं. Food is not a priority for a journalist. Journalist says news is priority. Okay. Which food is good or bad? Now, that is the choice.
Good show.
Yes, okay.
Sorry,
Preeti's
and-
coming again. Preeti, please
And the
come.
reason I'm interjecting again this conversation, which is of course coming to an end, is the new generation India Today newsroom has added to what you guys came together. So if you turn around, do you agree with this cover? Does that make sense? You have a bit of everything, where all of you, all your ideas have been taken together, and we have a cover there.
No, you
And
can't call him-
Kaveri, you've got your cover.
AP, you want to go with that? He might put it on Truth Social.
No, we're a serious magazine.
Okay. On that serious note, thank you all very much for being part of this conversation. It's been wonderful to get all this experience of 360 odd years. You can add my 37 and we cross 400, which is not bad. But just to have 400 years of experience around this round table, to get a sense of just what made India today, and hopefully India tomorrow as well. Just, ladies and gentlemen, give them all a very big hand for what they've contributed. It is quite remarkable
Ladies
to have
and
had
gentlemen,
50 years of journalism in
this
this one
doesn't
room.
need asking. Please stand up and raise the warmest applause you can, because these are men and women like that have actually etched the last 50 years of journalism, not just India Today. Keep it going. As I call upon stage Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson, Executive Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group, to come up. Do stay. I ask all our editors to stay on stage as I call upon Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson, Executive Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed panelists. Rajdeep, it won't be complete without you taking a selfie with our giant editors. You don't know how to take a selfie. Wait.
I want to add a few things to what all of you said, which Rajdeep, being part of both as a bridge, should have, but I'm adding it now, which is that all of you talked about getting in reporters into Iran. I want to say that we were in Iran as the last Indian channel there before the war started. And in fact, our team landed in Delhi on Saturday morning, and a few hours later, Tehran was bombed. So we were very much there. And I have the greatest privilege to be working with a team now, which is very similar to all of you. We have something in TV called the Rumal strategy, where you put your Rumal on the opportunity. मैंने बोल दिया मैं ईरान पहले जाऊंगा. And you actually have a bunch of reporters who are fighting to go into a war zone. And that really is the greatest privilege I think me and AP have, to have a team that wants to be in a war zone, even to tell a story. And it is the greatest privilege of my life to have heard from all of you. And I've grown up with all of your stories, because that used to be dinner table for us. And to have a team now which is equally passionate about their subject, and to be sitting in a newsroom listening to them on a daily basis is just fantastic. And last point, we have 4 reporters in the war zones right now. We have a reporter in Dubai, reporter in Israel, and a reporter in, where am I missing? Israel, Dubai, Lebanon, and Washington. So 4 places, all involved. Tehran, we're waiting for a visa. But as soon as we get one, you will have eyes on Iran as well. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Rajdeep, will you take that picture that we can mark this event? Selfie.
पूरा मिडिल ईस्ट एक ही नेटवर्क की नजर खबर जहां आज तक
I'll hold you up. One second. Let it sit.
Thank you.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
Drive.
Meet me inside.
I think I just fell in love with the car.
The all-new VF7.
Luxury today is felt, not just seen, shaped by stories that stay with you. Along the water, global living becomes a setting for everyday rituals and rare moments. Each creation carries the warmth of coming home. Homes where families thrive, wellness flows, and joy unfolds naturally. Not just places to live, but futures to grow into. B&W Developments, a legacy of innovation and excellence.
Good afternoon, namaskar once again, and a very warm welcome. I know this session before this was riveting, but we have just the very right man, because the editors here focused on what is happening in West Asia, the Gulf crisis, the energy crisis, and this is why the next session, Energy Security for a Resurgent India, is a very, very important session. I'll request all guests in the hall to please settle down as I invite Mr. Anil Agarwal, the founder and chairman of the Vedanta Group, a $35 billion market cap entity, a great story of Indian entrepreneurship, a story of Indian pride, someone who has been in this space, the mines, the mineral space, and has a very passionate take on what India needs to do to achieve energy security. So let me request Anil Agarwal ji to please come up on stage, and I'll request everyone else to please take their seats. We'll get opportunities to do selfies after this. Anil ji, requesting you to come up here on stage. Requesting everyone in the hall to settle down. We had this fantastic session where the editors have chosen the subject of West Asia, the Gulf crisis, the energy crisis. I heard both Mr. Shekhar Gupta and Mr. T.N. Nainan speak about it. And the man here with me, Anil Agarwal, someone who started his business life at the age of 19. 19 वर्ष की उम्र से भारत किस प्रकार से एनर्जी में, माइंस में, मिनरल्स में आत्मनिर्भर बन पाए, स्वावलंबी बन पाए. That is what Anil Agarwal and the Vedanta Group have done all their life. And Anil ji, as I must tell this audience here that you have flown all the way from London only for this event. So आपका बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने समय दिया, आप आए इतनी दूर से. And the reason we are having this session, in fact, I'm very happy to tell you that US Ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, who kicked off our first day deliberations, made several announcements from the stage, including the fact that the India and the United States will very soon sign a critical minerals agreement. उन्होंने पैक्स सिलिका में भारत का स्वागत भी किया. उन्होंने इसी मंच से ये भी घोषणा की कि भारत और अमेरिका एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी पे काफी काम करेंगे. और पूरी अपनी आधे घंटे की चर्चा में उन्होंने भारत किस प्रकार से एनर्जी के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है विश्व के लिए, इसकी भी बात की। तो आज आपसे जब बात शुरू करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे संपादकों ने यहाँ पे वेस्ट एशिया क्राइसिस को एक इशू बनाया और आपने अभी एक लेख लिखा था लिंक्डइन पे, जिसमें आपने ये बहुत एक, I request the entire hall to take a look at this. This is a poster that Mr. Agarwal has put on LinkedIn just 24 hours ago. Take a look at this. More than 90% of our oil is imported. More than 95% of copper is imported. Almost 100% of gold is imported. भारत सोने की चिड़िया था एक जमाने में. उस समय शायद इंपोर्ट्स भी थे, बट डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन भी थी अनिल जी. आज ये अगर स्थिति है और आज गैस को लेके चिंता हो रही है, एलपीजी को लेके चिंता हो रही है, इंडस्ट्रियल यूजर्स के लिए गैस को राशन किया गया है, सरकार ने पिछले 4 दिन में ताबड़तोड़ करीब 25% इंक्रीज की है गैस की अवेलेबिलिटी भारत देश में, बट फिर भी चिंता है. आई हैव टू आस्क यू अनिल जी, ऐसा क्यों? इतने बड़े देश में इतनी किल्लत क्यों?
No, thank you, India Today, to give me a chance to be here, to come here. आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, पुरी साहब का, आपका, कली का, और सबसे बड़ा धन्यवाद इस गवर्नमेंट का जिन्होंने हम लोगों को बाहर एक इज्जत से रहने का मौका दिया. हम जो भी वहाँ देखते हैं, आज इंडियन की सिचुएशन बहुत अच्छी हुई है हमारे फॉरेन में. हम लोगों को एक इज्जत मिली है, एक पोजीशन मिली है, हम लोगों की एक वॉइस है. अगर कोई काम कोई सॉल्व कर सकता है, ये इस गवर्नमेंट ने हमें बहुत सपोर्ट किया. जो बाहर हम सुनते हैं कि गरीब आदमी बहुत खुश है कि उसको डायरेक्ट पैसा मिल रहा है, कहीं बीच में लोग नहीं है. बट ये देखते देखते जो आपने जो बात कही, आज हमारे इंडिया में, आज को आपको नई बात मैं बोलने वाला हूं और गजब की बात बोलने वाला हूं कि हिंदुस्तान में जितनी गवर्नमेंट की इंडस्ट्री जो लगी हुई हैं और जो मायने हैं, चाहे वो न्यूक्लियर कॉरपोरेशन हो, चाहे BHEL हो, चाहे वो NTPC हो, ये सारी सक्षम हैं. चाहे ऑयल में हो, चाहे गैस में हो, चाहे गोल्ड में हो, चाहे कॉपर में हो, किसी चीज में भी हो, मैं ये कह सकता हूं ये कंपनियां ही अपने को डेवलप कंट्री बना सकती हैं. इन सब में 10-10 टाइम प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाने की क्षमता है. ये काम को आगे बढ़ा, ये हमने करके देखा है. हमने भारत एल्युमिनियम ली, हमने हिंदुस्तान जिंक ली, टेसा गोवा ली, ONGC की केन ली. इन सबों में हमने देखा है कि सक्षमता जो है 10-10 गुना ज्यादा है और 20-20 गुना करके दिखाया है उसी माइंड से, उसी से. तो हमारे पास जितनी, ये तो 5% भी नहीं हुआ है, उसके शेयर मेरे को आज तक नहीं मिले. प्राइवेटाइजेशन में प्राइवेटाइज आज तक नहीं हुआ. हम ऐसे कैसे बिना प्राइवेटाइज के बैठे हुए, गवर्नमेंट वैसे के वैसे शेयर को पकड़ के बैठी है. तो ये जो रूल जो अपने बनाते हैं, तो आज हिंदुस्तान की क्षमता है जिसमें अपने आप हो सकता है. तो जो फंडामेंटल जो है, सारी दुनिया जो आगे बढ़ी है, खेती आपके जमीन के ऊपर होती है और खेती आपके जमीन के नीचे होती है. हमारे आंदोलनों की वजह से, हमारे जो हम लोगों ने काम किया, आज हम सक्षम हो गए कि हम धरती के ऊपर आत्मनिर्भर हो गए. लेकिन धरती के नीचे खेती की नहीं. हमारे फॉरेन में शायद बाहर की कंट्रियां चाहती ही नहीं है कि हिंदुस्तान खुले, हिंदुस्तान हरदम मार्केट बना रहे. इस गवर्नमेंट ने पहल की है. ये हमको जितना हमारे समझ में आ जाएगा, आज नंबर्स आ गए हैं कि जो आप इन्वायरमेंट की बात 25, 30, 40 सालों से कर रहे हैं, वो इन्वायरमेंट का इफेक्ट खेती करने का ज्यादा है, माइनिंग करने का कम है. तो ये माइनिंग, चाहे आप धरती के से कुछ भी करेंगे, दैट इज एनर्जी.
नहीं अनिल जी, आप जब ये बात कह रहे हैं तो ये रोक कौन रहा है? आपने एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात की कि जब एक निजी क्षेत्र प्राइवेट सेक्टर की कंपनी, आपके जैसी कंपनी ने, व्हेन यू अक्वायर्ड थ्रू डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट कंपनीज, यू हैव टर्न देम अराउंड, यू हैव increased their production 5 times, 10 times. All of them are very profitable companies. They have given dividends to shareholders. What is the difference? Was it the government way of working? How could you turn around a sarkari company and the sarkari company is not able to explore and get us mines and minerals?
मेरी समझ बहुत कम है, लेकिन ऊपर में भी ठीक है, गवर्नमेंट की मंशा भी ठीक है, सिस्टम में फर्क करना पड़ेगा। सिस्टम जो है वो इस देश को चेंज करना पड़ेगा, देखना पड़ेगा। जो इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन, इकोनॉमिक्स में तो इकोनॉमिक्स जो आज हमारे धुरंधर हैं, आज जो इंडियन माइंड है, इंडियन बिजनेस मैन है, इंडिया के जो इकोनॉमिक्स के लोग हैं वो बाहर में सारी सलाह देते हैं, तो उनको आप जितना एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी देंगे, रिस्पेक्ट देंगे, और कोई तरह की, मैं आज 25 साल से रहता हूँ इंग्लैंड में और 30 साल से रहता हूँ अमेरिका में रहा, मेरे पास कहीं कोई नोटिस नहीं, फर्स्ट क्लास टैक्स पेयर हूँ, आज तक कहीं कोई नोटिस नहीं आई, कुछ पता नहीं चला कि क्या हो रहा है। रिस्पेक्ट है, बहुत अच्छी है। यहाँ पे जो जनरल समझ में आता है कि हर आदमी का एक इंटरफेरेंस है, एक आदमी का, आज एआई का जमाना है, आज कोई किसी तरह की कोई नोटिस देने की, लोगों के क्या जाने की, अगर वो प्रथा खत्म हो जाएगी तो उससे जो एनर्जी उनकी जो खराब हो रही है, जो उनको कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आता है। पहले जमाने में क्या था, हम 10-20 साल पहले देखते थे एंटरप्रेन्योर के पास अगर 1 लाख है तो 2 लाख की वो रिस्क लेता था। आज एक टेंडेंसी बनती जा रही है कि उसके पास 1 लाख है तो 50 लाख वो रिजर्व में रख देता है, वो बोलता है मेरी सिक्योरिटी के लिए, और 50 आधा पैसा वो लगाता है। वो का वो मेंटल, जब तक कि आदमी जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है, रिस्क लेने की जो कैपेबिलिटी जो इंडियन में फंडामेंटल थी, इंडिया में क्या है, एक तो टेक्नोलॉजी का जो माइंडसेट है, आज सारी दुनिया बोलते हैं उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। दूसरा, बिजनेस करने की एबिलिटी, बिजनेस को आगे बढ़ाने की एबिलिटी वो इंडियन लोगों में है। उसको आप जितना आगे बढ़ाएंगे, उसको पावर ऑफ इग्नोरेंस आपको लाना पड़ेगा, बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट बिजनेस वालों को देना पड़ेगा, सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन करना पड़ेगा। आज हमारे पास, हम कहाँ इतने कानून को करेंगे। आज तक जो भी माइंस अलॉट होती हैं या ऑक्शन में बिकती हैं, वो खुलते खुलते 5 साल लग जाता है। मेरे को लगता नहीं 2-4 महीने खुली होंगी, कि वो ये नहीं कि अफसर लोग अपना काम कर रहे हैं, उस काम के पिता ही आपको देखना पड़ेगा कि आप रूल बुक बना दें। और जैसे इनकम टैक्स में होता है, जैसे सेल टैक्स और एक्साइज में होता है, सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन हो जाए तो काम जल्दी आगे बढ़े। आज हम भूखे नहीं मरना चाहते। आज हिंदुस्तान में 60% जो इंपोर्ट हो रहा है वो जमीन के नीचे का हो रहा है। अगर $800 बिलियन अगर इंपोर्ट हो रहा होगा टोटल, और ये हमारी क्षमता होगी, उसमें आधा से ज्यादा सारी चीजें नीचे से आ रही हैं। और आप सबको मालूम है कि हिंदुस्तान की जो जियोलॉजी है वर्ल्ड की बेस्ट जियोलॉजी है।
अनिल जी,
हमारे पास सब कुछ है।
अनिल जी, एक बात समझाइए कि भारत ने कई बारी ऑयल और गैस के ब्लॉक्स का ऑक्शन किया, प्राइवेट सेक्टर की कंपनीज आई, KG-D6, आई एम श्योर एवरीबडी इन दिस हॉल नोज अबाउट द KG-D6 स्टोरी। डज इंडिया नॉट हैव enough oil and gas, or is not enough being done to explore it and extract it? क्या सरकारी कंपनीज का इस पे कब्जा है और वो काम तेजी से नहीं कर पा रहे हैं?
बहुत अच्छी बात है। इसमें 2-3 बातें जो मेरे समझ में आती है। मिडिल ईस्ट की जो कंट्रियां हैं, बाहर के लोग जो हैं वो किसी भी हालत में नहीं चाहते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान अपना ऑयल एंड गैस बनाए। वो पाइपलाइनें लगा रहे हैं, बड़े बड़े टैंकर्स लगा रहे हैं। वो चाहते नहीं है कि हिंदुस्तान सेल्फ सफिशिएंट हो। वो अपने तेल और गैस का करेंगे क्या? ये बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है। दूसरा, उन्होंने ही, अगर मेरे को ऐसा शक लगता है, मेरे को ऐसा भय लगता है, दिन में ऐसा दिमाग में आता है, शायद उन्होंने कुछ ऐसा प्लान कर दिया कि एक भी वेल खुले नहीं। आप देखिए, हमारे यहाँ डीजीटीडी थी। जब डीजीटीडी थी तो सारा काम डीजीटी, आप लोगों का शायद आइडिया होगा, डीजीटीडी थी, गवर्नमेंट ने उसको स्क्रैप कर दिया, जो करती जा रही है। उसके बाद काम हो गया। अब हमारे यहाँ भी कोई भी जो एजेंसियां हैं वो सपोर्टिव एजेंसी हो जाए, नॉट रेगुलेटर। रेगुलेटर तो आपके सबसे बड़ी जरूरत है हमारी गरीबी मिटानी, हमारा इंपोर्ट कम करना, हमको ज्यादा से ज्यादा एम्प्लॉयमेंट देना, वो सब खाली मैन्युफैक्चरिंग माइनिंग से ही आएगा। टेक्नोलॉजी भी जो आ रही है वो भी वहीं लगेगी, वो भी वहीं लगेगी। हम थोड़ी रिस्क लें, सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन करें। आप जो भी रूल बनाते हैं, इनकम टैक्स में बनाते हैं, एक्साइज में बनाते हैं, उनको फॉलो करें, करने के बाद उसका असेसमेंट करें, पहले करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़े। और जितना आप कंफर्ट करते जाएंगे, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान का व्यापारी, हिंदुस्तान के लोग सक्षम हैं, जो पुरानी बातें हैं, जो उनका जो एंटरप्रेन्योरियल एटीट्यूड है, हर जगह खून वही है, वही लोग है। अब बोलते जेंजी वाले बच्चे तो आलसी है, अरे भैया वो सबसे ज्यादा काम करने वाले हैं, वो दिखाते नहीं है, वो अंदर में उनके अगर आप देखेंगे सबसे ज्यादा आउटपुट उनका है। तो ये टाइम ऐसा आ गया है कि एक बार विचार करना पड़ेगा, अपने को विचार करना पड़ेगा कि जो गवर्नमेंट का काम है गवर्नमेंट करे, और इससे बढ़िया कोई गवर्नमेंट हो नहीं सकती है जो कि आगे बढ़ के काम कर रही है और करे। इसके अलावा आपके पास कोई उपाय है ही नहीं। ये बात पक्का तय हो गई है कि हमारे पास सफिशिएंट गोल्ड है, हमारे पास सफिशिएंट हाइड्रोकार्बन है, हमारे पास सफिशिएंट कॉपर है, हमारे पास सफिशिएंट बॉक्साइट है, हमारे पास कोई ऐसी चीज, हमारे पास यूरेनियम का सबसे ज्यादा भंडार हमारे यहाँ है। अब इन बातों को रहते हुए अगर हम अपने यंगस्टर को, एंटरप्रेन्योर को, टाइम आ गया है, एआई का जमाना है। पुराने जमाने में तो 1 माइल का गड्ढा करना पड़ता था, आज तो आप 1 फीट में वो चीज कर सकते हैं। वो एआई का जो सबसे ज्यादा जो सब, आप अगर आप बाहर, कल भी हमने वो पैलेंटाइन बोल के एक बहुत बड़ी कंपनी है अमेरिका की, उससे मैं बात कर रहा था। वो एरिक ने 12 साल में 400 बिलियन की कंपनी बना ली। वो बोलता है हमारे यहाँ सबसे ज्यादा इंडियन बच्चे हैं। वो बोलता है सारे बच्चे हमारे 22 से 24 साल के हैं, उनसे मैं काम कराता हूँ। तो जब ऐसी बातें हो रही, हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते? हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी भी जबरदस्त हैं। इस तरह की बात है तो सिस्टम में जब तक सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन, इज्जत, जो काम करने वाले हैं उनको भय जरा सा भी नहीं रहना चाहिए। उनको इज्जत जितनी आप देंगे, उनके साथ आप घूमेंगे, उनके साथ काम करेंगे, उनको गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर में जाना नहीं पड़े, उनका टाइम वेस्ट नहीं होवे, वो सारा काम ऑटो पायलट पे हो, उनका सारा का सारा जोर काम में ही लगा रहे। बड़े आदमी बड़ा काम करेंगे, मिडिल वाले मिडिल काम करेंगे, छोटे वाले जो हैं वो अपना काम करेंगे, वो बड़े होते जाएंगे। आप देखिए देश में होगा ही होगा। लड़कियां हमारी जो हिंदुस्तान में काम कर रही हैं, उनका कोई जवाब नहीं। मैं अपनी कंपनी में बोल सकता हूं, आज हमारे हिंदुस्तान का सबसे ज्यादा मैं टैक्स भरता हूं और हमारे यहाँ 2 लाख लोग काम करते हैं। 33% लड़कियां हमारे काम करती हैं, उनकी प्रोडक्टिविटी बेटर है।
राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज। अनिल जी, आपने ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात की, और क्योंकि आपने हिंदुस्तान जिंक या भारत एल्युमिनियम जैसी कंपनीज खरीदी, आप राजस्थान में, मुझे नहीं पता यहाँ कितने लोगों को पता है, आई एम श्योर पीपल नो दिस, but this is perhaps the only private sector company that I know of who has a viable production just hundreds of kilometers from Delhi of oil, and it is not an easy task to do. But मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, अगर सरकार, हालांकि इस सरकार में डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट को लेके कई लोग सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि कितनी होनी चाहिए, अगर सरकार ओएनजीसी या ऑयल सेक्टर की किसी कंपनी को डिसइन्वेस्ट करना चाहें, तो क्या वेदांता ग्रुप उसके लिए बिडर होगा?
हम लोग तो बिजनेसमैन, हम दुकान खोल के बैठे हैं। हमारे दादाजी यही बोलते थे कि जब दुकान खुली है 2 तरह का, जब आदमी भूखा रहता है तो भाग कर कहीं से ऑर्डर लाता है, कहीं से कहां से इंक्वायरी, कहां माल बेच सकता है। जब वो व्यवस्थित हो गया तो अपनी दुकान खोल के बैठ जाता है। किसी ग्राहक, कोई भी ग्राहक आता है वो भगवान के समान समझता है। कोई भी अगर ऐसी कोई अपॉर्चुनिटी आएगी उसको हम जरूर देखेंगे।
चलिए, ये आपने अच्छी बात कही, बट मैं आपसे दूसरे तरीके से यही प्रश्न पूछता हूं, क्या ये समय आ गया है कि भारत सरकार को ऑयल एंड गैस सेक्टर में निजी क्षेत्र की कंपनीज को और ज्यादा बढ़ावा देना चाहिए? और आपने बात ये 2-3 बारी अभी तक कही कि सरकार को केवल सरकार का काम करना चाहिए और बिजनेस से थोड़ा शायद विड्रॉ करना चाहिए। इज इट टाइम फॉर द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, बिकॉज ऑफ द ऑनगोइंग वेस्ट एशिया हॉर्मुज स्ट्रेट ब्लॉकेड, to adopt a new policy towards oil and gas sector, sir?
और कोई चारा ही नहीं है। या तो आप गरीब के गरीब बने रहिए, इन लोगों के मिडिल ईस्ट वालों के चक्कर में आप जिंदगी भर रहिए, 100 साल तक उनका तेल खरीदते रहिए, गैस खरीदते रहिए, या अपना बनाइए। देखिए, आप जाके देखिए, मेरा सपना है हर एंटरप्रेन्योर 5 करोड़ में आज ड्रिलिंग मशीन लगा सकता है। गवर्नमेंट के पास जाए, किस एरिया में ड्रिलिंग पोटेंशियल है, वहां जाके वो रिस्क ले और ड्रिलिंग चालू करे, और ड्रिलिंग में जो माल निकलेगा, ड्रिलिंग के बाद जो एक्सप्लोरेशन करेगा, फिर ऑयल उसमें से निकालेगा, गैस निकालेगा। आजकल सारे सिस्टम बने हुए हैं, ट्रांसपोर्ट आती है, वो आके उनका तेल और गैस ले जाती है। इतना स्मूथ चलता है इंडिया में, ये पोटेंशियल है और ये होगा, और इसके अलावा आपके पास कोई चारा नहीं है। जैसे आप देख रहे हैं, गरीबों के पास में उनके हाथ में पैसा पहुंच गया, वो इम्पॉसिबल था होना। उनको मेडिकल की सुविधा हो गई, ये इम्पॉसिबल था, बीच में आधा पैसा रह जाता था। अब ये काम होना ही पड़ेगा कि इंटरप्रेन्योरियल को आगे बढ़ाना है। बड़े लोग जो हों, बाहर के लोग हैं, यहाँ के लोग हैं, कोलैबोरेशन करें, बड़ी कंपनी लें, बड़ी चीज को देखें, 10-20 बिलियन डॉलर लगाएं, आगे बढ़े। इंडिया के अलावा और जगह कहाँ है पैसा लगाने की? इतना पैसा बाहर में पड़ा हुआ है, लेकिन आप कंफर्ट कीजिए, वो किसी भी हालत में डायरेक्ट आके काम नहीं कर सकते हैं। हमारे बिजनेसमैन के साथ में उनको काम करना पड़ेगा, और बिजनेसमैन को ये कंफर्ट कराना पड़ेगा गवर्नमेंट को कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट में कोई इंटरफेरेंस नहीं है, सब सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन है, कानून सारे बनाए हुए हैं, उनको आप अच्छी तरह से फॉलो कीजिए और आप काम को करते जाइए।
I hope this audience here is taking note of the fact that one of the biggest industrialists in the world is repeatedly talking about opening up, trusting business to do business, and not over control. When he speaks about self-certification, when he speaks about the potential of Indian entrepreneurs, I think this is a story that will resonate with all in this room, particularly the corporate executives, many of whom that we see. सर, अब थोड़ा सा पक्ष, क्योंकि मुद्दा ये बहुत गर्म है, बहुत ज्वलंत मुद्दा है, बहुत बड़ा विषय है। ये जिस प्रकार की जंग चल रही है, किसी ने शायद ये एस्टिमेट भी नहीं किया था कि कभी हॉर्मुज स्ट्रेट को ब्लॉक किया जाएगा। आप तेल के क्षेत्र को, उसकी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन को बहुत अच्छे से समझते हैं। वॉर के समय पे हम अपनी एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी कैसे संरक्षित कर सकते हैं? हाउ कैन वी प्रोटेक्ट आवर एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी at this ongoing time of war? What is your immediate policy suggestion?
मैं इतना इस बात को इतना नहीं समझता हूं, लेकिन ये मैं जानता हूं कि ये इज ए डिप्लोमेटिक, वी हैव टू वर्क, बिकॉज हमारे पास केजी वसीन में जो भी हमारे एग्जिस्टिंग है, हमने भी अपने लोगों को बोला है कि चिंता नहीं करो, आप प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाओ। आपको कोई परमिशन लेनी है, उसको एक बार आप ताक पे रखो, आगे बढ़ के प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाओ, और प्रोडक्शन बढ़ेगा। केजी वसीन में जो जिनके पास जो लाइसेंस हैं, वो उनको फ्री हैंड दें, वो शॉर्ट टर्म में थोड़ा प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा सकते हैं। उसके बाद आपको जो अपनी जो कूटनीतिक लोग हैं, वो डिप्लोमेटिक वे से जैसे भी करेंगे, अपने को मिडिल टर्म में, शॉर्ट टर्म में अपने को डिपेंडेंस बाहर से रहेगी ही, क्योंकि it will take only few years. The moment government understand that how important is import, and they understand how to execute, they have a best of policy, but they have to make it is not risk, but they have to understand that the Indian entrepreneur, Indian people, Indian technologies people, they can do it, but they definitely do want a respect no jhanjat. They want self-certification, rule to be drawn. So they wholeheartedly take loan, raise money and do it. Short term mein, whatever I understand, everybody is doing diplomatic way. The way our Prime Minister has done the diplomacy with America, with Israel, the way he has done it, it is one of the best diplomacy has worked for India. And I'm sure for our resource sector, for oil and gas, energy, we have to do something like this.
So Anil Agarwal ji, do you think this is a short-term phenomenon, or as some experts are saying, this is going to be a long-drawn process? Are we better off right now, given the previous wars? इससे पहले वाले सेशन में हमारे पूर्व संपादकों ने इस बात का विषय रखा, शेखर गुप्ता ने भी इस बारे में बात की। ये संकट जो है, ये क्या लंबे चलने वाला है कि तर जाएगा?
हम लोग बाय एंड लार्ज जैसे फूड में सेल्फ सफिशिएंट हो गए। हमारे जब से ज्यादा आजकल शॉर्टेज ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज की है, हमारे यहाँ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स की कोई कमी नहीं है। हम लोगों को इस क्षेत्र को जितनी जल्दी से जल्दी हो खोलना चाहिए, क्योंकि एनर्जी खाली एक ऑयल एंड गैस ही नहीं है, आपके रिन्यूएबल हैं, आपके पास अल्टरनेटिव बहुत कोल है। कोल को आपको पूरी तरह से, हिंदुस्तान में जितना कोल है पूरी दुनिया में कहीं कोल नहीं है।
बट अनिल जी, पोल्यूशन भी होता है ना, ये भी तो एक चीज देखनी पड़ेगी।
ये आपके दिमाग में बैठा के रख दिया है, इसी जो ये बात जो रख दी है, उससे हमारे बच्चे खराब हो रहे हैं। वो कोल में जाना नहीं चाहते। उसके अलावा कोल में कोई पोल्यूशन नहीं है, सारी टेक्नोलॉजी सारी आ गई है। अब भूखे मर जाएंगे, घर में चूल्हा नहीं जलेगा। कोल इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट अल्टरनेटिव। उसको आप सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन देके आज की टेक्नोलॉजी से आप खोलेंगे 100%। इट इज, मैं तो खुद एनर्जी में हूं, मैं आपको बता सकता हूं कि कोई आपको एक पैसे की रिस्क, दैट इज आप जो गोद में है अपने, उससे हम काम चलाएं। हमारा कोल सेक्टर को पूरा का पूरा खोल देना चाहिए। आज भी 20 बिलियन का हम कोल इंपोर्ट करते हैं, सारा वहां पे जॉब हो रहा है जहां से हम कोला ला रहे हैं। हमारे यहाँ लोग को जॉब नहीं मिल रहा है, और वहां से हम ट्रांसपोर्ट करके यहां लेके आ रहे हैं। हमारे पास कोला इतना भरा हुआ है जिसका हिसाब नहीं है। इसको आपको जो माइंडसेट है लोगों का, जो आप लोगों ने दिमाग में लोगों को भर दिया है, मैं आपको फेलियर गिनाता हूं, मैं चेंज कर रहा हूं। इतना मैं फेलियर से गुजरा हूं, उसके बाद भी मैं खड़ा रहा, हर हालत में मैं खड़ा रहा। मेरा दिमाग था कि मैं 100 मिलियन टन आयरन ओर बनाऊं, और मैंने जितना जबरदस्त काम किया गोवा में, जो वहां पे मैंने पूरा का पूरा ब्रिज बना करके माइन से माल निकले सीधा पोर्ट में चला जाए। पोल्यूशन का बात आ गया, एनवायरनमेंट की बात आ गई। जुडिशरी को बहुत कॉशियस रहना है। उनको मैं हाथ जोड़ के नमन करता हूं कि उनके हाथ में भी बहुत कुछ है। इसे अर्जेंसी, इज ए नेचर ऑफ अर्जेंसी, कि जितनी जो भी इकोनॉमिक पहलू उनकी नजर में आते हैं, उनको पूरे देश के हिसाब से देखें। वो पूरी की पूरी गोवा बंद कर दिया गया। हम 100 मिलियन टन वहां पे आयरन ओर बना रहे थे, जीरो कर दिया गया। मैंने मद्रास एल्युमिनियम चालू की,
राइट,
वहां पे हमें बॉक्साइट नहीं मिला। मैं बोल रहा हूँ फेल्योर आफ्टर फेल्योर। उसके बाद भी एक बिहार का आदमी है, ईश्वर की कहीं ना कहीं से कृपा थी, हम खड़े रह गए।
तो अब आखिर में जो 2-3 मिनट हमारे पास बचे हुए हैं, उसमें मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूं कि क्या ये दर्द जो है, विल इट बी अ पेन पॉइंट फॉर इंडिया, और विल वी बी एबल टू मिनिमाइज इट एंड कंटेन द इम्पैक्ट?
मैं तो सिंपल बात बोलता हूं कि भैया जो व्यापारी लोग हैं वही इकोनॉमिक वाले हैं, उनको आप सपोर्ट करो, उनको इनकरेज करो, उनको किसी भी हालत में कोई इंटरफेरेंस नहीं करो। उनको जितना आप आगे बढ़ाओगे, देश आगे बढ़ेगा। अमेरिका आगे बढ़ा है, यूरोप आगे बढ़ा है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया आगे बढ़ा है, चाइना में आप जाके देखिए एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप ही है खाली। तो इसको आप आगे बढ़ाएं। और जो एग्जिस्टिंग पॉलिसी में जो हिंदुस्तान की कंपनियां हैं, जो गवर्नमेंट की कंपनियां हैं, मैं आपको पूरी सोच समझ के बोल रहा हूं कि कोई चीज की, चाहे वो तेल और गैस की हो, चाहे वो सोना हो, चाहे कॉपर हो, चाहे कोई भी चीज जो फर्टिलाइजर हो, चाहे कोयला हो, कोई भी ऐसी चीज नहीं है जो हमारे यहाँ नहीं है, उस पर विचार करके उसको खोलें। एम्प्लॉयमेंट देखिए डबल हो जाएगा, रेवेन्यू गवर्नमेंट का डबल हो जाएगा, और मैं गारंटी करता हूं कि पॉल्यूशन लेवल कम हो जाएगा।
अब प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप कह रहे हैं कि जो क्रूड ऑयल है वो $100 प्रति बैरल से कम रहने वाला है। कुछ दिन पहले 120 हो गया था, कुछ अनुमान कह रहे हैं और बढ़ेगा। ईरान ने तो 200 की बात की है। आप इस क्षेत्र को बहुत अच्छी तरह समझते हैं। मेरे दो प्रश्न हैं आपसे। पहला कि आपको क्या लगता है कि तेल के दाम कहां आके टिकेंगे? कुछ समय पहले तक जनवरी में तो 60-62 के आसपास के थे, और ये भारत के लिए बहुत बड़ी एक मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक चैलेंज बन सकता है। तो ये कहां टिकेगा? और जो ये क्लेम किया जा रहा है अमेरिका द्वारा कि $100 से कम होगा, क्या ये वैलिड है कि आपको डर है ये भाग गई बात? अब
मैं इसको एसेस नहीं कर सकता कि मार्केट क्या रहेगा, लेकिन ये जो विचार बन रहा है वो 80, 90, 100 का ही बन रहा है। 80, 90, 100 का ही बन रहा है, लेकिन वो हम लोग कुछ दूसरे हमारे एनर्जी सेक्टर है उनको बैलेंस करके कम बेसी करके, लेकिन आने वाले दिनों में पूरी दुनिया में लिख दिया गया है हाथ से कि हिंदुस्तान का कंजम्पशन ऑयल गैस का डबल होगा। और जगह बैलेंस रहेगा, लेकिन इंडिया में डबल होगा क्योंकि वहां पॉपुलेशन है। तो हमारे यहाँ।
और हम क्या 10 साल बाद भी इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंट रहेंगे कि आपको उम्मीद है कुछ बदलाव होने वाला है?
मैंने आपको बताया भंडार तो पूरा है, भगवान ने पूरे दिल खोल के हमको भंडार दिया है। अब आपके ऊपर है, आपके ऊपर है। आप आदमी को तैयार करो, आदमियों को आगे बढ़ाओ। दुनिया में पैसा भी भयंकर है, टेक्नोलॉजी भी बहुत अच्छी आ गई है। अब जितना जैसे आपने कह दिया अरे भाई कोयला खोल देंगे तो हमारा पोल्यूशन हो जाएगा, क्योंकि हमारे घर दिमाग में खोद के डाल दिया गया ये।
हमारी आप तो कॉपर भी करते थे तमिलनाडु में, वहां भी ये एलिगेशन लगी।
यही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ, ये जो बाहर वाले लोग, हम लोग को बाहर वालों से बहुत सतर्क होकर रहना है।
न्यूक्लियर प्रोजेक्ट लग रहा था दक्षिण भारत में, उस पे कई साल तक विरोध चला। बाद में पता लगा कि विदेश से पैसा आ रहा है। उस सारी जो एनजीओज की लड़ाई जो चल रही थी,
ये हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी ने इतना जबरदस्त काम किया है। ये एनजीओज को फंडिंग का जो उन्होंने काम किया है कि कुछ भी इससे बहुत फर्क पड़ा है। इसका एडवांटेज लेना चाहिए और हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योर को आगे बढ़ा करके। मैं दोबारा फिर बोलता हूँ, छोटे व्यापारी, मिडिल व्यापारी, बड़े वाले, आपकी गवर्नमेंट की कंपनियां, और जो गवर्नमेंट का सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन, जिससे कि गवर्नमेंट का इंटरफेरेंस कम से कम हो, जिससे कि काम आगे बढ़ सके।
Anil Agarwal, thank you very much for being very, very explicit in what the government of India needs to do at this time of crisis. There is pain. The government is trying to manage that pain, but this is not something that can be done in a matter of days and weeks. And perhaps it is time for us to now trust the Indian entrepreneur, as Anil Agarwal has said, to allow for self-certification, to reduce regulation, more ease of doing business, because as this crisis is teaching us, there is no alternative to आत्मनिर्भरता। अनिल जी, आप इतना लंबे दूरी से आए, लंदन से, केवल हमारे साथ ये आधा घंटा बिताने आप यहाँ पे आए, इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। One round of applause for Anil Agarwal. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Mr. Ashish Gupta, B&W Developments, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Agarwal. Do put your hands together for our esteemed guest. Thank you, Sir. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next voice is someone who has helped shape one of the most dynamic real estate stories in UAE, from starting in a modest 135 square foot office to building B&W Developments into a platform with over 32 billion AED in development value. Dr. C.A. Ankur Agarwal has led with a vision that blends discipline with bold ambition. BMW Developments also joins the India Today Conclave as a co-presenter partner this year. While he could not be with us in person, he shared a special virtual message for the conclave, reflecting on the rise of UAE real estate, a story that he says isn't just a real estate story, but it's about the rise of the entire system.
A very warm namaste to everyone who tuned in, members of the conclave and all those watching. I wish I could have been there with you in person today. There's nothing like the energy of a room full of sharp Indian minds debating breakthroughs and breakdowns. And since I could not make it physically, I thought I would show up with something meaningful. And what better topic than a journey that went from desert land to Indian dinner table debate? The story of the UAE real estate, and it isn't just a real estate story. It's the story of a system rise. This year's themes ask, are we heading toward breakthroughs or breakdowns? I believe the answer depends on one thing, whether speed outruns structure or structure supports speed. And nowhere is that more visible than in UAE. Even in the moments of regional uncertainty, the UAE reminds the world what true leadership looks like when it is tested in real times. Under the leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the president of UAE, the nation has responded with calm, clarity, and extraordinary command. Since the start of the aggression, the UAE reported 189 ballistic missiles, identifying 941 drones and 8 cruise missiles. Maximum of them has been intercepted. These are not just defense status. They're a measure of vigilance, discipline, and the remarkable capability of the UAE armed forces and national institutions that stood ready when it mattered most. Something deeply moving about that quiet certainty. It reflects not just security, but the bond between leadership, institution, and the people they protect. If there is one thing the UAE has demonstrated time and again, it is the moment of disruption do not define its future. They test it, and it rise stronger. The country has faced periods of global financial strain, pandemic uncertainty, and the climate-related disruption. Yet each time, its leadership, institutions, and the economy have responded with resilience, order, and renewed momentum. Now talking about the India-UAE relationship, which is not an emotional diplomacy today. It is the structured economics. Since the CEPA agreement in 2022, bilateral trade has crossed USD 85 billion. And is now moving towards more than $100 billion. India brings scales, the UAE brings structure. When the scale get married to structure, compounding begins. So you may think now, why this corridor is different? As a chartered accountant, I don't fall in love with the stories. I fall in love with numbers and the system. And the UAE offers that. 10-year golden visa linked to property, 100% foreign ownership, escrow protected real estate, 30% construction bank account guarantees, RERA oversight, and a lot more. Dubai now leads the world in branded residences. Rental yield remain globally competitive. And investors from India, Europe, Russia, Africa, everyone understand one thing. Clarity reduces fear. In India, we check kundlis before the marriage. In the UAE, investors check escrow accounts before the installment. That is progress. Real estate is not property. It is a capital story. When trade increases, logistics expand. When logistics expand, business reallocate. And when the businesses reallocate, people reallocate. And when the people reallocate, real estate becomes infrastructure. Just look at Ras Al Khaimah in 2024 alone. Ras Al Khaimah recorded over 35,000 crores in real estate transactions. Transactions grew over 100% year on year. Tourism revenue grew in double digits. In H1 2025 alone, over 650,000 visitors arrived. The target is 50 lakh annually by 2030. And then came Win Al Marjan, structurally topped out in just 27 months, opening in 2027. This is sequencing, not speculation. And when we were positioned in Al Marjan Island, prices were 15,750 to 16,000, let's say, per square feet. Today, they are traded at 3 times the original cost. 3 times. In Ras Al Khaimah today, rental yields average 6 to 8% appreciation running, 13 to 14% year on year. Off-plan dominates more than 80% of the transaction. And beyond numbers, there's psychology. There are 35 lakhs plus Indian in the UAE who are making the most money out of their money here in the UAE, with thousands more to come. And here's something I deeply believe. ROI is not only return on investments, it is return on individuals. If investors feel secure, market grows. If teams feel trusted, companies scale. And if residents feel proud, communities strengthen. The UAE has moved from selling units to building live, work, play ecosystem. Today, RAC Central positioning itself as a commercial hub attracting Fortune 500 presence. When hospitality integrates with commerce, rental resilience increases. That's why we launched Radisson Blue hotels and residences there. Now let's come to SEPA and real estate multiplier in real estate terms. SEPA stands for Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. But if you ask the Desi side of me, it stands for Chinta ko ekdam pura alvida. SEPA reduces friction. Reduced tariffs increases trade. Trade increases logistic corridors. Logistic corridors create industrial clusters, and clusters create housing demand. Our own journey mirrors the market. We started from a 135 square feet office. Today, B&W manages 70,000 crores in GDV across 28 plus assets. Tier 1 contractors like Massage Man Construction, China Railways, escrow-linked milestone releases 30% bank guarantee. Largest private developer in Russell Khema. For me, scale is easy. Staying grounded while scaling, that is real work. My advice to Indian investors would be don't chase peaks, enter early cycle. Russell Khema today is where parts of Dubai were 10 to 15 years ago. If you have 3 to 5 year holding power, capital discipline, developer due diligence, this corridor can multiply. Protect trust more fiercely than margin. And let me end with this. The new Silk Route is not about geography, it's about trust. And when trust compounds, breakdown fade. The goal is not to be big. The goal is to be trustworthy, intentional, and global alongside our existing strong foothold in the UAE. Oha. And don't just come for the number. Come for a kadak chai, and I promise you the ROI on the tea is as good as the real estate. आप convince हो गए या मैं और थोड़ा number निकालूं? अगर आप convince हो गए हो तो मिलते हैं दुबई में. Habibi, come to Dubai. Until then, this is Ankur Agarwal, Chairman and Founder of B&W Developments. Signing off. Thank you and Jai Hind.
All right, with that message, we break for lunch from Beirut to Bharat, all the delicacies there served at the Shah Jahan Hall.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवाओं में फिजाओं में नजारों में इशारे संग हो जाती हो मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
in these tumultuous times in terms of investments. The stock market is down, but what is going to be stable? Will it be gold? All those questions answered. For those of you who've heard gold, come in and grab yourself a seat, and we have the best expert right here in the house. I request all of you to come back into those at the back. Come up front, get yourself a seat, and let's get into our next post-lunch session. And hopefully with the advice that we get coming up, the post-lunch sleepy blues would be masked with that. Okay, to take it from here, our post-lunch session, Wellness Surge, the new mind, body, nature equation, sponsored. All right, so that is our other session later on, but moving on to our post-lunch session, Gold in an Uncertain World. And to take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage Sakshi Batra, Senior Associate Editor and Anchor, Business Today TV.
Thank you so much, Preeti. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hope you've had a wonderful lunch. And I promise that this is a session that you don't want to miss. Because if there is one question that all of us have asked in the last 1 year, to our family members, to our friends, maybe to our colleagues at offices, is all about gold and where is it really headed. And we have just the right person to talk about gold, to talk about investments, and what should you be really truly invested in the times of a VUCA world that we are living in. That's something that we're going to be focusing on. Remember, gold has already rallied 75% in the last 1 year. It's been a record year of sorts. In fact, 56 records is what gold made in the last 1 year as well. So we're going to be finding out whether this record rally can continue for gold. So please put your hands together to welcome my guest, Mr. Sachin Jain, Regional CEO, World Gold Council. Thank you so much, Sachin, for joining in. So Sachin, we're still living in an uncertain world. We still have a lot of wars going on. We have policy uncertainty. Probably everything that could go wrong with the world in the last couple of years has gone wrong. And maybe that is one reason why gold has really rallied as a safe haven asset, as it is believed to be. But I want to understand from you, where do we go from here? Can gold continue to outperform all the other asset classes that it has over the last couple of years, even in the year 2026?
Thank you, Sakshi. Thanks for having me on. And as I was sharing with you that I've been a part of the India Today Conclave for very many years, as sitting in the audience and observing, I'm really elated, and at World Gold Council, me and my entire team are really proud to be at this platform and sharing our perspective on gold. Now, you talked about what's really happening in the world of gold, and I think it's important to understand the functionality of gold and the reasons why we consume gold. 30 years back, geographically and sectorally, it was a very different consumption. And today, it's a very different way of the world of gold. 30 years back, central banks were net sellers, and the main consumption reason of gold used to be jewelry, right? And Western markets used to consume, Italy used to consume, and so on and so forth. Fast forwarded to today, geographically, the developing markets are consuming over 70% of gold. Sectorally, about 20 to 22% of the gold is used by central banks, and that's connected to the question that you asked. About 30% is jewelry, about 42% is investment demand, and about 10% is coming from the technological sector. You know, all the systems of renewable energy use gold, all your phones use gold, and as AI gets more and more democratized, the faster chips are using gold. So it's a very important, diverse usage. Now, to your point, what's really happening in the current world of flux? And yes, the geopolitics impacts, but I think the structural world of today in terms of the global debt today crossing $37 trillion and the fiat currency getting printed left, right, and center, I think the confidence on those currencies are lesser, and hence the sheer importance of gold tends to be higher. And we've seen that witness, not just in the last year, but almost the last 2 years, where this rally picked up, led by central banks in 2024 and later by the investment demand in 2025.
Right. So I think one question that everybody has in their minds right now is to find out whether this is the right time to buy gold. What would you say? Have we already seen its peak right now, or will we see after an interim break it's cooled off from its record high levels, but still at an expensive 1.6 lakh rupees per 10 grams? So what should we do?
I think if you look at the rate of gold, I mean, for example, and we were talking about India, 25 years back, 10 grams of gold was 4,000 rupees. Even then it was expensive. Even then as a nation, we consumed about 800 tons, left somewhat around that time. And we continue to be at the same level, essentially because what's happening in India and how the wealth in India is going up as well. And we've seen at World Gold Council and our research that every time 1% income or the wealth in the hands of Indians goes up, we see a 0.9% increase in the demand of gold. So that's been consistent. But I think in the current context, the investment demand is very strong, and that's to do with what's happening to gold as a rally, but also the reserves of the world. I mean, about 3 years back, the global reserves, about 78% were in US-backed currency-led schemes and deposits. Now that's down to 50%. And that's to do with almost de-domiciling of wealth of every nation. It's to do with how geopolitics is panning out. Wars, of course, lead it. But as I said, structurally, the world is a very different place.
But do you see gold prices also edging lower from where they are? Do you see the prices of 1 lakh rupees per 10 grams coming at all ever or below that? Or will we only see gold prices edge up from where they are?
I think what can happen in the future, who knows? But I think if you look at the gold price in tandem today and the pillars on which gold prices are built on, and if you talk about scenarios, if the US leadership and the China leadership and the Russian leadership really fall in love with each other, the world becomes a perfect place with peace and harmony, yes, gold prices perhaps will come down as one of the reasons. But I think in a more realism world where we as a humanity, we almost are now used to having some kind of a confusion happening in some part of the world. The reasons why, and particularly central banks for last year, we witnessed that smaller countries, smaller central banks have been accumulating gold. So I think from that perspective, I see that the pillars on which gold prices are built on are very strongly and in favor of gold. However, gold, you have to look at from a very long-term view, stay on with it. As World Gold Council, we've always talked about gold as a great diversifier of your portfolio. About 10 to 15% tends to be a good level by which your portfolio's health goes up. But what's happened in the last 2 years in particular, that's the only reason where we saw a plus. But I think as a good diversifier, as a hedge, as a safe haven, there are a lot of qualities of gold that in today's time make more relevance in holding gold.
So 75% run in the previous year. How much can it run it this year?
Well, I can't give a number as World Gold Council, but I think, again, from a long-term perspective, this certainly has the potential to go further up. And again, as I said, the demand isn't a speculation. Demand, as I've laid out in the beginning, is sectoral driven. Central banks are buying for very strategic reasons of why gold and what it matters to a nation. Financial investors are buying gold for what it does as returns. Technological reasons are very new. And, if you go back in time, 20 years back, a lot of our films and a lot of our people had golden teeth and tooth. Of course, that's gone. But the usage of gold and technology is here to stay. And lastly, the jewelry demand. And I think in India, jewelry and gold is a part of our social fabric. All of us have gold. All of us have been owning it, representing, our life, our history, how we pass it from one generation to the other. It's heirloom. And I think all those elements, even for the current context of millennials and Gen Z, are relevant. There's a lot of work happening in the gold sector in India. Ours is the first country in the world where every jewelry piece has to have a mandatory hallmarking, which talks about the purity of gold. I mean, that's the steps that brings in more transparency. And I think all sectors have a relevance. So it's not one sector driven, and hence the practical application of gold and perhaps the pillars of gold stay very strong in tandem.
So you rightly pointed out, India and Indians, Indian households are always blamed to be probably obsessed with gold. We currently hold about 30,000 to 35,000 tons of gold that actually makes up for almost 11% of world's total gold. So would you say that Indians are obsessed with gold, or have we been the smartest investors of all, looking at the returns?
Totally the smartest investors in the world. And I think the Indian housewife should be given that award of being the smartest investor, not for decades, but millennia and for I don't know how many years. And what she's done is she's not just bought wealth for her family and hedonism for her family, but she's truly got wealth and solidness to our nation in some way. So certainly, yes.
Not just households, I would say now increasingly central banks around the world are getting obsessed with gold. They're rising their, gold reserves. Indian Central Bank also has risen its own gold reserves, which now constitute almost 16 to 17% of our forex reserves, which used to be just about 6 to 7% a decade ago. So we can say that the central banks are also betting big on gold right now. Can you help us understand at this point in time, what are the implications of raising this figure from the central bank's holding? Is it a prudent decision looking at this uncertain world right now, or could there be any risks of that as well?
Institutional investment on gold has been going up rampantly. And I think the reasons, of course, for central banks are slightly more strategic, certain more critical about where the nation stands. There's a lot of de-domiciling that happens. So you would have heard how RBI has moved our gold back to our nation. And I think those are the scenes that we see. But any institution is looking at any other financial investor or an asset manager. And hence the role of gold cannot be in today's time nullified. So those are the relevant scenes. But also what's happening, if you look at the future, and at least all the sophisticated central banks, and as World Gold Council, we do a lot of work with central banks closely, we see that gold itself will transform into a very technological savvy asset backed by blockchain. It'll be fungible, accessible, authentic. So it'll behave in the coming time as any contemporary asset class. And I think with that, the whole, gold, which was known to be a sleepy asset, opaque, you don't know what's going on. I think all those elements are going to go away, and it's going to behave, sitting on your portfolio as importantly and next to any other asset class.
What would you say is the best form of holding gold in case one is very big as an investment class right now? Like you pointed out, Indian households have been having some sort of jewelry as gold exposure. And only recently, the investment aspect has been brought in that you need to have 10 to 15% of your overall portfolio in gold. And that does not have to be jewelry. That has to be other forms, maybe exchange traded funds. It was sovereign gold bonds up until now, maybe gold mutual funds. What do you think is the best form of holding gold right now?
Well, globally, for example, last year, the traded value of gold crossed about $225 billion per day. Now, that if you translate in INR terms, it's about 18,70,000 crores of gold that got transacted on a daily basis, which makes gold as the most liquid asset on planet Earth. So that's what.
To put it into context, Reserve Bank of India currently has about $100 billion worth of gold. Is that right?
Yes.
So put it in that context.
Number. And that's the value of gold that got transacted on a daily basis. Now look at India from perspective. The investment demand of gold is going up dramatically. The move is moving from physical to digital, and that's not to do with the sophistication of gold in particular, but also the youngsters that are driving this demand. And today traditionally we wanted to hold gold, put it under the bed and sit on top of it. Today, consumers are very comfortable sitting that your assets are holding on a digital screen. So I think digital reasons of consumption are going to go up. You mentioned about ETFs, the exchange traded funds backed by physical gold, which is a great form of investment, which is regulated by SEBI. Every time you put 1 rupee or you put 100 crore rupees on that, it's backed by physical gold. But also, I wouldn't want to deter even the relevance of jewelers in our country and how physical gold is important, how jewelry is important. And as I was mentioning about mandatory hallmarking, the issues about purity are lesser, and consumers are looking at buying different avenues, and there'll be different solutions. We believe the rural India, which still drives about 40% of Indian demands comes from rural India, will have different ways of that solution. And I would say welcome to this world of gold. Look at all elements, whatever works for you, go in that. But products like ETF, which are backed by a regulatory backing of SEBI, are great forms of investment. And you buy jewelry, which is great to adorn and feel good as well.
One more aspect is of how silver is being now talked about as the new gold. We've seen in the last 1 year how silver prices have overshadowed gold returns as well. We saw silver prices rise up to 4 lakh rupees a kilo, now down to 2.7 lakh rupees a kilo. What is it that about silver that you can tell us? Do you see silver outshining gold in the next 1 decade?
Well, I'm not an expert in silver, but what I've been reading about silver has been that the whole rally of silver was being bet on the fact of industrial usage of silver in different forms of solar and other energy systems. Now, the problem is that at this level, or the levels that you mentioned, about 4.5 lakh rupees per kilo, at that levels of pricing, those industrial usages don't seem to be, logical. And hence, they were promises that were long-term, not standing on their feet. So I'm not an expert in silver. And hence, I think what we've seen as the rallies of silver, I think there was also momentum created where everybody had that FOMO, or if I've not gone into gold or silver, I should get into it. But I think my only advice to any investor would be that look at gold and perhaps even silver from a long-term lens, what you can hold, how you can rally with it, because these are assets for long-term and holding, and they will then start performing better health to your own portfolio.
So you talk about long term, and I wanted to bring up this figure. 10 years ago, if we looked at the gold price, it was somewhere around 29,000 rupees per 10 grams. Today, it's at 1,60,000 rupees per 10 grams. It's a whopping 460% return that you've actually seen over the last decade. Do you see such kind of returns replicating over the next 10 years? Are the situations and the triggers enough to propel the gold in a way we've seen in the last 10 years? And do you see even more coming in as far as the factors are concerned?
As World Gold Council, we don't project a number, but what I can really say is that the sectoral usage is an important consideration, because it's not somebody betting. It's a real usage for strategic reasons, for nations, for financial investors, for technology. And I think jewelry, which as 30 years back was the only reason to consume, is also going through a flux in terms of making products, making more brands, and so on and so forth. So I think one is that element. The other important element is that when you look at India from a long-term perspective, we're talking about all of us marching towards a very important destination laid out by a respectable Prime Minister of Viksit Bharat 2047, where there will be more wealth in the hands of Indians. When we say our $4.5 trillion economy has the potential to get to $30 trillion economy, it basically means that the wealth in every Indian hands and every Indian will be more. And we've seen, as I said, that consumption, there's a lot of India that still aspires to own gold, which will have the real ways to do it. So I think there are a lot of long leads why gold's consumption has an opportunity to expand on in different sectors, and hence the confidence on gold has to be in the culmination of all these sectors. And hence it's no betting, and hence I cannot sort of put a number, but the pillars are very strongly in favor of what gold is.
Give me like a percentage kind of a return that we can expect, if not a figure. Give me like, what can we expect? Compared to equities, we always see it averaging at around 12%, 15% on an annualized basis. What can we expect on gold?
Well, as I said, I can't put a number, but I think I also believe that the numbers of last year that we saw 75% perhaps won't repeat and shouldn't get repeated, because they impact the essence of gold from a consumption perspective in a negative manner, because you say, should I bet on it? Because gold is a structural long-term diversifier. And as an investor, if you look at inclusion of gold from a strategic perspective, and you can decide the percentage, 5, 20, 15, depending on your risk capability, but what it does to your health of your portfolio is long-term.
Okay, let me also ask for, from the perspective of a larger view of our audiences who are watching us on TV as well. 2 decades ago, when an average investor put, say, 1 lakh rupees in 3 baskets, one was gold, one was fixed deposits, and the third one was equities. So in fixed deposit, what we've seen is that 1 lakh rupee has grown to about 4.5 lakh rupees. In equities, that 1 lakh rupee in that last 2 decades period has gone up to, say, somewhere around 10 to 15 lakh rupees. But in gold, here's where you hold on your breath. 1 lakh rupees has turned out to be 35 lakh rupees in the last 2 decades. Now you tell me, over the next 2 decades, you pointed out to Viksit Bharat 2047, a goal that we are all looking forward to, when we are aspiring to be a developed nation. How do we see our own personal wealth grow over the next 2 decades if we bank on all these 3 assets?
The future of gold is going to be very interesting, and particularly for our nation. At World Gold Council, we are on this project called the Swarnim Udan 2047, where we're working alongside with policymakers, with futurists as to what could be the role of gold as we move forward. Today, about 1.5% of the GDP comes from gold. We employ about 6 million people in the sector. And we think that if this has to be done, under this project, we have a clear roadmap of what gold will do in 2047 and deliver in 2047, with exactly a clear roadmap by 2040, 2035, 2030, and what we as a gold industry need to start doing today. And just to share with you a few things of some very interesting elements of what's come out of that, we think that if the right triggers are pressed over the next decade, about 1/3 of the gold that we consume in our nation will come from our own gold with our mining. Connected to that, as you mentioned, some 25 to 30,000 tons of gold that is sitting in the households will come to a productive use as a nation by privatization, by usage of technology. We think that India will be the jeweler to the world, where we won't be the net importer, but also a value-added net exporter out there. Fourthly, we think that while we're such a large consumer, we have no say, almost no say in the price making of gold. We are a price taker. And we think if the right reforms are done in the banking sector, we will be an important player on price making of gold. And lastly, I think we also believe that as a sector, as India, there'll be gold tourism where you'll be amplifying, with thumb temples, with artisans, all this recognition of the phenomenal handcraft that is there in India will get recognition. And we will be the center of gold tourism in the world.
You're saying more mining will happen in India and we will have our own gold to look at, and import bills will also fall?
So yes, there's a lot of conversations happening by which the transformation in the mining sector will result into one, of course, amplifying mining, also resulting into attraction
enough
of...
reserves?
Sorry?
In India, do we have enough reserves?
There is an indication that we have a lot of reserves, but I think there is a reformation required in the way by which foreign direct investment come into the sector. That's one, and we have to relook at how the scanning has been done. I mean, if you look at the sectoral area, China about 20 years back was exactly like us, a net importer of gold. Today, after 20 years, China is the largest mining producer of gold. And I think there's a lot of potential if the right triggers are pressed. You will see that we'll be very proudly wearing our own gold and investing on our own gold.
Bottom line, now for all our viewers who are sitting here, gold, silver, equities, what should they buy today? For say a 10-year, 20-year horizon, what should they park their maximum money into right now?
Well, I think it's totally your take in terms of where you sit on risk taking and all of those things, but have gold. Gold is an important diversifier. It's a great hedge. It's an important perspective of what's happening within gold in the years to come. So decide your percentage, whether it's 5, 10, 15, but get away from a perception that I own gold, but really calculate how much you have it and have a scientific approach.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jain, for being
Absolutely
with
a pleasure.
us.
No,
Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I hope this has given you some clarity as to your own personal investment goals as well. Thank you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Mr. Vivek Kumar Singh, Senior VP, Vice President, UTI Mutual Fund, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to our esteemed guest. Well, let's move on. If you've got your lowdown on where to invest, where not to invest, is gold the future? What is the outlook? Let's move on to some fun. For our next session, live rap, Punjab's Queen sets the stage on fire. I want to call upon our session's moderator, Mr. Vikrant Gupta, Senior Managing Editor and Head of Sports Stuck, on stage to introduce to you our young talent. Just so our viewers know, our next guest on stage has a superb personal story, which I'm sure my colleague Vikrant will speak of. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for some Punjabi rap.
Because he couldn't pull me if he wanted to.
You heard about the gully boy. We've got the gully girl here. She's Paramjeet Kaur, 19, from Punjab, and a sensation. Paramjeet ji, apa Punjabi च गल करनी है, हिंदी च करनी है, अंग्रेजी च करनी है? पंजाबी सब समझते हैं ना? Other than the music, बातचीत,
हिंदी और पंजाबी मिक्स करनी है। मैं आपको सिर्फ इतना बताना चाहूंगा कि परमजीत की जो जर्नी है वो एक उस सपने वाली ही थी। परमजीत, मैं चाहूंगा कि आप खुद बताएं किस बैकग्राउंड से आप आती हैं, अपने परिवार के बारे में, और ये अचानक से जो सपना हकीकत में बदला कैसे?
ऐसे मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि जो ਵਧੀਆ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਵਾ ਉਹ ਆਪੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ, ਪਤਾ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਦੋਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ। ਮੈਂ ਗਈ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਦੇ ਦੋਸਤ ਨਾਲ ਸੀਗੀ ਲਾਈਕ ਸਾਈਫਰ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਹਿਤਾ ਵੀ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਗਾ ਲਾ। ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਡੇ आई जस्ट सॉ कि रील गॉट वायरल। सो
रील कौन सी वाली थी?
रील थी, मैंने गाना गाया था, एक इंग्लिश और पंजाबी मिक्स था।
इंग्लिश और पंजाबी मिक्स?
या पता नहीं क्या था,
आपको याद भी नहीं है? तो इन्होंने एक जगह वो गाना गाया, आपकी रील वायरल हो गई, बट आप बचपन से गाती तो थी ना, वो गाने का शौक कैसे हुआ?
जब मैं छोटी सी थी तो स्कूल में था एक कोई फंक्शन, उन्होंने बोला कि आपको पार्ट लेना है, सब बहुत बच्चों का, लेकिन मेरे को गाना है ना। तो तब से मेरा स्टार्ट हुआ था, बचपन से गा रही हूँ वैसे तो मैं।
बचपन से गा रही हैं जी। अभी आप क्या कर रहे हो परम जी?
अभी मैं म्यूजिक कर रही हूँ और साथ में स्टडी भी।
19 साल आपकी उम्र है। मैं सिर्फ आपसे पिछले 12 महीने में आपकी जो जिंदगी बदली है उसके बारे में जानना चाहता हूँ।
जिंदगी बदली है तो काफी बदली है। पहले तो मेरे को लगता है कि जब आप कुछ सोचते हो कि हमको ये करना है और वो आप कर लेते हो, तब आपको लगता है कि बदल गया है सब, अब मैंने कर लिया है। तो मेरा ऐसा नहीं था। आई वाज ऑलवेज कि मेरे को पढ़ना है, मेरे को जॉब करना है, लेकिन मेरे को आई थिंक म्यूजिक चोज मी, तो मैं म्यूजिक में आ गई। अब मेरे को लगता है कि मेरे को म्यूजिक करना है। म्यूजिक की वजह से तो मेरी लाइफ बहुत चेंज हो गई है। पहले ये तो सभी बोलते हैं कि कोई जानता नहीं था, अब सब जानते हैं ना, ये तो बहुत नॉर्मल सी लाइन है, सभी बोलते हैं। तो मेरे साथ भी ऐसा हुआ था, पर अभी ऐसा है कि पहले तो मेरे को क्राउड में जाना बहुत डर लगता था।
क्राउड नहीं लग रहा?
अभी लग रहा है, पर अब थोड़ा सा कम, कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया है, पहले से ग्रोथ हुई है काफी, और फैमिली भी खुश है अभी तो, इट्स चेंज काफी।
मैं आपको अगर ये बताऊं कि परमजीत की कहानी एक्चुअली वो उसी फिल्म गली बॉय की तरह है, हूबहू। आप अपने फादर और अपने मदर के बारे में बताएं, वो क्या करते थे और क्या करते हैं?
मेरे फादर तो लेबर करते थे।
लेबर थे?
या तो मेरी मम्मा भी घर पे काम करती थी किसी की,
मतलब हाउसमेट थी?
या।
और आप गाते थे?
हाँ, मैं गाती थी।
और जब पहली बार आपकी कोई रील वायरल हुई, लोग आपके घर आए
जी
कि यार परमजीत हूं तो गाना पड़ेगा, स्टार बनना पड़ेगा, उस वक्त घर में क्या माहौल था?
मेरे घर वाले तो सभी काम वाले हैं, तो वो सभी चले जाते हैं, घर पे कोई नहीं होता था। तो पहला रिएक्शन तो मेरे मम्मी पापा का यही था कि भाई ये तंग करते हैं, हमें काम नहीं करने देते हैं। तो बाकी उनको खुशी भी होती थी कि सभी जानते हैं, तो बस ऐसे थे, सब खुश थे।
अब तो आप मोगा जाती होंगी तो लोग वहां पे स्वागत करने के लिए आ जाते होंगे?
हाँ, होता है।
वो रील जो आपको लाइनें अगर याद हों, अगर आप यहाँ पर एक बार फिर उसको रिक्रिएट कर पाए, जिस रील से आप वायरल हुई।
मैं कोशिश करती हूँ।
कोशिश आपने देखो कोशिश की और कहां पर पहुंच गए, तो ये रील तो याद करना छोटी सी बात है।
You're the one, I'll let it never be alone. You're the one, I'll let it never be alone. Before meeting you, my heart beats as good as stone. You're the one, I'll let it never be alone. You're the one, I'll let it never be alone.
मैं तो परमजीत को अब सुन के ऐसा लग रहा है कि बॉलीवुड की वजह तो हॉलीवुड में होनी चाहिए थी आप। वहां से नहीं आया कोई कॉल अभी तक?
नहीं, अभी तक तो नहीं आया।
बॉलीवुड से आए?
आई डोंट थिंक, अभी तक तो नहीं।
आपका जब ये रील वायरल हुआ, मैंने सुना एक प्रोड्यूसर थे जो बाहर से, विदेश से आए और आपके साथ शूट करना चाहते थे।
प्रोड्यूसर जी, हाँ, मनी संधू सर।
हाँ जी।
एक्चुअली हुआ ये था कि जब ये रील वायरल हुआ तो मेरे को एक सिंगर है, उन्होंने कांटेक्ट किया, कि हम ये बनाते हैं गाना साथ में। तो वी वेंट टू द स्टूडियो। ये तो बना नहीं, लेकिन उनकी ईपी आ रही थी, तो उन्होंने बोला मेरे साथ ड्यूएट कर लो। तो उस चक्कर में मैंने ड्यूएट किया। तो जो प्रोड्यूसर थे मणि संधू सर, उनको मेरी वोकल्स अच्छी लगी, तो दे वाले कि हम इनको साइन करते हैं। तो फिर मैं उनके साथ साइन हो गई। तो उसके बाद दैट गर्ल बनाया हमने।
तो उस एल्बम के क्या उसका रिजल्ट क्या रहा?
उसका रिजल्ट तो अच्छा था मेरे लिए, तो पहला गाना था ऑब्वियसली मेरे लिए तो बहुत अच्छा था, तो ठीक रहा मेरे लिए तो।
अच्छा, इस वक्त अगर मैं परमजीत आपसे पूछूं, सबसे पहला तो जब आप एक काम करते हो, आप स्टार बनना चाहते हो, आप अपना नाम कमाना चाहते हो, आप अपने माँ बाप के लिए भी कुछ करना चाहते हो, तो क्या घर में, इनसे मैंने अभी पूछा कि परमजीत को स्टार बने कितनी देर हो गई, तो परमजीत ने गिन के मुझे बताया सितंबर से। मतलब परमजीत की जो पूरी जर्नी है, आज इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में है, वो पूरी की पूरी जर्नी मुश्किल से 6 महीने की है। आई थिंक इट इज इनक्रेडिबल कि परमजीत आपने 6 महीने में वो सफर तय किया है जो लोगों को 20-20 साल लग जाते हैं।
थैंक यू सर।
माँ बाप का बताइए ना, मम्मी पापा का बताइए, वो घर में ऐसी फरमाइशें करते हैं जैसे मैं कर रहा हूं कि चल कुड़िए गा दे थोड़ा जा।
ना, वो तो उल्टा है बिल्कुल। वो कहते हैं भी चुप कर जा, सिर खाई जानी ना गा है? मैं पूरा दिन गौनी रहनी है तो दिल की चुप कर जा बस।
ओके, सिर दर्द हो रही है,
सिर दर्द हो रही है बस कर
नहीं बट ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਚ ਨਿਕਲਦੇ ਹੈ
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਤੇ ਲੋਕੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਪਰਮਜੀਤ ਦੇ ਮੰਮੀ ਪਾਪਾ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ।
ਹਾਂ,
ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ,
ਵਧੀਆ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਲਾਈਕ ਰੀਸੈਂਟ ਮੇਰੀ ਮੰਮੀ ਵਿਆਹ ਤੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ ਇੱਕ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਪਰਮ ਦੀ ਮੰਮਾ, ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਹਾਂ, ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਰਹਿਣ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਾਅਦ ਚ ਲਾਈਕ आई डोंट नो, पता नहीं क्यों मैंने नहीं।
अच्छा प्रदीप, क्या होता है ना, छोटे होते हैं जब बच्चे, तो वो किसी के घर भी जाते हैं तो वो, अच्छा बच्चे नाच के दिखा दे, बच्चा गा के दिखा दे, सो ऐसे भी आपके साथ होता था कि अगर आप किसी के घर गए हो या किसी फंक्शन में गए हो, चल बेटा गा दे, चल बेटा गा दे, आपके साथ होता था ये?
नहीं नहीं, ये तो नहीं, क्योंकि किसी ने पता नहीं सी लाइक मैं अगे कुछ म्यूजिक च करना, मैं ना सीरियस लेंदी नहीं सी म्यूजिक नु पहला, मेरा आई सी मैं लाइक पढ़ना ही है, दैट्स इट।
अच्छा, जब आपने लिखना शुरू किया, भाई आपने लिखा तो होगा खुद?
जी जी जी।
उसके पीछे इंस्पिरेशन क्या थी? क्योंकि आमतौर पर बताते हैं कि जो म्यूजिक है या जो रैप है, उसमें आपको सोशल कमेंट्री होती है ना, एक तरह से आप पूरे सोसाइटी को बदलने की कोशिश करते हो। सिद्धू मूसेवाला के बारे में कहा जाता था, सो आपके जहन में क्या सोच है?
पहले तो किसी को देख के ही हम शुरू करते हैं, कुछ भी करना अच्छा लगे तो मेरे भी ऐसे दोस्त थे जो लिखते थे, मैंने उनको देख के स्टार्ट किया, फिर धीरे धीरे इंटरेस्ट बढ़ता गया, तो फिर ऐसे लाइक देख के मैंने तो शुरू किया था लिखना एक से।
इस कागज में पता क्या लिखा हुआ है?
क्या?
वो कह रहे हैं कि वो मुझे सुनना नहीं चाहते हैं, वो सिर्फ आपको सुनना चाहते हैं और गाते हुए सुनना चाहते हैं।
ओके, सो
या तो देखो मैं स्टेज से उतर जाता हूँ फिर आपके पास कोई बात करने वाला नहीं होगा।
नहीं
तो जो आपका बेस्ट काम है, मैं परमजीत चाहता हूं कि आप सारी दुनिया के सामने यहां पे एक बार हमारे साथ, वैसे तो ये भी कहा गया है कि मैं साथ गाऊंगा तो क्या होगा कि जो लोग परमजीत को देखने आए हैं, अगर मैंने गाया वो बाहर चले जाएंगे, वो मैं नहीं करूंगा। तो आप मंच पर आगे आए, बेस्ट जो आपका अब तक का काम है वो अगर आप गा के सुना।
पहले तो मैं बताना भूल गई, आई एम वेरी नर्वस पर आई ट्राई, कोई बात नहीं। डाई
तो ये तालियों की गूंज जो है, अब आप नर्वस हैं या नर्वसनेस गई? थोड़ी गई। अब एक और हो जाए, उससे थोड़ी और चली जाएगी। दैट गर्ल अभी आपकी जो नर्वसनेस है वो 50% गई है।
अभी बस चली गई
है?
चली
गई ना। अब क्या परमजीत, अब आप क्या करना चाहती हैं?
मैं शायद उनमें से हूँ। मैंने कभी सोचा नहीं मेरे को क्या करना है। आई एम जस्ट लाइक गो विद द फ्लो।
फ्लो कहाँ जा रही है?
फ्लो अभी की बताऊं तो वी आर वर्किंग ऑन लाइक प्रोजेक्ट्स, एल्बम पे काम कर रहे हैं, तो वो करेंगे सम रिलीजेस एंड या।
लिखती भी आप ही हैं?
हाँ, लिखती भी मोस्टली मैं खुद लिखती
कुछ
हूँ।
ऐसा लिखा हो जो अभी बाजार में नहीं आया हो तो हम लोग उसका एक्सक्लूसिव एक छोटा सा प्रीव्यू कर लें?
अरे यार,
छोटा सा।
अब मेरे को बहुत सारे गाने चल रहे हैं एकदम माइंड।
एक एक करके सब हो सकते हैं।
तो बचेगा क्या?
अरे यहीं से शुरुआत होगी।
ठीक है, तो मैं ट्राई।
जब एक बैट्समैन बैटिंग करने जाता है वो ये थोड़ी कहता है कि अगले मैच में सारी शॉटें खेलूंगा। सारी की सारी एक इनिंग में खेलनी पड़ती है।
जी, मैं सोचती हूँ फिर अगर एक मिनट बस।
मुझे सबसे ज्यादा अच्छी चीज जो लगी, और शायद आप लोग भी इस चीज को अप्रिशिएट करेंगे, इनोसेंस। आज भी परमजीत कौर के अंदर वो बच्चा जिंदा है। मजा आता है? तालियां बजती हैं।
अच्छा लगता है ऑब्वियसली।
हैं? चलो।
इज लाइक मेरे को ऐसे बस आ गया था बैठी बैठी को याद, तो मैंने सोचा करती हूँ। प्यार हरफ दा मतलब चन्ना,
सुंदर कैसे होती अगर तेरी आंखों में ना देखती?
लाइक अगर तुम्हारी आंख मेरे को नहीं देखती तो, क्योंकि मेरे को लगता है कि सुंदर कुछ भी नहीं होता है, ये आपका देखने का नजरिया होता है। कई बार बहुत सुंदर चीजें भी नहीं अच्छी लगती हैं, तो इसीलिए।
म्यूजिक के साथ साथ फिलॉसफी भी शुरू कर दी आपने। अच्छा, आप लोग सिद्धू मूसेवाला से कंपेयर करते हैं क्या? आपने इसके बारे में सुना है कि ये सिद्धू मूसेवाला हैं, द नेक्स्ट सिद्धू मूसेवाला?
ये जो मेरे को टैग दिया है बहुत भारी है यार।
नहीं है?
नहीं, मेरे को लगता है उनका नाम बहुत बड़ा है। वो सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, लोगों के इमोशंस जुड़े हुए हैं उससे। तो जब मेरे को कोई कंपेयर करता है, मैं नॉर्मल कर दूंगी कुछ भी करना है। अब जब मैं करती हूँ तो मेरे को 10 बार सोचना पड़ता है कि यार मैं करूँ कि ना करूँ। ऐसा हो गया है मेरे साथ। तो अच्छा भी लगता है, बहुत अच्छा लगता है, पर एट द सेम टाइम रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी लगती है, थोड़ा डर भी लगता है।
नहीं, देखिए, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो चीज ही ऐसी है ना, वो आएगी तो उसको निभाना पड़ेगा। सिद्धू मूसेवाला के गाने सुनती थी आप?
जी जी जी।
एक जाते जाते छोटी सी किसी भी जो आपका फेवरेट सिद्धू मूसेवाला गाना है, अपने अंदाज में अगर आप गा सके।
उनका गाना ठीक है, उनका भी जो रिसेंट सॉन्ग आया था वो तो मैंने बहुत सुना है, तो मैं वही गाती हूँ।
हाँ जी। होगा परमजीत कौर, 19 साल उम्र है, और परमजीत ये उम्मीद करते हैं कि अगले साल तुसी इत्थे आओ ते 12-15 एल्बम्स नवियां कड़तियां हो। तालियां सिर्फ परमजीत के लिए।
थैंक यू।
परमजीत नहीं, एक मिनट। अब सबका रिक्वेस्ट है, एक जो आपने अंग्रेजी गाना और कोई गाते हो या वही वाला जो पहला वाला गाओगे?
एंट्री वाला।
और कोई
एंट्री वाला कोई और गाते हो तो वो भी गा दो। कौन सा कोई अंग्रेजी स्टार पसंद है, उसका गाना पसंद है?
हाँ, काफी
बताओ एक।
मेरे को तो बहुत सारे पसंद है, अब मेरे को उनके
एक ही
गाने
तो बता दो,
याद नहीं आएंगे।
एक बता दो।
ब्रूनो मार्स, और
ब्रूनो मार्स पसंद है?
वीकेंड भी है।
हाँ, टेलर स्विफ्ट पसंद है या नहीं पसंद है?
हाँ, अच्छे हैं।
अच्छे हैं। हाँ। गाना आता है उसका?
नहीं, मेरे को लिरिक्स नहीं याद रहते हैं।
किसका लिरिक्स याद है?
मेरे को एक गाना है तो मैं आपको गा के सुना दूं।
गाओ।
थोड़ा सा सैड था, पता नहीं कैसे।
उसके बाद एक अच्छा वाला भी गाओ।
ठीक है।
थोड़ा सा हैप्पी सा। एक हैप्पी सा गा दो।
You say
परमजीत,
थैंक यू।
अच्छा रुको रुको, और नहीं गाना बोलेंगे। पर माइली साइरस का आपका आवाज बहुत ज्यादा मिलता है उससे। वो सुनते हो कभी उसे?
अब मैं
सुनोगे?
सुनती तो हूँ।
सुनना, उनके गाने आप पे बहुत सूट करेंगे अगर आपको गाना हो तो। पर स्टे ऑन स्टेज परमजीत, एज आई कॉल अपॉन Sachin Jain, Regional CEO, India World Gold Council, to come up and present a small token of appreciation to Paramjit Kaur. Paramjit Kaur will need to get used to all of this. Lots of selfies, getting a little mobbed. From Paramjit Kaur, Punjabi rapper, let's move on to our next set of guests, on to our next session. Wellness Search, the new mind-body-nature equation. This session has been sponsored by BMW. To take it from here, I'd like to invite
doesn't wait to be found. It's built by those who see it first. That belief drives every blueprint at BMW Developments, the largest private developer in the Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah.
To take it from here, inviting on stage session's moderator, Sonal Mehrotra, senior editor and anchor.
Okay then. So what is this panel all about? A hero, an action hero refuses to age, a health and wellness entrepreneur now who's starting ventures, and a doctor who reads sort of biomarkers for a living. What are all three people doing on stage together? Well, that's because we are in middle of a health and wellness paradox in the country. On one hand, we have never checked ourselves so much. And on the other, we've also never been this unwell. Gym subscriptions are up, supplements are flooding the market. There are retreats to provide you inner peace. And yet, here we are, the diabetes capital, young people getting heart attacks. And stress, well, that's just like a national condition, if I can say. So who do we trust in times like these? With health and wellness, where do we go? Are doctors going to be the shining light? What about the trust deficit that they only come to you once the disease has hit you? What about wellness influencers? What about those who are biohacking life and how? So in this session, we're going to try and understand all three aspects to try and, stitch it together and see where does the truth really lie. Also, you'll notice all of you sitting here in the audience, all of you have cards in front of you. They are red on one side, green on the other. Please feel free to raise every time you feel something is right or wrong, and we've got a fun game for you that comes up in the end as well. But first up, to the man who's aging like one fine wine, Mr. Shetty. Yes. Let me take you down memory lane a little bit, and I've got some pictures that will be thrown up. When we think of you back in the 90s, that one. When we look at you back in the 90s, you were this Arnold fan, right? It was all about pumping and bulking. It was about, no pain, no gain. And look at you now. You're talking about breath work. You're talking about balance. You're talking about biohacking. What is the one thing that Sunil Shetty of 90s would probably laugh about, the thing that you do today?
I guess Sunil Shetty of the 90s didn't have that kind of knowledge about health that Sunil Shetty of 2026 has. There's so much that you're reading, learning, trying, failing, and reworking on. In the 90s, it was about size. It was about being strong. But for me, it was always about being disciplined and strong. I mean, even then, if you saw those muscles, it had nothing to do with any kind of supplement that I took. Even to this date, even protein is 99% a no-no for me because it doesn't suit me. So then it was about eating right. It was eating home food, mom's cooking, South Indian boy, so a lot of rice and size. So then it was about being super fit for the movies. Now it's about being super healthy and fit for my granddaughter. So that's the difference that exists.
So how does that super healthy come now? What is the one thing that you're doing?
The one thing that I always did was I was always boringly consistent. For me, it started with martial arts. Martial arts gave me that edge over the others because, I was a 14-year-old, 15-year-old boy training the Indo-Tibetan Border Police, training the Maharashtra State Police. And you always got this feeling, when they called you sensei, they respected you. That stuck onto me, and I realized that there is no better way to make sure that I command respect. The only way I can command respect is by staying healthy and fit. I used to also play a lot of cricket, and so that stayed with me. Then on, I always trained right. I always ate right, and our biomarkers, Doc, earlier we probably didn't have a measure tape also to measure yourself and what you did. So when I was 17 and 18, I had this pair of denims that my aunt got for me from America. There was a brand called Britannia, and I used to love it, and I used to wear that. Now to wear that consistently over a period of time, probably years together, I made sure that my waist stayed the same. And to this date, that is the technique that I use. Yes, I move, slip in and out of, gym clothes and stuff like that. But I need a trouser, a pair of denims with that button out there that should fit me through. And that's how I measure whether those inches have gone wrong. And I'm not kidding. It was old school. We didn't have too much, but that's how we did it.
Not bad. Jeans that goes back, what, 30 years now?
30 years, 35 years
Good Lord.
probably. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Meera, let me come to you. You actively talk about Ayurveda. You talk about gut health. You talk about understanding your body well. You have Dr. Dang sitting right next to you. To people who say that there are no measurable markers or medical way of proving that any of this works, what do you tell them?
Firstly, Sonal, I would just like to say that this is such a surreal moment for me to be here, because I have grown up watching the India Today Conclave, and there are so many people in this room who have directly or indirectly shaped who I am. Because as a kid from Vasant Valley, I've seen Mr. and Mrs. Puri every year, but I told my daughter today, I said, do you know how much this means to me to be here? So I'm very grateful for being here and to all of you for listening. I hear what you're saying, Sonal. Ayurveda is a traditional form of medicine. And I think in the age that we're in today, we want a measurable marker of everything that we do. Are we getting better? Are we slowing down? Have I put on the right kind of size with the right kind of percentage and body markers, analysis, etc., etc. I think what we forget is to actually listen to what our body is telling us. Am I feeling full? Am I sleeping well? Do I feel acidic? Does my skin feel dry? And these are those words of wisdom or fact. I mean, not facts, but rather these are the tips that I have borrowed from Ayurveda when I started Dhun Wellness, which is to look within, to understand what is your body telling you, because your labs can correlate and corroborate, but you need to know that there's something wrong deep inside. And when Ayurveda tells you to understand what is your dosha, that is what you're born with. Are you someone with a very high digestive fire? Are you someone who naturally is sluggish and holds on to, more fat than muscle? This is genetic. And now when we are seeing the research that says, whether it is telomere health or it is genetics or biomarkers for that matter, a genetic test can tell you whether protein suits you or not genetically. And Ayurveda can tell you the exact same thing in pulse diagnosis. So I feel it is about finding the right balance between wisdom and science and finding what suits you. I wouldn't like to move ahead in the world of longevity thinking of medicine in isolation. I think we've got a lot when it comes to our traditional form of medicine. And we have so much information and experts like Dr. Dang who have worked tremendously hard to create a pathology ecosystem that can now bridge the two. So as a person in my 30s now, I want to know both. I want to know how my digestion is working on the paper as well as what it's telling me in the morning.
Dr. Dang, are you listening to the world we are in now? Are you listening to all these biomarkers and Ayurveda and red light therapy from the standpoint of where you are, from what you've seen with your experience? What is the medical evidence behind all of this?
Thank you, Sonal. I hope the mic is working.
A little closer.
Firstly, I'm sitting with...
So just keep it a little closer.
Firstly, I'm sitting with two people whom I admire and respect immensely. One thing common between me and Sunil is that I'm wearing the same size trousers which I wore in 1979.
Yeah, that's how it matters to us.
In 1979, I bought a pair of jeans and which I hung it in my almirah. Until today, I try and fit into that. And if I do not, I feel I've lost out something in life. But on the other hand, when it comes to talking with Meera out here. Look, I was trained to be a doctor. I only wanted to be a doctor. I love my profession. I love my patients. And I'm extremely passionate about that. During our days, I'll say our days, though my days are not over yet, I'm only 72, and I think I have a long way to go now, that it was just illness and you cure the disease. But now there's been a paradigm shift from illness to wellness. We do not give medicines, treat, and then say go. Now we want our patients to live a healthy, full, complete life the way my other two co-panelists have done. And they can say that they're leaders in the whole field. During our days, it used to be talking to the patient, taking the history of the patient, understanding what they want to do, but then treating them accordingly. Lekin ab, I hope you don't mind my shifting to Hindi, Sonal. मैं तो यही कहूंगा, अब जिंदगी लंबी नहीं बड़ी होनी चाहिए. Sonal, can you translate what I said?
So there you go. The longevity question has already been answered. जिंदगी बड़ी नहीं, लंबी नहीं, बड़ी होनी चाहिए.
बड़ी होनी चाहिए.
Yeah.
I want to remain. I'm saying that means all of us sitting in this audience and all those who are seeing us, we want to lead a healthy life.
Correct.
Our joints at different parts of our body start creaking, but they all have to work like an orchestra, like a symphony. So what both of them have said is absolutely right. I endorse. Supplements, I do not believe in.
Like?
I do not believe in. It's my personal view. I'm not contradicting. I'm just saying I do not believe in. I believe more in what Sunil is saying. When we're standing outside, he said, I lead a very boring, disciplined life.
Yeah.
I said that I lead even a more boring, disciplined life. I had to reach my place of work at 7:50 in the morning, whatsoever may happen. And I was taught by my parents. I get up at 4:30 in the morning to my exercise, which is absolutely essential.
And how old are you, Doc, if you don't mind telling us?
How young is he?
72.
Yeah.
I'm 1954 born.
70.
I'm 72.
72.
72
Wow.
is not that bad. But
Not that bad.
But I still feel that I've got yet 20 more years
But
to
I
go.
like the other thing you said earlier as well. You said, ya to kha lo, ya to ji lo.
Exactly.
Right?
Khalo,
It is all about what we're eating now.
Khalo, ya jil lo, ya pehen lo. Kind of what she's saying.
Yeah.
If you have to look smart, and look one thing. So the most important thing, according to me, in your own eyes, is your own self-esteem.
Yes.
And your self-esteem is only as much as you can give yourself, your own body. I feel surprised when my patients and friends tell me, time nahi tha. 24 ghante mein, can't even have 1 hour for yourself, for exercising, for meditating, from being away from this clutter of noise, being with your own self and finding out what is right and what is wrong.
But that's the reality of urban life, right? There is no time to stand and stare. There is no time to even, do the other rest of the stuff. But let me come to Sunil now. You've been talking about biohacking. There is so much stuff right now, from cold plunges to fasting routines. And I've seen you take particular interest in gardening, in earthing, in stuff like that. Is there, even the entire biohacking space, I feel, is so crowded. There is now a band for everything. For how much you sleep, to how much you drink, to how much you eat, how much protein intake you have, for your muscle mass to your body mass. There is just so much to track. What are you tracking, I want to know? And second, is there a degree to which we must go into this?
See, I'm bad for the business of biohacking because I do my own thing and I follow what works for me. See, what Meera said was bang on. You got to understand your body and know what you're going through. If it's gluten that's not working for you, yes, the markers today give you a feel as to what suits you, what doesn't suit you, but not necessarily 100% right. At times, even that doesn't work.
But
So
that
you've got to
also
try.
means not following celebrity diets.
There is
That also means that.
No, but there is nothing called the celebrity diet. It's about quantifying your food. It's about understanding what is the amount of protein that you need, carb that you need, good carb that you need. It's a math. If you understand that, which is a basic, I don't think anything else matters. There is no special diet that I've ever had in my life. If I need to bulk, I know exactly what to do. I know how much of effort or training that I need. What time do I need to sleep? How much, how many hours of sleep that I need to do? I do gardening. If I don't do yoga, I do gardening because it gives me the same high. I breathe better. I feel better. See, there's one thing that is very clear, that wellness is far, far cheaper than illness. So rather than fall ill, stay well all the time. And it's doing the basics. For me, if anybody talks to me, I always give, I'm 65, I turned 65 this year. But even physically, I might not look it, but even physically when I do action, I probably am as good as I was when I was 26 or 28. I understand that my muscles are like a wet tissue, so I need to keep it and place it carefully. So I warm up right. When I play my sport, the others warm up in 15 minutes and I'm ready. I take an hour to warm up because I don't want that injury happening. I don't want my muscle cramping. I don't want to have a stiff body the next day. So I know what my shortcomings are. The day we realize what our shortcomings are, it's a different look and feel that you want to give the world. This virtual world, the only thing it has done is messed us up because we're always trying to show ourselves as being very happy. And that's the biggest problem.
Happy and lean and fair and
Absolutely.
head of full hair. That's what we're all interested in.
Absolutely.
But do you know a thing or two of you keeping in shape a particular way? I have a video which you posted on your Instagram some time ago where you're doing a real hard run on the treadmill. Yeah. And you're not wearing a watch. Like even when I run, I wear my Apple Watch to see what my heart rate is like. But that one really it made me skip a heartbeat because like, how is he running at 64 like that? So, and you don't track anything you're saying?
No, I don't track anything. Like what Meera said, and like what Doc was saying, it's about how I feel. Have I slept right? Has it been a good morning? Do I need that extra half an hour of a nap and then go to the gym half an hour later? Because my day begins with that. Like I said, it's about quantifying my food, the consumption of oil, the consumption of sugar, salt, and my meal on the right time. See, we talk about the world and the wellness culture coming to us internationally. We have Ayush, we have everything in it. India has always had it. Indians have taken many more years to understand that. Yoga came back to us as yoga. Everything is coming back to us. So I think we've just got to look in, read a lot more, see how you feel, be active. And that's why I always tell everybody, young parents, I always told them, get that child of yours into sport. And they'll be the best human version of you ever.
Yeah. Meera, on that note, a lot of the therapies that you sort of talk about that Dhoon also does, it could be red light therapy, it could be a lot of, doing some yoga, some asanas. It could also be about doing several kind of exercises to get your mind and body in balance. All of it requires a lot of time. Time, then indulgence that urban life living does not have. So I want to ask you, somebody for working professionals, for people who are out there with regular lives, how much of this wellness is about indulgence and how much of it is about, let me do this as part of my routine?
I was that person who felt like I don't have any time. After I had my daughter, I wanted to do a 7-day Ayurveda program because, I had a complicated pregnancy. So I just wanted to give my body a reset. I did it once and I just felt it is so impractical. With help, with a supportive family, still I don't want to leave my daughter behind. There have to be other people like me. So for the next 8 years, I did it at home. And finally, I just took the plunge and said, we need to be able to create a space and an urban space for wellness where you can do the same 7-day program in a city. Because eventually that active time that you need for your body and that therapy is between 1 to 2 hours. And like Dr. Dang said, you should be able to take out at least 1 hour for yourself. And that 1 hour could be through that 1 week, an intensive program for your gut, for your sleep, for your hormonal health. Likewise, it could be once in the week, you take out an hour to do red light, to do cryotherapy, to look after mitochondrial health. Essentially, it is that 1 hour that you're giving your body time to fix itself. Because, like you mentioned earlier, the data, I think too much data is detrimental to us. What are we doing with it? The next step and that frontier is actually, how do we analyze this data? How do we map it to become a true picture of what our bodies are? Otherwise, data is points in isolation. They're never actually getting connected to give me a conclusive answer. So when it's indulgence versus preventative care versus active addressing of a disease, each of them have their own place. Because when one says indulgence, you'll say, I'm tired, I feel like taking time out for myself. But that's also necessary. Those endorphins are also necessary. That reset that you feel when you go through things like burnout and I feel hormonal health these are signs of urban metabolic dysfunction. We're calling it burnout. Hustle culture has glorified it, but eventually we're just burnt out people feeling like we haven't done enough anywhere. So if I do take out that 1 hour just to indulge, I think that's also important for somebody's lifestyle and life cycle.
Yeah.
And when you move into an active form of intervention,
Hmm.
whether it is a panchkarma or it is IV or it is cryotherapy and infrared sauna, that's helping you perform better so that you skip the illness and you remain in a state of wellness.
Interesting. Dr. Dang, do you see the conversation here? It's like a bipolar world of wellness. There is Ayurveda on one side, there is biohacking and gene therapy on the other. From the standpoint where you are, where you've seen this happen over the years, what is the one big diagnostic trend, or perhaps, just checking on stuff that you are really gaga about, that you think will really open up? What gets you excited in this field?
Sunil is not one, but there are many events happening, which we are seeing now and which we anticipate to happen in the near future. I will first try to slightly beg a little different from what Meera has said. Data and statistics make a lot of sense. 13.5% of Indians are diabetics. 15.2% of Indians are pre-diabetic. More than 65% of deaths in India occur due to non-communicable diseases. In addition to it, I can keep on rattling data about everything that is not correct. Are we here only to treat them? No. We are here to cure them. And that cure can happen if we control our lifestyles. Like what?
But I meant more like these bioclinics that we hear of, where you have full body scans. It can tell you at 20, at what age in your life, what disease you're going to get, or if cancer is going to hit you or not. Do you think is that something that India is ready for at the moment?
Yes. I'll say India is.
Why not?
I say India is ready.
I'll tell you why not. Because so many people, and we were doing this little test backstage where he said that if you had a test today that told you that you could, if it told you if you're gonna get cancer in the next 6 months, would you get it done?
No, but if you could work on it and you could change that.
Yeah.
You know, it matters. That's why lifestyle changes come
Correct.
about there. What this helps is to change that lifestyle
Correct.
of yours, rather than it hitting and then you getting into it and then realizing that I can't give 100% of myself because I am not 100% of the version I was. It makes a big difference.
But Dr. Lang, is that test coming?
Sonal, I'll answer your question in two parts. Your first question to me was that, are we ready? Is India ready? Yes, India is ready, provided we go and teach and coach from school teachers to textbooks to everything, that what is health all about. Health is not illness. Health is not sickness. Health is well-being. Like what they say, sorry, again, I'll shift to Hindi. 7 लाख जन्मों के बाद हमें एक मनुष्य का जन्म मिलता है, और अगर हम अपने आप से प्यार नहीं करेंगे तो हम खुदा से कैसे प्यार करेंगे, हम भगवान से कैसे प्यार करेंगे? तो पहले तो अपने आप से मोहब्बत करनी सीखो ना. अपने आप से कैसे मोहब्बत करेंगे? To look after your own health. And how? Follow what Sunil does. Absolute discipline. When we've got so many other good things to enjoy in life which God gave us, then why not just eat right, sleep right, have the right kind of discipline, love the people who love you, and get yourself loved. You know?
This is like so basic.
I
In
know,
a world where people
honestly,
are tracking everything, you're
is so
telling me
very
go
basic.
back to basics and first
No,
principles.
but it begins with basics. See the difference between me and somebody else training in a gym. It's very simple. Same equipment, same trainer, same routine. But at times, X hasn't been able to deliver. A lot of my friends haven't been able to deliver. I've delivered. Why? Because for me, if I'm at the gym from 6 to 7, I take the gym home with me. I take it to the breakfast
What does that
table.
mean?
I take it to the breakfast table. I take it, I put it into my work routine. You know, I need to get up at X time.
I would like you to answer the question, would you get it done?
Kimi
Because-
says she's thinking about it.
In
So
spite of
a lot more greens than reds. A lot more greens. That tells you something. People want to track. People want to know.
Like if I was to get my own test, which I'm being forced to get done by the next generation which I produced, or my children, they
Yes.
said that, Dad, you must get it done. Supposing tomorrow I was to test positive for colorectal cancer. Now, any kind of tummy ache which I have, even if it is simple gastritis, I'll immediately rush to a gastroenterologist and a colonoscopy done. Come along here. When the right time comes, we'll get it done. At least I believe ignorance is bliss at this age and stage in life.
Okay, let me ask you this. 3 tests. 3 tests that you think everybody should get done. No debates. 3 tests that everybody should get done.
Well, I think all being a conventional old timer, I think the most important test which all of us must get done is testing our blood for plain, simple, any hemoglobinopathies. That is, having any thalassemia gene or any other hemoglobin variant. Why? Because what is a hemoglobin variant? What is a thalassemia gene? It is different from a thalassemia disease. If you have a thalassemia gene, and you get married to a person who is also having a thalassemia gene, then your progeny, there are nearly 25% chances of that your progeny will have a thalassemia disease.
So you're saying Kundali milane ki jagah thalassemia
Exactly.
test mila lena chahiye at the time of wedding.
I've been saying this. My first interview on NDTV was in 1985. That day also I said this. And today in 2026, I'm saying the same thing. कुंडली मिलाने से ज्यादा आवश्यक है that get tests done so that you produce a healthy child.
Okay, that's one. Two more.
Again, I'll talk about similar things because I'm quite passionate about the same things. That when we talk about India, we are not talking only about urban India. We're talking about India as such. Anemias have been a major problem in our country. If you go to the remote parts of my India, which I love, travel to remote areas of Uttarakhand, travel to remote areas of Chhattisgarh, where I'm sorry, with my head bowed down with shame, I'll say that women are neglected, especially the pregnant women. Is it not important?
And if I may add, a lot of people confuse anemia to thalassemia as well, and vice versa. That also happens.
Exactly.
Number 3 then. Number 3, the third test everybody should get done.
Number 3 is, of course, which is coming. Not many people are aware of this. That is more line of what Meera said. That is a functional medicine test. That is organic acid testing.
I see.
That is oat testing. 76 organic acids. We test in that, and which we can find out how well our body is behaving. That gives its answer for diseases like behavioral disorders, from things like GI disorders, from things like mental disorders, from this like your physical well-being. 76 organic acids can be tested by that one test. It's a plain, simple urine test, but nobody talks about it.
Yeah.
I intentionally said 3 things. 1, which all of us must get done. Number 2, as we are sitting in India Today Conclave, which covers rural and urban India both. 1 I said for the rural part of my friends, my brethren in the rural parts, and 3rd I said for the futuristic.
Sure.
And before I end, 1 point I totally agree with Meera.
Sure.
Is the next space which we are getting into, which is the next buzzword, is longevity. And
but no test you've given for longevity, Dr. Dang. I thought you'll say check your cortisol levels, check your NAD plus and all that. No test you've given us.
That has
for
become a trend. Everybody comes and tells me stress. In my era, I never knew what stress was. Mind you, stress and discipline are 2 different things. I reached my clinic at 7:50 in the morning. 7:50 does not mean 7:52. I'm only as good as my last report. I may have looked after anybody all my life, but if I do one mistake, I'm hanged. I do not know what patients are going to come to me tomorrow for. I do not know. It is totally unpredictable. What diagnosis is going to be made tomorrow?
True.
But the fact still remains.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. I have little time, so I have to quickly move on to the last question. Meera, same question to you. 3 therapies that you think can easily be done and urban Indian women, men should be doing.
I'm going to start with my favorite, which is the red light collagen bed. It's 20 minutes, super fast, works on mitochondrial health. The second one has to be Abhyanga. Very underrated. It's an Ayurveda full body massage, but one doesn't realize the next buzzword like longevity is lymphatics. And when you are working on your lymphatic system, it's the most efficient way to actually clean up the system, detox. And Abhyanga, I feel, is a traditional core therapy. We can do it with multiple tools and different tricks, but I would stick to Abhyanga. Last one, I think is a buzz, is cryotherapy. Have you done cryo? I know a lot of people like cryotherapy. 3 minutes, in and out, endorphins, the kick, everything you require, faster muscular
Yeah.
repair. But
Yeah.
what works like nothing else is good sleep.
Sunil, I have to give you the last word now. You have to tell us 3 things that you do and that you think people can follow.
I think simple,
please
very
say something
simple.
exciting.
No, it is. I am boring. My life is boring, and because it's boring, it's healthy. You know, so I always say you got to move, you've got to exercise, you've got to quantify your food, and then sleep. Nothing else matters. I'm telling you, these are the 3 things that'll bring about a massive change in your entire being, your personality, everything.
All right. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I have to let it be. But thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon stage Ms. Nazish Jahan Khan, Director of Marketing B&W Department, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. Once again, put your hands together.
Drive.
Meet me inside.
I think I just
Meet me inside.
fell in love with the car.
The all-new VF7. RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजाओं में नजारों में इशारे संग हो जा मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
Onwards to our next session. We have elections coming up in 4 states, 1 union territory. In all probability, getting a word in the next 3 days, we are going to have dates announced where elections are concerned. And our next session is on putting the spotlight on one such state, this time seeing a keen contest. Let me introduce our session to this August House, Battle for Tamil Nadu. Who wins 2026? To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage sessions moderator Akshita Nangopal, Senior Editor, India Today TV.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us here at the India Today Conclave. As my colleague Preeti highlighted, our next session is going to be a political panel where we focus on the state of Tamil Nadu. Poll bound in just about 1.5 months, we should be seeing elections in Tamil Nadu. But before I invite our panelists up on the stage, just to put this in context, I want you to take a look at what the 2021 election results in Tamil Nadu look like, and to carry forward the conversation from there. We'll just put out the numbers right now on the screen behind me. Right, there you have it, vote share and seats. You have the DMK at 133, the AIADMK at 66, the Congress BJP breakdown also there. Overall, the DMK alliance of 234 seats won 159, the AIADMK 66, with their alliance 175 of that 234. Just to put it in context for you as we open up this political panel, I'd like to welcome on stage our political analysts. We have Tamarachi Thangapandyan of the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam. Ma'am, can I request you to please come on to the stage? Tamilisai Soundararajan, former governor of Telangana, BJP leader. A big round of applause, please, for our panelists as they join us here at the India Today Conclave. Mr. Karthi Chidambaram, Member of Parliament from Sivagangai, for joining us here of the AIADMK. Vanakkam. Thank you all for joining us here at the India Today Conclave, far away from Chennai, all the way in Delhi this time. So the political temperatures haven't really risen here in Delhi. It's very much heating up in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, I can assure you all. I'd like to begin with Tamarachi Thangapandyan, who know what's really happening right now in Tamil Nadu. The DMK, and you look at those numbers of 133 in 2021. Can you stick to that kind of a performance? Will you better it? What really is the DMK's expectation?
Thank you very much, of my co-panelists, as well as the dear host, as well as the audience. Like we are facing election much more confident, because we have had a good performance for the past 5 years. So that would definitely increase the number of seats. So that way, I would say that we will be definitely exceeding with all our alliances over 200 seats. That's our expectations. And we are confident in that, because our state has been in the forefront comparatively to all the other states of India in many fields, like in economics and in health sector and so many other fields. In fact, 13 programs of the state have been enlisted as star programs, which the union government has also appreciated it. So that way, no anti-incumbency, I feel, and the
no
government...
anti-incumbency at all.
Yeah, of course.
Karthi Chidambaram, you know, I think previously when you were with us at the Tamil Nadu Roundtable, it is. Previously when you were with us at the Tamil Nadu Roundtable, you said, yes, we'll win, just about. So there is anti-incumbency then.
Every government has anti-incumbency. That's the political truth of elections all over the world. So I would not make a statement saying there is no anti-incumbency. But the image of the Chief Minister is very good, and he's put together a very large political formation. And in Tamil Nadu, historically, large political formations defeat smaller political formations. And in this instance, we are having a 3.5 cornered fight. And because of the index of opposition unity and the fact that the Chief Minister has put together a very large political formation, and coupled with the fact that he's got a very positive personal image, I still believe that we will win the election. Our formation will win the election comfortably. I'm not going to hazard a guess on the number of seats, but adequate numbers to form a government comfortably.
You call this a 3.5 corner contest. I'll come to that, because I know the big question will be about Vijay, the we factor, as I put it. But I also want to ask you about really what happened with the Congress. You know, you say, yes, it's a powerful personality that you're rallying with MK Stalin, but the Congress power sharing, you were very vocal about it.
No, the relationship of the Congress and the DMK is a time-tested one. The relationship was forged in 2004 by Mrs. Sonia Gandhi and the former Chief Minister Kalingar Karunanidhi. Except the 2014 election, we have fought all elections together and we have won most of the elections. But with all long-standing relationships, usual frictions creep in. Expectations with limitations are also there. But with sober and mature handling, the relationship continues happily.
You did get the short end of the stick, though.
No, there's no short end of the stick. You see, as I said, expectations have to be matched with the limitations. There are only 234 seats. If you're thinking that seat sharing was complicated in our end, just wait for the seat sharing when it's going to happen at their end. It's going to be far more complicated.
Kovai Satyan, if this is a personality contest between M.K. Stalin and Edapadi Palaniswamy, what makes you confident that EPS has the edge?
Tamil Nadu is a swing door policy state between two Dravidian majors, AIADMK and DMK. That's the history. And DMK has never won a back-to-back assembly election so far, as moment the Karunanidhi took over. We have shown that numbers in 2021. And nobody has won Tamil Nadu assembly elections 3 consecutive terms, except our founder leader MGR. So that's the 3rd consecutive time where we sought a mandate for AIADMK. Out of that, 45 constituencies we lost with votes of 216,000 only, starting from 150 votes to 5,000 votes. If we had taken 216,000 votes, we would have formed the government for the 3rd consecutive time. And that too, no political party would have tested this methodology of dual leadership, sharing equal power in the party. We experimented that. The result of that is because we had a dual partnership or dual leadership mode at the helm of affairs. So that has costed us big. And with the last 5-year miserable rule of DMK, pushing Tamil Nadu into darkness, and the lives of girls, women and children are in big question day in, day out. The law and order is in shambles. Best example is my friend Karthik Chidambaram, who is a sitting MP. There was a petrol bomb hurdle at his office. So that's a plight of law and order in Tamil Nadu, and somebody wants to believe that there is no anti-incumbency in Tamil Nadu. You have to come on the ground to see what the reality is. It's 2026 all the way. AIADMK and EPS will be crowned as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
Okay, I'll just, before I bring in Tamilisai ma'am, Tamiraj ma'am, would you like to respond to that, particular in law and order? This has been a topic that's been constantly raked up, especially women's safety.
Absolutely, because see, we are always responsible. We have always risen up to whatever crimes have committed, whatever the crimes have been committed in Tamil Nadu, quick and swift actions have been taken against, particularly if it's against women.
But
For
has there been a
example,
rise?
yeah, just give me a minute to complete. Whenever, like as soon as M.K. Stalin assumed the office of chief ministership, he brought 2 important laws, the prohibition of women harassment law and amendment 1, and the amendment of the criminal laws, which had actually stringently imposed the laws. And this is always, like whoever is saying that blah, 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 law and order is gone, I have to give a long list of Katwa, Unnao, Hathras. And there and all, the victim's body was buried and the perpetrators were protected. And where was the justice for all these places I have? And the world watched Manipur burning. And when was the quickest action? But that's not the case with Tamil Nadu. This is always a lame excuse. You see the track record of, I do have the figures. If you permit, I can read it out. Yes, I do have it. Just give me a minute.
Nobody else has notes. No, please do. Yeah.
Worried about all these papers, but still about this. See, what makes Tamil Nadu different, especially for all these allegations, Tamil Nadu's crime rate against women is very much less. The national average is 62.2. That's 4 times safer than the BJP's India. Ours is only 14.2. Rajasthan's rape rate is 15.9 per lakh women. Tamil Nadu is under 1.0. In Rajasthan, a woman is 16 times more likely to be raped than in DMK's Tamil Nadu. Uttar Pradesh, BJP's model state, recorded 2,153 dowry deaths in 2022. Tamil Nadu recorded 129. Tamil Nadu has 244 all-women police stations. Cases are going down, 3% decline from 2022 to 23, comparatively to other states. CM has ensured 86 of the crimes against women result in charge sheets within 60 days. That is what we take accountability. We are responsible. See, within 5 months, the Anna University victim, he was convicted, total imprisonment without any whatever it is. So that is what I'm trying to highlight.
Okay, you've given all the data. Tamilisai Soundarajan, you've heard very patiently, and I saw you nodding vigorously. What do you have to say, ma'am, in response?
First of all, women are not safe in Tamil Nadu. I needn't see any statistics. From my consciousness, I can tell you within this week, 4 atrocities among young girls. It's very painful, even though our Honorable MP says about the 222 women police station, Thuthukudi, where I contested once. A girl, 17 years girl, who got 425 marks in 10th standard. She was studying for +2 exam for the next day. She went for a natural call. Parents losing her, went to the women police station. They did not register the case. Then they were, from pillar to post, they were running here and there between the 2 stations. And that girl found dead in the morning. Very painful, no? You cannot say Tamil Nadu is safe. And another incident near Madurandagam, 14-year girl has been molested. As a doctor, I know how her body will be painful. Whole night she was in the forest. 16 kilometers that young girl walked to the police station to complain herself about the molestation which she faced. 2.5-year girl has been molested. Within another girl who came from Trichy for a post-graduation presentation, she was molested. Within this week, 4 cases, large number of cases in Tamil Nadu. Even though our Honorable MP is telling the statistics, 109% increase against women. And I can say 54% increase in the POSCO cases, and conviction is only 10%.
Okay, you've
that
highlighted.
I want to tell, the conviction is only 10%. All the criminals are walking freely in Tamil Nadu, and the drug menace is its highest, and the people and the women are unsafe, particularly adolescent girls. Even though percentage may be more, perception may be more, the conscience is shaken in Tamil Nadu. Each and every woman, every girl child's conscience is shaken. If you see the 4 cases,
No,
only this week.
The incidents you've referred to are deplorable, yes. But there is a point made by the DMK where they speak of BJP-ruled states.
No, first of all, I condemn everything. Whenever we say about
So
Tamil
crimes
Nadu,
happen in BJP-ruled states also.
Because even in this CAG report says, Nirbhaya case, that funds were not utilized by Tamil Nadu. Whenever they see some cases, immediately they say BJP ruled. BJP is ruling in 18 states. What happened to Tamil Nadu? First of all, you see Tamil Nadu. Don't compare. Even though women are safe in BJP states, I can very boldly say. But what is happening in Tamil Nadu? So they have the fashion to say whatever the problems they face, immediately see Maharashtra, immediately see Manipur. What happened to Tamil Nadu? What happened to the districts in Tamil Nadu? First of all, you see, you're the chief minister from Tamil Nadu and you're the MP from Tamil Nadu. So always peeping into other states. What is happening in Tamil Nadu? How women conscience is shaken in Tamil Nadu? First of all, let them answer for that.
Okay. Karthik Chidambaram, you wanted to make a point.
The instances are very stark and they are very disturbing. I agree with that. But you need to distinguish between crimes of passion and organized rioting or organized crime. There has to be a distinction. No amount of policing is going to stop crimes of passion. That you can only stop if severity of punishment is guaranteed. These statistics in Tamil Nadu are better there's better bookkeeping in Tamil Nadu, so and there's far more media scrutiny in Tamil Nadu, so things are a little bit magnified. But I'm not defending any of the incidents, but the starkness in which Tamil Nadu sometimes is highlighted is because of the proliferation of the media which documents.
I mean, I don't know about that. You ask the state media, they're not going to.
No, not the state media. This because of the social media and everything that they're highlighting there. But if you actually look at bare statistics, I'm not defending any single incident. I think this is a societal problem all over India. This is not specific to Tamil Nadu. I don't think that Tamil Nadu alone there has been some sort of degradation of society or there's been a greater instance of safety issues in Tamil Nadu. This is probably an all India problem, and we can analyze why this has happened. This is not an issue because of lack of governance. If you think, yes, the policing can be a little bit more stricter, prosecution can be a lot more swifter. Yes, I agree with that. But the proliferation of atrocities and of dastardly events is an universal India phenomena. It's not specific to Tamil Nadu alone. For every incident which shocks our conscience in Tamil Nadu, this is not whataboutery. We could point out other events in other parts of India as well. This is degradation of society. This is not, I mean, government can only do so much. I'm not defending the government. Government can act on after the complaint is made, ensure there's proper prosecution, ensure that whoever is found guilty is severely punished. But if you think that every single person has to be policed, that is impossible by any administrative unit. That can't happen. That simply can't happen. So you have to distinguish between a societal problem and a governance problem.
No, and Kovai Satyan, just final word on
Before
this.
that, may I add,
Go ahead.
Who else can vouch for the safety of women in Tamil Nadu than our ex-governor, Honorable Arun Ravis? He himself had stated that Tamil Nadu is comparatively a safer place for women. It is on record. K.N. Ravi's statement is on record. I would like just to add that.
At least in that they are accepting Honorable Ravi's words. They were contradicting.
Of course, we will accept whichever
we
is
have to
the
see
facts.
reality.
We will accept if it comes from the horse's mouth. We will happily accept all the facts.
Okay. We've had our say on law and order. I think we're 12 minutes on the clock. I'll bring it down once again to the political contest that we're witnessing and whether it's going to be a three-cornered fight. So let's address the elephant in the room with Kovai Satyam first on Vijay. Is Vijay going to eat into the AIADMK vote base as well?
Vijay is creating noise. Noise has to translate into actions, actions to impact. That impact has to get him votes. He will eat away votes of everyone, not with respect to AIADMK or anybody. He'll take away the votes of Congress, he'll take away the votes of DMK, he'll take away the votes of everybody because he is a popular star. So what I rate Vijay is he's making noise, he's making media noise.
It's only noise. Are you suggesting noise without substance? Because the footage we're playing also shows Vijay's rally and the crowds that gathered every single one of his events.
Noise without actions. So you have to be seen through the thick and thin of a common man. We talked about women and children safety here. So what DMK does is they take data of convenience to themselves. Last 2 years, the State Crime Records Bureau has not given data to the NCRB to release it. So they are talking about the data which is 2-year-old. They are not talking about the data which is recent ones. Even in the meeting rally of Kanimoli, their leader's Chief Minister's sister, and who is an MP, in that rally, a police women constable was molested. And you know what is happening on the ground today? Like how you get candies on a roadside kirana shop, you get drugs in Tamil Nadu. You get ganja. A 11th to 11th standard school-going kid is carrying ganja in his school bag. And you have made drugs a free flow, and Tamil Nadu is soon becoming the drug state of India. It has surpassed Punjab long back. If Amsterdam were to be the drug capital of the world, Tamil Nadu is soon becoming the drug state of India. And all the promises made by M.K. Stalin on his manifesto, and he has miserably failed to fulfill in any of the major promises. Starting from taking the state to the next level, starting from delivering on all the parameters of investments, employment, women's safety, law and order, government governance, everything he has failed. You know the biggest achievement of this DMK, I'll give it to them. They have made the bureaucrats politicians, and all the politicians with their looted money, they have become businessmen. That's why for every time when they want to compare, they'll compare Ambani and Adani. DMK politicians have become businessmen, wherein bureaucrats who are working in this government has become politicians.
I like how you sidestepped my Vijay question, though. I moved to law and order as well. And that kind of indicates to me what's really happening on the ground in Tamil Nadu as far as Vijay is concerned. Tamiraj ma'am, would you like to talk about Vijay?
I vehemently refute what are all the so-called allegations regarding ganja, whatever it is. See, data are not merely numbers. You can just see the RTI and then you can file it through and get the performance of the state, how it has performed very well economically, the women empowerment, health sector, and like in the law and order situation also, it is always when you don't have any points of welfare measures to pinpoint or to get the votes, you will always go back to this old story of, the law and order has gone to dog or whatever.
I request our Honorable MP to release the 2024-25 data.
Yes, I do have
to release it now itself.
I do have it.
You
have data,
I'll be happy to see. 2023, 24, 24, 25 data.
Yes, I do have it.
SCRP
NCRT data. I do have it. I will
SCRP
probably.
data.
I will.
Yeah, go ahead.
Offered me between all of them here right now.
No, ma'am's got the data, so she can go ahead and show it now.
See, that's why I come here. I do really appreciate Madam appealing to the conscience. But Tamil Nadu is the only state which cares totally about, not merely about the conscience or the consciousness of women upliftment and empowerment, but also any such consciousness is enacted as a law under the leadership of M.K. Stalin, I would say. Whatever it is based on social justice, anything, any welfare measure, it is not merely a propaganda or something loudly spoken. You put it into action. For example, empowering women through all the schemes.
Sure,
Pudumaippan Thittam or whatever it is.
The data.
Yeah.
You've got the NCRB data
Yeah,
because they're saying, you're saying it's not there, Kove Satyan.
What is the one data that you want me to...
Kove Satyan, what's the data you want?
On women, yes.
And you want NCRB data?
Yes, women's safety. See, for example, this is the data I have taken, yes. You can see it if you want, you can see it, all the data here. The major points that I would like to insist here is that how many cases are registered in the past regime. For example, Honorable, my colleague, he wouldn't have gotten about the Pollachi case, Pollachi women case. I would also appeal to all the women gathered here or all the women throughout Tamil Nadu and India. Nobody can forget the cry of that one lady. Anna enna vittidunga, Anna enna vittidunga, Anna enna vittidunga, and that woman cried. And how was it hushed up? And how many years was it just been dodged in darkness? It was brought to light only during the DMK government. Not the previous chief minister took any action, neither did he. It was brought to light and the perpetrators were punished only during the DMK regime. So people who are appealing for the consciousness or for the soul of the women, they shouldn't forget the way a woman pleaded that time and it was hushed into darkness during the ADMK regime.
A DMK functionary goes inside Anna University. The DMK functionary goes inside Anna University, molests and rapes children who are studying there, and this government refuses a CBI inquiry.
I don't want to go to incident versus
case,
incident.
Our government agreed for a
because that is
CBI
shameful.
inquiry.
Let's not do incident versus incident.
You should actually keep the two Dravidian parties at a separate session and spare us the cacophony of incident versus incident. Tamil Nadu is not the Badlands. Let's be very clear. I mean, there's not the Badlands. Yes, we have there are societal issues. There are issues which get highlighted, but the portrayal somehow that this is a Badland and the minute you're going to get there, your life and liberty is at stake is a little bit of a grave exaggeration. I mean, I'm not also going to portray it as a land of honey and milk either. The truth lies somewhere in the middle. It's a fast-growing state. It's got great economic growth. It's got its problems, but it's a stable state. It's a progressive state. And the stats which you can spin the stats the way you want. But this election is a multi-cornered contest. with a large formation led by the chief minister. There is a new fledgling party, and then there is the NDA alliance. And my reading is the large political formation formed by the chief minister will pip past the post and form a government comfortably.
I hope you won't sidestep the Vijay question. What do you think of Vijay?
I think he's a popular movie star. He's
Politician
a popular
too?
movie star, but he's got no specifics. It's everything he says is motherhood and apple pie. You can't really argue with the generality he says. He's a popular movie star. He has definitely a fair amount of fans who will perhaps convert into a support base, perhaps into a vote base, but seat conversion in a first past the post system is going to be complicated. I would hazard to say that he will do well in urban areas compared to rural areas, and he will hurt both the formations. It will all depend on what kind of candidates he's going to put up in each constituency. He's going to struggle with that, but I don't see seat conversion. So he will hurt both formations, but he's not going to have an electoral success. He's going to be a damager. And considering all these factors put together, I see the India bloc led by the DMK winning the elections and forming the government comfortably.
There was a lot of talk that a deadly combo would be Congress and TVK.
Congress is a universal donor. Except the BJP, everybody wants us, you see.
Everybody wants you, but national parties, do they even have relevance in Tamil Nadu is the other question that constantly comes up.
National parties are necessary and are absolutely needed. There is a strong national sentiment in Tamil Nadu. I mean, the Dravidian parties alone don't hold the sway. The Dravidian parties also need the national parties, especially during general elections and during state elections. There is a vote for national parties in Tamil Nadu. Diminish us and to sort of ignore us will be at their own peril.
I suspect for the first time I'll have the BJP and Congress on the same note, ma'am.
Yeah.
Do you think so that Dravidian parties, yes, also have a certain amount of support from national parties that's necessary?
Yeah, that is proved because they are fighting with one Dravidian party and we are fighting with another Dravidian party.
But they're the power holders. They're the ones who call the shots. You don't ask for power sharing. Congress tried to fight for it.
No, I don't want to tell about that because we want to win the race. But not to confuse the state because they had a little more confusions till the last state. We don't want to do that. First of all, we want to root out the DMK because this just cannot be brushed away. What these are isolated incidences, whether it is Pollachi they were telling, but more incidents. Anna University, Anna Shivas are telling about that. Anna University, who is the sir? Till now, it is not actually answerable by the government. And apart from that, not only this not only law and order problem, debt of the government, 10.5 lakh crore multiplied in the 5 years. And they are telling about drug menace. I can tell the data. Per day, 3 cases are registered. So within 7 months, 700 cases has been registered on drug menace. There, one of the functionary was the drug mafia. So we cannot isolate that. And apart from that, everything, their promises. They told 100 rupees incentive for gas. They did not fulfill it. And they told meter reading every month. They did not fulfill it. And they told they will reduce the petrol diesel fare. Did not fulfill. Apart from that, they are giving 2,000 rupees to women. And a survey says to the liquor shops, government-owned liquor shops, 6,000 rupees has been spent for a drunkard husband, head of the family. So 2,000 has been given and 6,000 has been snatched. So they told they will reduce the number of the liquor shops. So it is not only the law and order problem, the administration and all the empathy towards the society, the women. So they are just portraying themselves as a very good governance, but it's not that. It is only what glitters are not gold. It's not gold. It's not glittering. It's only glittering. So what we say, the government, even though the percentage is towards us, perception is towards us, I can very boldly say it is the period of NDA. NDA will win because of the high anti-incumbency. They cannot say women are not safe and lawlessness and what all the promises they have not fulfilled it. And because of all these things and high corruption charges on the ministers, ministers are getting incentives even for government jobs. Commissions are there. One of the minister told there is going to be a commission for you. Then no, let him get the commission. So I can get the commission.
No, but corruption, ma'am, corruption also is an allegation against your ally, the AIADMK.
No,
so again, it'll be incident versus incident in corruption on law and order. The unfortunate reality is in Tamil Nadu, the DMK, AIADMK ideologically are similar, and other aspects also many would argue are very similar.
No, we can say double engine government because we have proved our double engine government in Andhra Pradesh, in other places. So we want to say that because the honorable, another thing I want to tell, the core nature of the Tamil nature is tarnished by our chief minister. For example, Bandarai Valavaikum Tamilagam, he doesn't go and welcome our honorable chief prime minister, and they Sanatan Dharma. 89% of the people follow the Sanatan Dharma. They degrade it. So why I'm telling
Karthi, you want to respond to this? Sanatana Dharma insulted in Tamil Nadu.
Pluralism, core nature of
Quickly,
Tamil
I ran out of time.
Sure, just a few sentences. You know, like we never boast that we are gold or whatever it is. We are charcoals. We are charcoals. We proudly say that. We don't say that we are providing a government which is like a gold. We are the charcoals, which can provide, you know, like the raw materials for any other thing. Like coming to, so who is talking about corruption? The BJP government, which has the washing machine. Whichever ally is, you know, like all the corrupted persons who become friends with you, you just wash out in your washing machine, you take them out of your corridor of AD or whatever right, and then you become, they're all becoming, you know, like as if they're all the Puritans. And they are accusing our government to be the, you know, like the most corrupt. I can list out a number of ministers that I can list out. I can have numbers of list out of whatever it is.
Ministers from other part, they have shifted here.
Okay, I've run out of time. Just quickly closing comments. Kove Satyam, beginning with you. Hazard a guess on the numbers.
The common factor which DMK and Congress have formed an alliance is not to save the democracy, but to save the dynasty of both the parties. Because they support dynasty. The common ground where NDA and AIADMK have formed an alliance is to put an end to the dynasty in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, quickly, Karthik. Closing comments.
These are all boring arguments of dynasty and all these usual things. The BJP is not so relevant in a state election in Tamil Nadu. As I said, and there's no threat to the practice of the faith in Tamil Nadu. And I don't think that will be an electoral issue. The election will be decided by electoral alliances. That's a very big factor in Tamil Nadu elections. And the fact that we are going to have a clear three-cornered contest. And the third contestant will also poll significant votes. That combined with the chief minister's image. I mean, you might say whatever you want about the government and about incidents. The truth is, when you measure chief minister candidate versus chief minister candidate, the incumbent chief minister scores high. He scores high in all parameters. And he's been a consensus builder. He's been an elder statesman. He's not said one harsh word to anybody. He's not ruffled anybody in the wrong way, or he's not irritated anybody in the wrong way. He's been a calm, collected man. His image, the large alliance, and a multi-cornered contest is going to pull through the India alliance past the post.
Okay, we'll see in about 1.5 months from now.
Discrimination is not even wishing us for Hindu festivals. He's telling he's not discriminating.
We'll wrap this up. I don't have time. I wish we could drag this easily for another 30 minutes. But thank you all so much for joining us. Nandri, thank you for your time and for joining us. We'll see you on the campaign trail as well very, very soon. Thank you.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जा तू मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
Also, while we go into our next session, do take the time out to step out to the Alamgir Hall, where we have champagne and tea by our sponsors, BMW. We're ready to get into our next political session. Someone who's said to be very reticent, rarely ever speaks, rarely does interviews, but is known to be very close to a certain high command, known to have the ear of Rahul Gandhi as well. Our next session, the keeper of Congress call the High Command's Power Center. To take it from here and to introduce our esteemed guests, I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, our consulting editor.
Namaskar, hello and welcome once again to the India Today Conclave 2026. Among the many intriguing questions in Indian politics is who is the second most powerful person in India's #1 opposition party, the Indian National Congress. Now, Rahul Gandhi is seen as the face, the leader of the Congress, but who is the shadow, the force behind Rahul Gandhi? My guest today is someone whom critics blame for every loss. Whenever the Congress loses, he is blamed. But supporters of him say he's the one person totally committed to the Congress ideology and organization at a time when many politicians simply want to go with the wind. Please welcome my special guest today, the Congress Member of Parliament from Kerala and the General Secretary Organization, K.C. Venugopal. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. When I said, sir, that you are the second most powerful person in the Congress, there was a smile on your face. Was that a smile of feeling nervous? That what will Rahul Gandhi say if you are introduced as second most powerful person? Or is that a reality? Yes, I am the second most powerful person.
That because of a smile came because of the joke which you are telling. I feel it is a joke. Because,
it's a joke?
Yes, exactly. Because the second powerful person in the Congress, that definition is not in the Congress at all.
But wherever I see Rahul Gandhi, I see K.C. Venugopal next to him. And many people tell me if you can't access Rahul Gandhi, you have to access K.C. Venugopal. He's the one who takes decisions. You go to Rahul Gandhi directs you to Mallikarjun Kharge. If you go to Mr. Kharge, he says, please go to Mr. K.C. Venugopal. So all doors stop at your door.
No, that because of my responsibility. I'm the General Secretary organization. Because the entire organization decision certainly will go through by myself. Of course, when you meet Congress President, when anybody meet Congress President, anybody meet Rahul Gandhi, they will ask them to discuss with the General Secretary organization for further details. This is quite natural. Nothing. What is wrong in it?
Nothing wrong. It makes you very powerful. That's all.
No. Because decision making, we have a decision making system.
Yes.
Decision making will be the leadership. Congress President, of course, Congress President will consult with Rahul Gandhi also. Sometimes they will consult with Madam Sonia Gandhi also. That is the decision making process. The decision routing process is basically my job.
The reason as I said, whenever your party loses an election, they blame you. In 2024, it looked like the Congress had revived itself. You won 99 seats in the Lok Sabha. It appeared like a strong emerging opposition. Since then, you have lost election after election. Haryana, Maharashtra, Delhi, Bihar. Do you take responsibility? Who has the Congress missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity? Why were you not able to build on what happened in the 2024 Lok Sabha, sir?
No, every election have separate systems and separate things. When you see about Lok Sabha election, you can see that the situation in that country. Everybody completely right of Congress party that point of time.
Yes.
We didn't have the resources also, because whatever resources we had, that also taken away by the income tax department that point of time. Everybody thought that 400 plus. Modi is telling that 400 plus seats. You can see the current system, Congress party is not fighting against BJP. Congress versus BJP is not there in the election. That is now not only the picture. Congress fighting with the BJP along with the entire system of this country, including the constitutional institutions like income tax, CBI, Enforcement Directorate, even now Election Commission of India.
That's a very serious charge. You are claiming that the Election Commission of India is also now with the BJP and you're fighting the Election Commission?
Certainly, certainly. Now you wait for, your entire country is now anxious. When is the election is going to be announced?
Yes.
This for these 5 states.
Yes.
They are waiting for the PM tour. When it's going to be ended? We are told that 14th his tour will be ended. 14th he is going to West Bengal or Assam. After that, any time after 14th, election will be announced. You can see that when Maharashtra election announced and Haryana announced an election, earlier both elections will be together.
No, are you blaming, sir, the Election Commission for the losses of the Congress? Is the Congress going to introspect or say Election Commission is responsible for our defeats?
Definitely Congress is introspecting about the election. We are doing a thorough analysis on election failures also. What we find out is that Election Commission is playing a big role for this type of electoral victory of BJP.
The reason I'm asking...
We already demonstrated several times about the voter list, about the discrepancies in the election system.
No, I ask you again, are you saying that is the reason for your defeat? Are you blaming the Election Commission of India for the defeats of the Congress party?
But we are very much sure that there is no system for free and fair elections under this Election Commission of India.
Is that why you have today joined an impeachment? You're looking for the first time in the history, Parliament has decided to impeach the Chief Election Commissioner.
Yeah, that type of situation has been arranged. That situation has been arranged in this country. Because we lost confidence on Election Commission. Now Election Commission is not a neutral umpire at all. They are completely partisan. We can point out instances one after another. We raise it. We given complaints. No reply at all.
Sir, but in the last 11 years, you have lost more than 90% of the elections. Rahul Gandhi has lost almost, according to the BJP's calculation, 95 elections since 2004 when he entered politics. So they are saying, why doesn't the Congress party accept that the people have rejected them rather than blame the Election Commission? When you win an election, you will not blame the Election Commission. If you win Kerala next month, who will you say that all is well?
Rajiv ji, this is the clear-cut narrative by your national media people also. Nowadays, I already forgot about the media also. The Election Commission, CBI, Enforcement Directorate, along with the media, especially national media.
Sir, I was waiting for us.
I'm telling you, when I was a student, I heard about it. Media has a biggest role in democracy. Fourth estate. They used to criticize the government. They used to strengthen opposition voice for criticizing the government. Now what is happening? You can see the night debates, night discussions. Any debate is there to correct the government. Sometimes I saw you debating. But generally, what is the pattern of the national television channels?
So
you think about it. Which channel is debating Indo-US trade, which is very much detrimental for the nation? Which channel is debating? Government is deciding which debate has to go today. Government is deciding this attitude.
Sir, I decide my debates. I decide, and I must say, I have been given great editorial freedom by India Today. No one tells me that at 9 o'clock you will do this debate. I decide my own debate.
There may be exceptions, Rajiv ji. But I am talking about the general mood of the national media. I too believe that some vernacular media is also in a different path.
So you've already in the first 5 minutes told me election commission is against you and the media is against you. ED is a weapon for the government. CBI is a weapon. Income tax is a weapon. What is left?
That is what I am telling. Why I am telling all this thing? You are abusing Congress party for losing the election for this much election you are losing.
Yes.
This is the narrative created by BJP in India. They are doing complete malpractice for winning the elections. After that election winning, they will create the narrative that Congress cannot win any election. You are talking about Kerala. Kerala nothing to there for BJP. If there anything for BJP, Kerala. That's why you can say Kerala.
I just want to understand though, sir, in all these years, you said there is introspection. After every defeat, what is the introspection? I mean, is there a feeling that do we need a leadership change? Or do you believe Rahul Gandhi is the right person to lead the Congress into the future? And you know him better than anyone else. Tell us what is Rahul Gandhi's biggest strength and what is his weakness?
Being a leader, Rahul Gandhi is one of the honest leader in this country.
Honest leader.
Brave leader in this country. In this current scenario, who is ready to tell truth? He is a person without any fear is telling the truth to this nation. He is the person working with the full honesty. He is a working person working in affection with the common people of this country. You know, what is the image created by BJP and Sangh Parivar about Rajiv Gandhi? I don't want to say that word. Is it that true? I had worked with Rajiv Gandhi for the last 8, 9, 10 years. Involving in this issues of common people, poor people, fighting against the evils. He never withdrawn from any this type of actions.
So you're saying he's honest, courageous, ready to take up issues that no one else will touch. What is his biggest weakness? What, according to you, is Rahul Gandhi's biggest weakness? Some weakness also must be there.
Every person have a weakness and
So
strength
you
also.
tell me what is his biggest weakness?
I didn't see his biggest weakness is to empathy towards the common people, poor people, downtrodden.
That is his strength.
Yeah, no, not only strength. Somebody is feeling that it is his weakness.
Is his weakness that he's not a political strategist? That he doesn't know how to win elections? In India today, to win elections, somewhere you need Sam, Dam, Danda, Bhed.
Till 96, I'm telling. Basically till 2014. What was the strike rate of BJP? If you are telling about Rahul Gandhi, he is not capable to win election. Whether the Vajpayee ji was, one time he won. Advani ji, they sat with the 2 members of parliament also in this parliament. They lost several assembly elections continuously, consecutively. If that means that they are not capable leaders of this country, does that mean that BJP is not at all accountable party? That situation, that was a healthy democratic situation. Now, here there is no healthy democratic situation in this country, even though we are fighting like anything.
You're saying you're fighting. Has your Congress General Secretary organization, has the organization weakened? I keep hearing from Congress leaders that in many parts of the country, it's the same old leaders who carry on, whether they succeed or fail. No young new talent is emerging. That the party lacks a committed cadre. The BJP has, like it or not, a committed cadre. The Congress does not have that committed cadre anymore. Many of your leaders have left and joined the BJP in recent times. Do you feel that the Congress is a party on the decline because its organization has declined, sir?
No. This is also an allegation put forward by the BJP. Because Congress party's strength, we know that.
What is its strength?
Each and every corner of this country, wherever you go, whether it is northeast, whether it is west, whether it is south or north, every village, there will be a Congress person. You cannot see a BJP person in every village, but in every village, there will be a Congress person. Of course, we should also...
Sir, you have not won, if I may say, I agree with you, you may have a congressman in every village, but you have not won an election in this country with a majority since 1984. We are now in 2026. For 42 years, you have not won a majority. So it's all very well to have a congressman in every village. But if you're not going to win elections, something is wrong with your election machine, organization, somewhere. I mean, someone has to be blamed. Who is going to be blamed? You will not blame the Gandhi family.
Actually, every organization will have ups and downs.
Yes.
Not only in Indian scenario. That global scenario also, that every political party can win completely in one stretch. There will be ups and downs. We are also having downs sometimes. That doesn't mean that that party is not going to exist. Everybody is talking about that. That's what I told at the beginning itself. 2024 election, that was the picture. Congress will not be there. But what was the thing?
You still only won 99 seats, sir. The BJP won 240. Sometimes you make it out.
No.
Was that the mistake you made? That you got 99 seats and typically Congress, arey, humko 99 mil gaya. But the other side got 240. So you interpreted a defeat as victory. You got complacent and you started losing elections.
But we are not in the government. How can we say that we are completely won? But our perception is very clear that there was a narrative that Congress is going to die after this parliament election. Yes. That doesn't happen. Is it happen? There were very clearly, Congress is the strongest party in this country now onwards. Of course, I am agreeing with you. We need to strengthen our organization in all levels. We need to cope up with the modern political system. But we are doing that organizational exercise. Last 1 year, we are on the path of strengthening the organizational exercise. Is the part of that.
Is the future of the Congress ekla chalo re, or are you going to have alignments? The India Alliance was your alliance of the 2024 election. Since then, we don't know whether the India Alliance is there, not there. You're going to fight in Bengal against the TMC. You're going to fight against the left in Kerala. Is the India Alliance there, or can we say India Alliance is no longer there?
India Alliance is a national alliance.
It's a national alliance.
National alliance. Of course, when we formed the India Alliance also, that point of time itself, debate was happened. What would be the state elections? Of course, Bengal, we will have a fight with each other. In Kerala, we cannot go with the communist. That doesn't mean a national situation, national issues. We are not going to together. We will be going together in national issues.
Sir, but if you fight each other, how will you take on someone as formidable as Narendra Modi?
This is not the new thing, Deepji. This was happened earlier also. In 2004, what was the situation? When UPA was in power, we are fighting with the communists. First, communists were supporting national government. 22 years before.
So, but now you are in a dominant BJP period with Mr. Modi and Amit Shah. You need to change the way you fight your politics. Narendra Modi is not Morarji Desai. He's not going in 3 years anywhere. Are you all aware of what you are facing?
Are you believing that?
No,
you cannot predict anything in the politics.
No, he's been around for 11 years now.
Okay, 11 years is okay. But are you predicting that he will be there for further for 60 years or for 7 years, 10 years? Don't believe like that. Situation will change in this country. We are completely confident that we are going to win 2029 election. We are completely confident.
Okay, I'm putting this on record.
Yes.
Today is March 13th, 2026. KC Venugopal is saying Congress is going to win the 2029 elections.
Yes, Congress India Alliance is going to win 2029 election.
And who's going to?
You write it down now itself.
I'll write it down. We've already, it's recorded. And who's going to be the Prime Minister of the country in 2029?
Why you are worrying about that?
No, you are, see, this is the problem. I know on the other side who's the Prime Minister candidate.
Who?
Mr. Modi.
He's going to be fourth time.
Why not?
This is your assumption. This is the problem. You have only one agenda.
What is my agenda?
To focus Modi for 2024 also.
You know,
this is the agenda of.
No, this is not my agenda.
You ask. You go to the inner mind of BJP leaders. Yes. They will not agree with this your format.
BJP leaders will not agree. Okay. I will leave it to BJP leaders to tell me what will happen in 2029. But I'm asking you as a Congress leader, would you see Rahul Gandhi as your face for 2029? Certainly. No, 1 minute. Let him respond. He has every right to respond. Yes, go ahead. No, please let him respond. Yes.
Yes, certainly. Rahul Gandhi is our leader. Rahul Gandhi is the leader. He is the leader of opposition now. Legitimate position. Leader of opposition is a legitimate position in this country. Gradually.
So how will you respond to those who say the opposition is being too obstructionist? We've seen Parliament. You moved a no confidence motion against the Speaker. Now you moved impeachment motion against the Election Commission. How do you respond to those who will say that our opposition needs to be more constructive?
The position is more
that you need to cooperate with government.
What do you mean by constructive? Only praising the government? Is that constructive role of the opposition?
No, I'm asking you, what is your...
For example,
yes.
What was the real reason for the non-confidence motion? When President's motion, Thanksgiving motion to the President's speech was taken up, of course, this is a due. As per procedure, as per the convention, leader of opposition is initiating the discussion. After mover and seconder. What was the situation? Just before Rahul Gandhi, seconder completely spoke against Congress regime, using all type of languages, filthy languages, and attack Congress. That are all in the parliamentary records. By hearing that, they are talking about Congress is not at all nationalist. Congress is anti-national. They didn't protect national interest. This is what the allegation made by one member from Karnataka who seconded the motion. Then Rahul Gandhi started speaking. He asked some questions by quoting a magazine. This was a magazine, Caravan magazine article. Ame Chitnavana's book. What was that? When Chinese troops attacking into our territory, our military chief is asking order from political head. 3 hours, 4 hours, 2-3 times they reminded what we have to do. They are coming to us. What we have to do? We are ready. But we need an order from political leadership. And what Speaker has done? Speaker told, you cannot speak this. You cannot quote book. You cannot quote magazine. Speaker quoted the rule 349. Of course, I agree 349. What is the 349?
It gives discretion to the Speaker.
No, that is not give. 314 is very clear. You cannot quote a book or magazine
which is not
in a debate, not the part of the proceeding.
Yes.
What was the proceedings? The proceeding was Thanksgiving motion to the President's speech. In President's speech, defense security was there. In President's speech, nationalism was there. When Rahul Gandhi is completely speaking about the President's speech, Speaker stopped him. You cannot speak. What is wrong in it? Then after that, Rahul ji told, I am not quoting the book, I am not quoting the magazine, but as a debater, I want to tell that you completely put responsibility on the forces. Instead of giving them command, the same Prime Minister told us in an interview, I think in the interview with the National TV, earlier after Balakot incident, he himself instructed to the forces, because this is the best time, that crowd is there this is the best time to strike, airstrike. Is the same Prime Minister given that? That Prime Minister didn't given any direction to the forces. Is this nationalism? Is this 56-inch? When a leader of opposition, that in a debate, is raising a serious question on defense security, you are telling you people are only destructive mind. Is that not a responsibility of the opposition to point it out?
So for example, now you're going on an LP, you're wanting to do protests on LPG. Now, are you going to blame the Modi government for what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz?
Certainly. Why? I'm telling you, because of your foreign policy, because you see that holy times, our Prime Minister wished holy to President of France. Good, that's okay. But he didn't condemn an attack on America in Indian Ocean. A foreign vessel has been attacked by a US force in our territory, where we are looking after securities. You see that we didn't have any affection towards Iran or Israel, but India was a neutral player in all these years. But now your foreign policies, you are completely surrendered to America. America is telling that you cannot buy. You can buy for 30 days Russian oil. Who is telling that to India? America. Is that not a surrender?
Okay, I take your anger on board. I want to come back to your party. No, I want to come back to your party and what's going to happen now. Quick questions, quick answers. It is said that in the Congress party, not taking a decision is often the best decision. For 5 months, we have been hearing, will Mr. Shiv Kumar become Chief Minister? Will Siddaramaiah stay? Can you clear it? Can you clear once and for all our viewers in Bengaluru? Is Mr. Shiv Kumar going to be Chief Minister or Siddaramaiah going to continue?
You yourself created issues. You yourself created issue, then you will ask the answer from me. What can I say?
How have I created the issue? Your Karnataka Congress is not being able to decide who do they want the Chief Minister to continue.
Now there is a Chief Minister, one of the most powerful Chief Minister of this country, Siddaramaiah. So now he is the Chief Minister.
Will Shiv Kumar take over?
If there is any vacancy for the Chief Minister in Karnataka to decide.
Oh, there is no vacancy as of now.
He is the present Chief Minister.
Okay.
Party can decide at any time for a change. If party and MLAs are deciding, that will happen. But now that doesn't mean that now we need to take a decision immediately for that.
Okay, our South Bureau Chief has got his answer. No vacancy at the moment as of today for Karnataka Chief Minister.
Don't misquote.
Okay, I'm not misquoting. I'm saying I'm trying to paraphrase what you said. Journalists sometimes do that. I take your point. Elections now. Kerala, your home state. It is seen as most polls are showing Congress ahead. Are you going to stay in Delhi or is your heart in Thiruvananthapuram? Honest answer. Honest answer.
Rajdipji. Malayalam used to tell, I'm a Nadan Keralakaran. In country Keralates.
In country.
I came from a village, a rural village. I studied in a rural school. Studied in a rural college, government school, government college. I completed my post-graduation from that government college, Payyanur College, government-like college. Therefore, I like Kerala cuisine very much. I like Kerala culture, sing, dance, everything. Therefore, when I work in Delhi, that doesn't mean that I have to forget everything which I like in Kerala. I'm a Keralite. I'm proud to say that I'm a Keralite. I have Kerala interest, but not looking for any chair. Being a Keralite, I'm really proud of my state.
So your heart is in Kerala.
Certainly, every day, not now.
But
from the childhood itself.
Okay, your heart is in Kerala, but we are not sure who will occupy the chair if your party wins. That the MLAs will decide.
That system is there every time.
MLAs or your high command?
No, we have a standard procedure, not like BJP. We have a standard procedure. You can see after Telangana election, Evan Reddy became the chief minister. After Karnataka election, Siddaramaiah became the chief minister. After Himachal election, Sukhu became the chief minister. Basically, you can see that who became the Rajasthan chief minister, who became the Chhattisgarh chief minister, who became the Odisha chief minister. Our procedure is entirely different. We will do according to our procedure. There is a system. Observer will go to the state and they will ask the chief MLAs and they will report to the High Command. High Command will take this.
So you are not ruling yourself out.
What?
If the High Command says, Venugopal, now good, you have done good job in Delhi, go to Thiruvananthapuram, you will be happy. If they don't say it, you will stay in Delhi.
Now I understood that. Why Rajdeep ji, with the great affection, called me for this interview. Now I got the clear. Because you want this answer from me. No. You will never get that answer from me.
Okay.
Rajdeep ji.
I know you've been very candid, and I really appreciate it, because I think one of the things that one likes as a journalist is politicians who are open. You've been quite open in the answers you've told us. We've also recorded 2029. You have claimed that
yes,
you will win the elections.
Yes.
That is 3 years away.
I don't know. Before that also something happened in this country.
Sir,
wait and see.
Sir, we are not soothsayers. We are not going to predict the future. But I really appreciate that you've taken the time out to join, because you don't, one last point. You have blamed the media. We often invite senior Congress leaders to come to conclaves, to come to events, and they seem to be not so inclined. Why don't you come? You all should come. Give your viewpoint.
No,
why do you only blame? We are the messenger.
The environment you people create, I'm not telling individually you. The environment which national media created in this country like that only. We saw media in 2013-14 in this country. How the entire media pinpointed a government and thrown them out from the chair. I like that journalism. That is a healthy journalism. Even our government done something wrong, pointing out, criticizing. That is a healthy journalism for a democratic system. But now, even though our journalists, good journalists, intellectual journalists, brave journalists have a courage to say that your honors will not allow to say that. This is the situation in this country. I'm very frank enough to say that.
I'm going to leave it there. During this conversation, we had several lovely pictures of the Congress through the ages, from the times of Indira Gandhi to the times of Rajiv Gandhi, to the age of Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi, who we did not speak about. Many congressmen think, Kiran Rijiju said in Parliament the other day, Priyanka smiles more than Rahul Gandhi. Maybe she should be your leader.
Yesterday, the day before yesterday, I spoken in the Parliament about that.
Right.
You can see that in last session, including our Prime Minister, Home Minister, Defense Minister, only 1 point attack, that was against Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. You can see this debate, 1 point praise that for Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. I told them, you will, day before yesterday, Kiran Rijiju praised Priyanka Gandhi. Priyanka Gandhi given a befitting reply to Kiran Rijiju also. One side they blame Rahul Gandhi and another side they blame Priyanka Gandhi. Priyanka Gandhi given reply to them. I told them, you are now blaming Rahul Gandhi. In future, you will also praise Rahul Gandhi. This is going to happen.
Okay. We'll wait and see whether that day comes or not. But K.C. Venugopal, for coming on the India Today Conclave and giving us the perspective of, as I called you at the outset, the second most powerful person in the Congress party, it won't get you into trouble. Don't worry. Saying that is not a problem.
Because my conscious mind is with me.
Yes.
Then why I am worrying about all these things?
I said you are a die-hard congressman and you don't find too many die-hard congressmen anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the face of the Congress when it comes to their organization. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you,
joining
Rajneeti.
me. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together when I call upon Ankur Handa, Senior Vice President, UTI Mutual Fund, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. K.C. Venugopal. Once again, warm applause.
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जाते मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
has been sponsored by World Gold Council. To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage my colleague Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today TV.
At Harvard Business School, she teaches entrepreneurship and leadership at a time when disruption is no longer the exception, it is the very operating system of the global economy. Professor Christina Wallace has spent years thinking about how organizations survive moments of deep change. She often says, entrepreneurship is not just about starting companies, it's a way of thinking when the future is uncertain. And perhaps that insight feels particularly relevant today, Christina, when wars are redrawing trade routes, technology is transforming industries overnight, and AI is rewriting the rules of work. So, Professor Wallace, industries are planning for next 5 and 10 years, but we are living in times when we do not know how the next week or two will be. What is entrepreneurship in these times?
I used to be able to talk about, our parents' generation. We had these world-altering moments every decade, every generation, and then it became every 3 weeks, and now it just feels like it's every 2 or 3 hours. And this becomes sort of existential at this point. I mean, I think entrepreneurship, by definition, we call it the pursuit of opportunity without regard for resources currently controlled. And what that does, when we think about this definition in our classes, is really orient toward judgment under uncertainty. So this notion of looking at opportunity without knowing how you're going to get there is the mindset shift. And the belief that you can plan 5 or 10 years out is what's broken. You can't, right? So that probably hasn't been true for a while, but I think we're finally embracing that this can't be true. So what do you do if you can't see that far out? One of my mentors was Dr. Clay Christensen, and he had this framework of emergent versus deliberate strategy. Deliberate strategy works in a world where you can see where everyone is going, you know who your customers are, you know who your competition is, you have visibility, and you can plot a map to get from here to there. Emergent strategy is what you have to use in a world where you can't see what's coming next, right? It's not a map, it's more of a compass. Everything is foggy, there isn't a ton of visibility, and so the notion is you have a sense of where you're going, but you can only really plan your next step. And then you take that step and you look up and you assess, is this what I thought it was going to be? I have new information. Am I still going in the right direction? And then you plan your next step. And so it becomes a much more entrepreneurial approach to everything.
That approach is about navigating uncertainty. But I've been going through your work, and it's fascinating because you explain life through Venn diagrams. So let's try and put those Venn diagrams on the screen for the audience and explain that to us. You say that you are a human Venn diagram. It's
Yes.
right there. And the intersection is you, surrounded by multiple technologies, businesses, and arts. How is this Venn diagram relevant in these times,
Yeah.
the time of disruption?
I first came up with this framework as a way to introduce myself when I started my first startup right out of business school. I was going to a lot of investment pitches. I was trying to explain to investors very, very quickly who I was and why they should take a chance on me. And I was struggling because I have always been this multidisciplinary, multi-interested person. Before I went to business school, I worked at the Metropolitan Opera. I studied math and theater in college. I was very much this person that existed very much at this intersection of business, technology, and the arts. And finally, one night, and I will admit I might have been slightly drunk, I came up with this phrase, that I'm a human Venn diagram. And the investor paused, and he said, "Oh, that's interesting. You're interdisciplinary. Tell me more." And so I've really clung to this framework as how I describe, how I see my identity. And this is crucial in a world that is changing because, at least in the United States, we conflate identity with our job titles. We see ourselves as our work, and this becomes more and more true the more successful you become. And when something comes out of left field and completely disrupts that path that you were on, you lose your identity and your job in the same conversation. It can feel incredibly destabilizing, and it can make it really hard to zigzag, to pivot. But if you have an identity that's not rooted in how you currently monetize your time, but all of the worlds and the experiences and the networks that you are part of, right? You figure out what is that intersection of spaces that I have experience in. And when I step into a room, what are all the perspectives I'm bringing with me? When you have that as the core of how you see yourself, and something comes out of left field and destroys the path you're on, you aren't stuck. You just look at how can I use the other elements of who I am and reimagine what comes next.
This will be seen as a startup mindset, where you're more adaptive. But the big companies believe in stability more than experimentation. How does that fit in?
I mean, it's straight out of the 1990s. Like, stability doesn't exist. It's not true. So you can pretend it is and hold on to that and do your 5-year strategic plans and imagine that you know what's happening, or you can acknowledge that the world we are in requires rapid experimentation in all dimensions of your business. So my first book was focused on how big companies can take the mindsets and the tools of entrepreneurship and use it to build innovation ecosystem, sort of getting away from playing at innovation theater and instead actually build new businesses that might become the future of the business. And it requires as much of the practice of entrepreneurship as it requires a leadership change. So that mentality of how they look at opportunity dramatically has to change. But this used to be a playbook just for your new business creation. And now I would argue it has to be relevant everywhere, in your enabling functions, in the businesses that you currently operate, in what you think your customers want has probably changed. So we have this saying in the world of startups, which is expire your data. When you think you know something,
yes,
the next question is, well, how do you know? And how recently did you learn this? And if this is something that you're like, well, we tried it in 2005, it didn't work. That is out of date data. You tried this before the pandemic, out of date. We asked our customers 3 years ago, out of date. You have to constantly be getting new information in order to validate or invalidate what you believe is true.
So how does the individual portfolio which you have defined, and that will be the next infographics coming on the screen, in this life portfolio versus a financial portfolio, how is this relevant again in the times? Because we have lived through pandemic, we are living through the wars.
So this was my second book. This was the model that I created for myself, first and foremost, to explain to my mother what I was doing with my life, and then turned it into this system to really try to understand how all of the pieces of who I am and what I want fit together. Because I really struggled with this idea of work-life balance. I hated the framing of it. It seemed to put work and life in opposition to each other, when in fact your work is in the context of your life. But I thought it also, especially for highly ambitious people like the students that I teach, I felt like it put work first, and you achieve and you have ambition and you go, and then you sort of, whatever's left, you get to squeeze in your life. And that's incredibly short-sighted in a world where things can change on a dime. And it's not just about getting laid off or having AI suddenly take your entire job. It's also about your health could have a massive change. Your family might have some sort of disruption. There are so many ways that things can throw you off the plan. And so I wanted to design a mechanism to help me imagine, but also manage my life. So it's another one of Dr. Christensen's big ideas with how will you measure your life? Ended up being one of his most important books before he passed. And so I looked to financial portfolios, which is something I'd learned about in my first semester finance class. I came into business school not knowing anything about finance. And I thought this was genius, this idea that you would design the allocation of your assets based on the season of life you're in, the relationship you have to risk, the outcomes you're looking to manage toward for that season. And then when that season changes, you rebalance. You reassess how you want to put your money to work. And I thought this is a genius idea for designing your life as well. That you might have seasons where work is at 70%. And you might have seasons where family needs to be at 50%. You might have a moonlighting project. It's not even a side hustle. You're not monetizing it. It's just something fun. It gives you joy. It's a hobby. But then something happens and your day job no longer wants to be your day job, or maybe you don't want it anymore. And that moonlighting project has the opportunity to grow, and that becomes the day job. So it gives you this flexibility through diversification that not only buttresses you when big things happen, but also allows you to reinvent for whatever the next season looks like.
But how often do you assess this life portfolio?
Yeah.
Because the financial portfolio is usually assessed 6 months or quarterly. How often do you rework this?
I assess it every year. I do an annual personal balanced scorecard. I'm incredibly nerdy, and so this shows up in all of my examples. But I have this scorecard that I think through at the beginning of the year. What are my goals? What are my objectives in each of these areas? It's not just my job. I have objectives for my marriage and for my family. I have, plans for...
And that's written. Objectives for your marriage and family is written.
And that's the best part. So I set it based on my intention. And halfway through the year, I check in. Just a red, yellow, green light. How am I doing? Am I on track or off? And if I'm off track, why? Because sometimes I haven't prioritized it. Sometimes it's because I don't actually want it. I think I want it. But when given the opportunity to invest in it, every time I choose something else. And so then there's a little bit of a conversation with myself of like, why are you holding on to this if you don't actually want it? If you set it aside, you can make space for something you do want. And so many times that shows up in like an identity you used to have. You're like, well, I need to do this. It's part of who I am. And at some point you're like, but why? Why is it still there? Take it off your calendar, make space. Because you can't diversify to the point of 50 things. That's bad, portfolio allocation. And it's the same with your life. You only have room for so much at once. So I check in at the end, 6 months, how am I doing? And at the end of every year, red, yellow, green light, did I make it or not? And then there's this one question at the very bottom. It's sort of the checksum if you were building an Excel model. And it's, are you happy? And if I met all of my goals that year, but I'm not happy, then we have to rethink things. Because high achieving people are really good at meeting goals that don't actually matter because we've been trained to meet the goals. And so that's that moment. And I define happiness roughly as I have more good days than bad, right? There are going to be seasons that are rough and you're going to have weeks that are awful, but on balance for the year, did I have more good days than bad? And if the answer is no, it's time to make a shift. And this is where I don't massively redesign my portfolio every year. Sometimes it's tweaks. When I realize I want to give up that hobby, I want to pick up that volunteering opportunity, can only have one, how do I make space? But the bigger redesign comes that moment when you realize you're not happy. And it doesn't have to mean that like it's this big moral failing. It could simply mean there's friction where there didn't used to be. The job used to work for you, and for whatever reasons, it's not anymore. Or the relationship was working and it's right, like there's friction that came and is new, and now we need to address it and potentially redesign, rebalance. So this actually is what brought me back to Harvard Business School. I graduated in 2010. I spent a decade building startups of my own. And then in 2019, I had a baby. And my husband and I were newly married, and we were trying to figure out what this next season was going to look like. And I realized I couldn't start another company and figure out how to be a parent at the same time. Like, I just know myself enough that I'm going to go all in and I will break. And that's not the type of parent I wanted to be, and that's not the type of marriage I wanted. And so I needed something dramatically different for this season.
So your life portfolio would have changed then?
That was the big year where it shifted.
Yes. So let's put out the next set of infographics, and here let's talk about the fact is that the AI is moving at an extraordinary speed. It's faster than regulation, faster than social debate. When we are looking at the companies racing, how do you balance and understand the consequences that they're heading towards?
Every new technology brings new things that we don't understand. And AI is terrifying. It would be terrifying on its own. It's particularly terrifying given the speed. And I think there's two pieces of this. One is, what are the amazing things that could come about as a result of this? I love this infographic. I didn't design it. This is by an illustrator, Tim Urban, who graciously let me include it in my book. But I think it's a perfect example for right now where the world is with AI, right? There are sort of all of these paths that we could have taken before now. By whatever reason, we chose a specific path, whether it's for your life or for your company or whatever that looks like, and you're sort of in this moment of today. And rather than saying, well, I had one plan, I had one path ahead of me, and now AI is throwing that away, you have to recognize you always had all these different options. AI might have just added paths to this plan, but to see this with excitement rather than fear is part of it, right? So, and I mean this truly, even on an individual level, and I know how much disruption is coming to individual employees whose jobs are going to dramatically change or disappear as a result of this. But if you go back to an anchoring into who you are as a Venn diagram and recognize maybe you were on this path and now that's not there anymore, you pull from all the other things you are and you lean into what the new opportunity might be for you personally. As a company, it dramatically changes your competitor set, how you make things, how you sell things, who you sell them to, right? Like the sky is the limit and that can feel overwhelming. But I think that there's the opportunity first and foremost to just become fluent. There's certainly a group of people in the United States who say, I'm scared of the whole thing, I don't want it to exist, and I'm going to opt out. I'm not going to try these tools, I'm not going to understand how this works. And that is putting your head in the sand. I would say the more scared you are of it, the more you need to learn.
But Christina, the fact is that disruption, people tend to adapt, but there are workers who are deeply concerned. While it may be great at the leadership level, there is a level for which it is about basic survival. How has the assurance to be given to them? How do you give assurance to them?
I think in a huge number of instances, not all, but in a huge number of them, we're not going to see jobs going away. They're just going to dramatically change the context of what used to be coding, as an example, very high end of the pay scale, not exactly on the factory floor, but my second startup was helping girls get into computer science. That's a very 2014 idea. This is not a thing that you would push them toward now, because learning to code is no longer a six-figure stable life. The entire act of coding can be done by Claude Code faster and more efficiently. So the work of the engineer, of the computer scientist, is now about architecture and design. It's about guiding and managing the tools rather than writing the specific code itself. And I think this will be true across the board. You're going to see assistants suddenly doing very different work in the same way that in the 1960s we had typist pools who had to go and take dictation and type up letters, and at a certain point people learned to type their own letters. We didn't get rid of assistants, we changed what we asked of them. And I think we're going to see that again in all of these different mechanisms. My grandfather built cars. He was on the factory floor of General Motors for 42 years. He welded. And I think he would have been actually really excited by this next iteration of what AI means for manufacturing, about the robots that he would be working alongside and the opportunities, right? Rather than doing the same thing for 42 years, which is what he did. This is a chance to upskill and try new things. I mean, it's not all roses. I understand that.
For entrepreneurs in this room, what is one capability you would say that they should inculcate?
Yeah, it feeds right into where we were just talking. I think storytelling is the #1 skill. In the age of AI, storytelling is the last human job. AI can write formulaic things. It's not good at creative writing, but it certainly doesn't understand, and never will, humans. And a big part of entrepreneurship, a big part of all leadership, but specifically entrepreneurship, is selling a dream, selling a vision of what can be, getting people to join you for that, join your team, invest in you, partner with you, get on board for what this is. Even customers, you're having to sell them on a version of what this product will be eventually, even if this first iteration is kind of ugly. And a lot of this is about the communication. And that communication has to be deeply rooted in emotion, human experience, the impact of what you're doing. It's not just about facts and data. And that's the piece that entrepreneurs will constantly have to have.
Emphasis would be on individuals, on you yourself.
I think this is true, though, at an institutional level. I mean, we have startups that I know and work with in Boston where they are teaching storytelling at the institutional level, at the company level, because they recognize the company has to be able to tell stories of where it's going. Where, like, this entire notion of communication is actually the most important thing in a moment of disruption is incredibly true. And yet, at least at Harvard Business School, we don't teach that. We don't teach a communications course. Yet, I'm proposing one. We'll see if they approve it.
So let's put out the final infographics, and this is about theater. And the display. And Look at this one. The innovation theater. Innovation and theater, the two goes together, and that is also because when the disruption is happening, there are a lot of people who are not risk takers, but there are also those who adapt to change. Is innovation theater more about how you sell yourself and you're selling your story?
I see innovation theater as the same thing as charity galas. It's a way to make it look like you're doing something without actually doing anything. So it's the hackathon, it's the, we're gonna have our Innovator of the Month award. It's the like, we're doing the activities of creating new things, but we're not doing anything with those new things. We're not changing how we work. We're not changing mindset. We're not evaluating these activities based on their outcomes.
This is more surround sound that companies create.
Exactly. It's so you have something to tell the street every quarter.
So you have something to ensure that you have press releases to stay in news.
But it doesn't build anything new. And so this is where, if you really want change, this is as a mindset shift at the leadership level, at the highest levels, to understand I have to be able to operate whatever still exists of my business really, really well, but I also have to create at the same time. And those are different playbooks. And you have to learn to do both. It's very ambidextrous, but that is what's going to allow you to disrupt yourself and to have something for a world that you don't yet understand.
When companies have, some portfolios like chief experience officers and all, this is largely about telling the board that they're doing something.
Yeah, I think the biggest red flag for me, I've seen versions of this, chief disruptive officer, chief ideas officer, and they have no one that reports to them. It's just a senior person. They give them a C-suite title because that's what's going to make the investors think that they're doing something important. But they have no authority. They have no budget. They create vibes.
Vibes. They create vibes within the company. So it's essentially a performance.
That's why it's theater.
Okay, let's talk more about this. We have that innovation theater on our screens. There is this emphasis on silos as well. So does silo actually work along with design thinking while others? It's also mindset, right? People who work in silos also are thinkers.
Yes. So there's two elements that I think the silos really hurt. One is when you are siloed by sort of business line, products, whatever those things are, right? You have separate business units. They're each kind of doing their own thing. And that is a very inside out way of looking at the world. This is how we are organized, and therefore we are going to look at opportunity based on our existing resources, our existing capabilities, et cetera. Whereas if you take an outside in lens, a customer centric point of view, you might recognize that what they want next actually requires two business units to work together. Or it requires half of your company to disrupt itself, to actually build something that will cannibalize an existing business. But that is the commercial truth of what is needed. And so it's really hard when you have people working in silos because they have a specific set of goals that they're driving toward. They have metrics that they'll be measured against for their next big promotion, and they have no incentives to collaborate for the purposes of the customer. The other way I think silos become really problematic is in sort of the back office enabling functions, legal and compliance and supply chain, where they are so narrowly focused, almost exclusively in a protective position. They are here to protect the organization. They are not here to try new things. And they are the place where new ideas can get killed, but can never actually, like they can't say yes, but they can say no. And it's how they're incentivized. And so it requires, like, to change mindsets, you have to change incentives.
So that brings me to the last and final question. when organizations face disruption, is the bigger risk building the wrong thing or failing to change at all?
Failing to change. Here's the thing. I talk to my students a lot. They're all very terrified about what they're going to do after they graduate. Not because the market is particularly bad, just because they're 28 and they don't want to make the wrong choice. They think making the wrong choice will mean failure, and they don't fail. But my point to them is, if you stand still, you have no new information whatsoever. If you take a step in any direction, you now have new information. And you're not committing to a marathon in that direction, you're committing to a step. And if you take that step and what you realize is this isn't it, you cut your losses, you redirect, you take that information and you take a step in a different direction. So a company that's thinking about launching something and they're like, oh, but what if it's wrong? You will not know if it's right or wrong until it meets the market. So don't invest the entirety of your new, product development budget behind it. Give it a little bit of air, a little bit of funding, a little bit of momentum, and see if there's a there. And if there is, you give it a little bit more.
Even in the times of war?
Yes. You have to take action to learn about the world that you're in, because your data has expired.
So because we are living in the most uncertain times, we do not know whether this West Asia crisis will expand. It has already expanded. Do companies hold on, or should they look at avenues outside?
I look at this very similarly to the early days of the pandemic, where we don't know. This could be 2 weeks. This could be a decade. This could be the new normal. We don't know. And if you're waiting until we have the vaccines to do anything, that's like 18 months where everything could fall apart, and your competitors are probably doing something. So now you're losing the ground you're on even further. I think even in a world that is changing this much and you don't know, you have to take action. The point is small investments, diversified.
Take action is the big mantra. Professor Wallace, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us.
Professor Wallace, do stay up on stage, and maybe you can grab the mic. One question which many of us have right here, because we could do with a bit of tips in communication. You're looking to teach a course in communication in the age of AI. Can you tell us your top 3 or 5 tips? The likes of us in media could go a far way with that.
So my first one is, you don't ignore AI altogether. I think AI is incredibly useful in communications. In large part, I use it right now as a way to clear out space of the silly, boring things that I fill my day in order to make space for creativity, for inspiration, for consuming great stories so that I can tell better stories. It's also incredibly helpful in helping you get kind of first iterations of things, right? The ugly draft, the mock-up that then you can go and collaborate with someone else. So I'm not against it entirely, but my number one rule is you don't let it write the first words for you. Mm-hmm. You do the work first, and then you collaborate with it. You think of AI as your partner, and you allow it, because usually what it gives you back is very boring. It's very average. By definition, it is giving you the next probabilistic word based on all the words you've given it. That's never going to be novel. Mm-hmm. So you work with it. And what it gives you back usually inspires what you then come up with. But by taking action, you actually can get further than just staring at the computer screen and thinking really hard all by yourself.
All right, thank you, but we're going to keep you up on stage. Just stay on with us. We're privileged to have you. You're going to help us release our coffee table edition of 50 Years of India Today. We're very proud of this and very happy to have you do that. As I call upon stage, Maria, do stay on stage. as I also call upon stage requesting Professor Wallace to stay back and call upon Mr. Sudhakar Rao, Director, ICFAI University, to join Professor Wallace on stage to launch the 50 Years of India Today Coffee Table book. Let me tell you a little bit about this edition. 50 years, one witness, 11 prime ministers, 15 governments, 350 elections. We have covered the upheaval, we exposed the rot, 25 massive scams that shook the nation, 12 wars and insurgencies that tested our borders, from the Green Revolution to the digital age, from a nation in transition to a global superpower. 50 years, one story, India Today, making sense of India. Releasing now the coffee table edition, the remaking of India, specifically curated to commemorate our 50 years of the India Today magazine. We will, I'm sorry, this is the third time I'm doing it, but may I also call upon stage Ms. Rakhi Khanna, Global Head of Corporate Communications World Good Council, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to Professor Wallace. Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause. Those were quite a few tips that would come very, very handy in the age of AI. Thank you, Professor Wallace. Also, a quick update. All of you were here this morning. We saw the ambassador of America to India, and you saw his point of view. And we thought we were going to also get you an alternate point of view. So those of you who want to hear the Russian ambassador to India, make your way to the Shah Jahan Hall. He's live with us. He's going to be joining us from the Russian embassy. My colleague, our foreign affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, is right there. So if you're interested in hearing into that conversation, that's what you have to do. Cut across to the Shah Jahan Hall. We have a big screen for you, and you can hear the Russian ambassador to India, where you'll get both sides of the same issue. And that is what is the purpose of the India Today Conclave. And for those of you who'd like to stay back for our next session, well, this was a session at least I personally was looking forward to, most excited to hear Mr. Pico Iyer, the author, but let me introduce the session first. The Art of Stillness in a Restless World. This session has been sponsored by UTI Mutual Funds. To take it from here, I'd like to invite on stage Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director.
Good evening, everyone. Let's give Pico Iyer a really warm round of applause. I first heard of Pico Iyer almost 40 years ago. And this is when Arun Puri, editor-in-chief, walked into the newsroom while we were doing our news meeting and said, and he flashed this essay from Time magazine. And he said, have you read this? And it was titled, if I remember, In Praise of the Humble Comma. Now, his essay about this tiny punctuation mark that we use so casually was written with such wit and I would say astonishing philosophical depth that it became a meditation, literally a meditation on the English language. If you have the time after this session, do just go into Google, you can still read that piece. It's brilliant. Since then, of course, Pico has taken on many other avatars than just being a journalist of Time magazine. He spent much of his life traveling the world and writing about his experiences. And yet, in his books, such as The Art of Stillness, and in his most recent title, Learning from Silence. It's just out in the market. I happened to read it the other day. And he advocates in this book that in this hyper-connected, hyper-accelerated age, the real challenge is not moving faster, but learning when and how to pause. So in tonight's conversation, we will explore Pico Iyer's concept of stillness and why it matters. Let's give him another warm round of applause before I begin the questioning. Pico, I use this word hyper-connected, but I realized I couldn't really connect with you except on email. You don't carry a cell phone also. So how do you manage?
I find I have too much distraction and data already. What I don't have enough of is the time and space to make sense of it. I also have a very tolerant wife because she's the victim of my lacking a cell phone and not being able to find me when I'm traveling. But I don't want my attention to be cut up into 1,000 fragments. I want, when I'm speaking to you, to be entirely with you, not to have something vibrating in my pocket or not to know that 11 messages waiting for me as soon as we're finished with this conversation. So it's a trade-off. It's not something I recommend to anybody else. But in my case, I need to restore a balance between how much is coming in on me and how much time I have to process all that.
So you still don't want to own a cell phone? You don't want to get into it at all?
It's getting harder and harder, of course, to live without them. I couldn't even really get a room service menu in many hotels without the QR code. But I'm prepared to give up a little of that convenience in order to have more peace of mind and a greater clarity is the hope.
Another paradox that I want to talk to you about, you've become famous as a travel writer, your books have, and yet your most powerful argument is that the most important journey happens when we stop moving, right? And when did you first realize that stillness might be the greatest adventure of them all?
I think that's been the core of my life and my writing for 40 years. Literally 40 years ago this year, I was living exactly the kind of glamorous, exciting life I might have dreamed of as a boy with India Today's American sister, Time magazine. And I left Midtown Manhattan to go to live in a single room in Kyoto, Japan, no telephone, no toilet of my own, no bed. Because I think of travel or experience as akin to going to a market. You gather herbs and spices and vegetables, and you know, as a fellow writer, that you can only make a meal out of all of those by staying in one place, in the kitchen. It's stillness that allows you to turn the many sights you've accumulated into insights and to convert experience into meaning. And of course, like you, as a writer, I spend most of my life sitting still anyway. So let's say I go to Iran, which I did a few years ago, for 2 weeks. I'll come back to my desk and spend probably 2 months processing everything I've seen and felt and trying to turn it into a compelling story. So the innocent reader will see my article about Iran and be excited. This guy's traveling all the time. But that's the tip of the iceberg. And she will be seeing the 20% that's travel and not the 80% that's sitting in one place. And I really feel most of us know it's only when you're sitting still that you can really be moved. So I feel stillness is the center of my life, and travel is just a costume that I put on now and then.
You know, in one of your books, I think you talked about the fact that, let's put it this way, do most people come to stillness voluntarily or only after life forces them to slow down? So they could go through loss, illness, burnout, or crisis. Is that why you get to stillness? And is that what happened to you?
It did happen to me a little indirectly because I lost my house and everything I owned in the world, my next 3 books in a wildfire, and that's when I started going to stay in a Benedictine monastery, although I'm not Christian myself. So the hope is that it will always be voluntary. But it's no surprise, I think, that so much of the great books we have by Prime Minister Nehru, by Martin Luther King Jr., by Henry David Thoreau, by Nelson Mandela, come from people who are imprisoned. And I think during the pandemic a few years ago, which all of us in this room survived, and the whole world was in an unsought extended retreat, a period of stillness. It was a time of tremendous grief and loss, we all know. But I think nearly everybody found that for all the doors it closed, it opened doors as well. Suddenly, most of us remembered what really matters: our family, our friends, our health. Suddenly, we began to think, maybe we can live a little differently. Maybe we can work from home. Maybe we can conduct conversations by Zoom. Maybe we can run around a little less than we were doing previously. And I think it also awoke us to the wonders of our neighborhood, which we had been sleepwalking through. So I felt before the pandemic, so many of us were careening around a blind curve in a Porsche at 90 miles an hour, and suddenly there was a roadblock. And we came to our senses, and in many 90 miles an hour, and suddenly there was a roadblock. And we came to our senses, and in many cases realized that that was not a healthy way to live. So although one hopes that stillness will always be chosen rather than enforced, it's no surprise that monks and nuns live in cells, the same word that's used for prisoners. And it's no surprise that, for example, here in Delhi, in Tihar jail, they've been teaching meditation and practicing vipassana for years and years, because to be alone in a cell is to have almost nothing to do except to read, to reflect, and to meditate. And all of that is going to take you much closer to your deeper self than when you're just racing from the bank to the supermarket. So I suppose it's a long way of saying that stillness, even when enforced, is not an unqualified tragedy.
I don't think many of us really stopped after COVID. We did pause at that time, did reflect on our lives. And now we're back to the hyper-connected world. And we are constantly online, constantly moving. Why do you believe, as your book says, that stillness has become more important than ever today?
3 years ago, the US government Department of Labor sent out a survey, and 79% of people, more than 3 in every 4, said they never had a moment to rest or to think. And if we're thoughtless and unrested, I don't think we're going to make clear or constructive or creative decisions. So it's a wonderful thing that we have, as it were, the whole world in our pocket, in our phones, except for me, who doesn't have a phone.
Mine is buzzing at the moment, but still.
Exactly. But what that really means is that we have all the world's problems, anxieties, and tragedies constantly in our pockets. And we're ever more captive to the moment, unable to see the larger picture, and ever more caught up in many tragedies around the globe that we can't affect, and away from the immediate neighborhood and friends and family whose lives we can positively affect. And I know that everybody in this room already does something to open up space in their head or in their schedule. I'm sure many people here practice yoga or go for a run every day or swim or meditate or cook or play golf. But whatever we're doing, I think we have to do more, because the world is accelerating at such a pace. I mean, 100 years ago, JP Morgan was already giving himself 2 months off every year and saying, wryly, he could never achieve in 12 months what he achieved in 10. And so I think my prejudice is that humans were never designed to live at a pace determined by machines. The only way we could do that is by becoming machines ourselves. I spent a lot of time in Silicon Valley. Even my friends there don't want that to happen.
And talking of machines, technology did promise to give us a lot more time to ourselves. And yet we know we feel more rushed, we feel more overwhelmed than ever before. And now let's look at AI, which is getting omnipresent. Would that give us more time, you feel, to slow things down and make us aware of our inner world? You think AI, because it's doing so much, gives us the time and space to do that? What's your view on AI and the way it's running?
Well, let me start with the technology part.
Right.
And I think technology has given us everything except a wise and discerning sense of how to use technology. And for that, we have to go offline. That's why so many people in Silicon Valley maintain an internet Sabbath. and go completely offline every week for 24 or 48 hours so that they'll have something fresh and unexpected to offer when they go online again. So if we're looking to technology for answers, we'll get them. But if we're looking to technology for solutions, we won't. We can't outsource our humanity and wisdom to technology. It famously can give us data, but not the wisdom to make sense of data. It can give us information, but not knowledge and not wisdom. And I think what technology can never give us really is reflection. I remember when I was a kid, the three exciting technologies were the television, the car, and the jet plane. And suddenly we noticed that the television was making us numb, the car was inducing us to drive at high speed into a traffic jam, and the jet was making us jet lagged. So all technology has definitely made our lives longer, healthier, in some ways much more interesting. I couldn't be here flying in from Japan were it not for technology. I couldn't have spoken to my wife on FaceTime this morning were it not for technology. But has it made us better human beings, and has it made us better able to make the decisions we have to make? Again, 100 years ago, William James wonderfully said, our lives are determined. Every morning when I wake up, if I turn to my emails, I'm fractured, distracted, so each of us is making the choice where we want to direct our attention and our energies. And, Mark Zuckerberg, no less, said to check his emails in the morning is like getting punched in the stomach. So even the captains of technology at the heart of the industry know that the technologies they're creating mean nothing unless they've got something else going on within their sort of inner savings account.
I like the phrase you used, you can't outsource your humanity. I mean, that's what you said, right? And in your writings, you often explore the idea that stepping away from noise, sense of stillness in our everyday activities.
Ideally, every morning, just sitting quietly without their devices, to clear their heads, to set a tone for the day, and most of all, to remember what's essential. What I find already, so much is coming in on me all the time. It gets harder and harder to sift what is trifling from what is meaningful. All the data that's coming in carries the same weight. Somebody writes to me to say his mother has just died. All of them are coming almost as if they belong to the same sphere, and I can't turn because it doesn't seem to carry more resonance. Good store time. For example, for many years, every evening, I'd be waiting in my little apartment for my wife to come home from work. And I didn't know if it'd be 20 minutes or 70 minutes. So I would kill time. I would scroll around online, though I wasn't really looking for anything. I'd turn on the TV. There's never anything to watch on Japanese TV. And then one evening, I thought, why don't I just turn off the lights and listen to some music, disable my senses? And quiet music at first, but maybe not so quiet music. And I was amazed how much fresher I felt when I heard my wife's key in the door, how much better I slept, how much less jangled I was when I woke up. And I think we all know the last 2 hours of the day and the first 20 minutes of the day are disproportionately important in terms of how the rest of the day is going. So I think there are all kinds of choices we can make at every moment in the day just to give ourselves the freedom to step away from the rush so we can make sense of the rush. And it's only by stepping away from the world that you can gather enough resources to give back to the world. 700 years ago, Meister Eckhart, the German philosopher, said, as long as the inner work is strong, the outer will never be puny. In other words, take care of your inner landscape, and then your career, your relationships, your understanding of yourself will take care of themselves. But if you don't do that, you're like a car without an engine. You literally can't go anywhere. I'm sorry, I realize I didn't address AI.
Yeah, do that. That'll be very interesting to get your views. Yes.
No, I would only say I know less than everybody in this room about AI, but it does strike me over history that humans have altered technology much more than technology has altered humans. And so my sense is, even in the midst of everything that's new, we need to address what doesn't change rather than what does.
Okay, I'm going to push this a little further in the next question. And this world, as we know it, is obsessed with productivity, optimization. Now, how do you convince people that doing less? Right?
And I find in my own life, I get much more out of a 3-hour conversation than 63-minute conversations. So I think almost as a matter of self-interest, the slower we move, the richer and deeper the product we will make. Amos Tversky, who helped the Nobel Prize-winning economist Daniel Kahneman, wonderfully said, "You waste years by not wasting hours." And we all know that sometimes it's only by doing nothing at all that we can do anything worthwhile. That's why Steve Jobs, when he was making important decisions, would take a long walk. Again, I mentioned how I go and stay in this Catholic monastery, though I'm not Christian. And I worked out if I go there for 3 days every season, again, that's only 3% of my days, but it transforms the other 97%. And when I mentioned earlier an inner savings account, I think my question for myself often is, what do we have to bring to the emergency room? Because the sad fact of it is, everybody in this room is at some point in their lives going to go to the emergency room for themselves or for people they care about. All of us face challenges. When we do, our resume is beside the point. Our bank account is of very limited use. All the things we've achieved in the world are really by the by. The only thing we can bring to any terrible diagnosis or loss of a job is our inner resources. And I find I don't build up my inner resources by speeding down the freeway at high speed. I can only do so by being quiet.
Interesting, because I'm going to ask you the point that you made in some of your books, that was that many CEOs and political leaders secretly seek silence and retreats. Why do the people that have this tremendous amount of power still crave to get that stillness within?
Because they're the ones who most need to think outside the envelope and take the larger view. I just mentioned Steve Jobs as one example. Them are trying to keep their schedules as clear as possible. None of them are watching the Bloomberg monitor. They know their job is to think outside the box that everybody else is confined in. I recently, or some years ago actually, I saw an interview with the great French designer, Philippe Starck. And he was asked, how do you keep on producing original and creative things? He said, very, very easy. Every summer for 3 months, I go to our place in the countryside. So I'm not going to dinner parties. I'm not hearing the chit chat. I'm not receiving the conventional wisdom. And when I come back to Paris after those 3 months, inevitably I'm coming out with something very different, because I'm not drawing on what everybody heard last night, but on something entirely unexpected to them. And so unexpected to them and even to him perhaps. And so I think that's why leaders have a particular investment in trying to ensure that they're not captive to the group mentality, as it were.
You know, you grew up at Oxford, so cricket must be something of, a second nature to you, right? And one of the things, we've just won the T20 championships. And if you listen to what cricket coaches say, they often say that the secret of a great shot is because you hold your bat. When you're batting, you hold your head still. Right? And something that players like Sachin Tendulkar have mastered. Just even if you play golf, right? It's that ability to hold still at the right point. Time, in fact, seems to slow down for them when they play those strokes. That's what you keep hearing. So do you agree with this concept that stillness does enhance your sporting skills or any skills that you do?
I follow tennis a lot these days. And as you know, tennis is almost entirely determined by the mind or the spirit, not the body. All the top tennis players are almost at the same level. And what distinguishes Djokovic from somebody else is the degree of concentration and focus he can bring to the critical moments. So in a 5-hour match, one player will win 153 points, the other will win 154, but often the guy with fewer points wins because he's winning the critical ones. I also think if anyone here follows American football, there's a reason that as American football teams are proceeding down the field, they stop between each play for a huddle. So it's only by stopping that they can proceed down the field with more clarity and direction. It's like what you said initially in your introduction about a pause. It's the pause that really gives beauty and shape to a piece of music. If the notes just keep relentlessly, we're overwhelmed. And I think part of the challenge that faces all of us now is that the external world is so deafening. It erases the inner world. We can't hear ourselves think or not think. So I think sports is a very good example where it almost always is the inner game that distinguishes the champion. I live in Japan, as you know, and I just recently found that samurai, in the heat of battle, would stop and repair to a tea house, which they sometimes referred to as a quiet corner of the self-conscious, of the subconscious, just to gather themselves, to stop. And then they could return to the battle with much more fury and intensity. But if they didn't stop, they'd wear themselves out and quickly cease to make the right decisions that would distinguish between victory and defeat.
Some practical stuff, right? Someone listening to this conversation who lives in a noisy city like us and works constantly online. Again, a lot of us do that. What is the simplest way to cultivate stillness?
Take a walk. Take a long walk every Sunday. Go and visit a friend without a cell phone, so you can bring all of yourself to the conversation. A practice I gathered from an Indian friend at Google in California is to make appointments with yourself. So he will say, from Tuesday, from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., I'll meet myself. It doesn't really matter what he does in that time. He may practice yoga, he may take a walk, he may make notes, he may just crash out. But it's only by meeting himself that he has anything useful to bring to the rest of his meetings. So I think maintaining a Sabbath in some form is a classical wisdom that is more relevant as the world becomes fast and furious than ever before.
Okay, I'm going to probe you a little further, and this is a quote from a Himalayan guru who says that stillness is not created by stopping movement. Okay, it appears when the need to move disappears. You agree, or you have a point of view on this?
I love that, but I think, again, we have a choice to make sure that we open ourselves to the moment when the need to move dissipates. As you probably know, I've been very lucky. For 51 years, I've been talking and traveling regularly with His Holiness the Dalai Lama, one of India's wisest residents. And for 10 Novembers earlier this century, I traveled by his side 8 hours a day, every minute of his working day, day after day after day, year after year after year. And what really impressed me was that even in his 80s, he would never take a break in 8 hours. And people, his hosts would say, Your Holiness, do you just need some time by yourself? No, we must be together. And he would bring all his attention to every 4-year-old child who came to him in a hotel lobby. And I realized at some point that was in part because he woke up every day at 3:30 and spent his first few hours meditating. Now, none of us here is the Dalai Lama, and none of us need to put in those hours, which are part of his obligation as a spiritual leader of the Tibetans. But I sometimes thought, well, if the busiest man I know can put in that amount of time to prepare himself to meet the world, I could probably put in 20 minutes. Again, there's a wonderful story about Mahatma Gandhi, who one day woke up and he saw that he had a very busy schedule. And he said, oh, this is a really crowded day. I'm not going to be able to meditate for an hour. All his friends and followers were shaken. He said, no, this is the most busy day. I'm going to have to meditate for 2 hours. And we all know that those who are busy are seldom very wise. And those who are really wise are seldom too busy. In other words, they've found that balance. Somebody in Japan just told me recently that the Japanese character for busy means to lose your heart. And if you lose your heart, I think you're losing many other things besides. So to get caught up in frantic and almost reflexive busyness is going to be counterproductive in every way, in practical terms, but also, of course, in emotional or you could say spiritual terms. So I like that quote from the Guru, and I think that the Dalai Lama has sort of in some ways made his own response to that.
Okay. In your recent book, you say that, and I like the phraseology that you use, that silence speaks to me as no scripture ever could. It brooks no argument. Does stillness require silence?
What a great question. It doesn't, but clearly the two go hand in hand and one is the gateway to the other. And to speak to probably many of the issues you've been discussing already today at this conclave, I think one reason I wanted to concentrate on silence at the moment is that I've never seen so many of our nations and our world so divided. And I think we're divided generally by our words and our beliefs. I think if I were to engage anyone in this room in a conversation for 2 hours, one-on-one, especially about politics or religion, we'd end up at odds. But if all of us in this room were to be joined in a moment of silence, I think we'd be joined in a deeper part of ourselves, deeper than our ideas and ideologies. And in that shared humanity, that means when we're walking down a busy Delhi street and we see somebody fall to the ground, we reflexively reach out a hand to help her. We're not asking, is she a Sikh or is she a Jain? Did she vote Democrat or Republican? We're responding to something beneath the many ideas that we have. And I think the other reason that I felt silence or stillness was so essential right now is I've never seen my friends so despairing as they are right now and so anxious. And I think a lot of that is because they're so possessed by what happened 6 minutes ago or what happened 6 days ago that, again, they can't see the larger picture. I mean, I honestly feel in the course of my lifetime, the world has improved immeasurably in so many ways. Hundreds of millions of people have been raised out of poverty in India and China, across Asia, many other places. In the West, rights for women, for marginal communities, for people of color, for LGBT community have improved considerably. There's no doubt work to be done. Technology, as we've been saying, is making us and helping us do things we couldn't have imagined when I was a kid. As somebody with asthma, it allows me to breathe. It allows me to see you. It allows me to hear you well. And I think if we get too caught up in the drama of last night, we can't see the larger trajectory. And arguably, that's an advantage that China will always have over the United States, because it's not thinking in terms of moments, but in terms of generations, very much in terms of the long view, as the Dalai Lama does. You know, there's this apocryphal story about Zhou Enlai on his deathbed being asked, what do you think of the French Revolution? He said, oh, it's too recent. It only happened 200 years ago. And whether or not that really happened, it is a register, I think, of a kind of thinking in a Confucian society where you don't want to be hostage to a sense of next week. That's a very short-sighted thing. And I think each of us has to make the decisions that will ensure that we're not caught up in the moments of this week so that we're blind to the larger arc.
Pico Iyer, we've run out of time, but you've inspired us enough. I'm going to take 20 minutes off my time every day and observe stillness and possibly silence. Ladies and gentlemen, Pico Iyer. Let's give him a very warm round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause when I call upon Ankur Handa, Senior Vice President, UTI Mutual Fund, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Iyer. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Raj. Thank you, Mr. Iyer, a big fan. Thank you. Right there, right there. Always a good time to thank our sponsors as well. Our presenting partner, RPSG, co-presenting partner, B&W Developments, powered by Raymond Group, state partner, Andhra Pradesh, India Sunrise State, wealth partner, World Gold Council, electric mobility partner, WinFast, investment partner, UTI Mutual Fund, celebration partner, Radical Spirit of Excellence, associate partner, SR Group, International School Associate, SSVM Institutions, Coimbatore, bespoke partner, Da Milano, gifting partner, Ravison. Let's move on now to our next session, The Ageless Rebel, Rewriting the Rules of Stardom, sponsored by Radico. Taking it from here, session's moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today, who will introduce our very special guest to you.
Hello and welcome once again to the India Today Conclave 2026. Think about this. A young man in 1979 does a bit role in cinema, has been rejected by the FTII because he's not seen to have qualified for the academic standards that the FTII demanded. All of this is happening in the late 1970s. Finally gets a break in Hindi cinema in 1983. And lo and behold, over 4 decades later, continues to be one of the most widely recognized and awarded stars in the country. 6 Filmfare Awards, couple of national awards later, Anil Kapoor is, if I may call him, the Devanand of our times, an ageless star. Please give him a very warm welcome.
Rajdeep, nobody can be Devanand.
Nobody can be Devanand.
Devanand, he's the greatest. He's an ultimate. And he's just, you can't say that to me. I'm not Devanand. I mean,
you're Anil Kapoor.
Yes, I'm Anil Kapoor, yeah.
But if Dev Saab was here, he'd be very happy to see what you've done, because one of the things that you've shown is this remarkable energy through all these years. We're going to put all these covers of the films that you've done. But I want to introduce you today as Subedar Anil Kapoor. Your latest film is up on OTT on Amazon, and you're Subedar in it. And just take a look right behind you or on your side. These are all your various roles that you played, starting with Wo Saath Din, which was 1983, to now Subedar there at the end. I mean, Anil Kapoor, the stubble is still there. You're still looking as dashing as ever. Ye raaz kya hai? What is your secret?
The stubble.
The stubble.
Yeah. There's a story behind it. I had the stubble because, you see, whenever I went to, to filmmakers for work, they would say, बहुत बच्चा लगता है. आंखें तेरी बहुत छोटी है. बाल बहुत ज़्यादा हैं. So I said, and that was a time when, all the great he-men, the industry was ruled by Bachchan Saab, Dharamji, Shatrughan Sinha, Vinod Khanna. मैंने यार क्या करें यार, तो मैंने अपनी stubble बना दी. ठीक है ना? I had this stubble. And you see in Wo Saat Din, I play an innocent, I come from Patiala to become a music director. Everybody felt that I'm too young to play that role. They felt Sanjeev Kumar would be the right person. मैंने दाढ़ी वाड़ी थोड़ी stubble की. Then I did Mr. India. You see, there is a stubble there also. I have a stubble. Romantic scene, emotional scene, there's a stubble. So constantly, I had this stubble to look little older.
No director told you, Anil Kapoor, you cannot be a big film star with a stubble. Ye stubble nikal do. Did the stubble become a lucky charm in a way?
Yeah. Matter of fact, it became so synonymous with me that there were other actors and they would keep a stubble and they would say, "Oh, Anil Kapoor hai." And but it was the mustache which nobody wanted to accept me. They said that no one with a mustache can become a big star.
No one with a big mustache can become a star.
With a mustache. And I said, Charlie Chaplin, who can be bigger than Charlie Chaplin? Who can be bigger than Charlie Chaplin? Yeah. Who can be bigger than Raj Kapoor? Both had mustaches. So that's the way it is. As a मूछे वाले बड़े स्टार नहीं बनते. So stubble, मूछें, छोटी आंखें, बड़े बाल, too much hair, all these things were with me. But
it's worked out.
It's all
worked out. When I look at all of that, that is a remarkable collection of films. I mean, over 100 films over these years, and you're still playing a bit of an angry young man, middle-aged man in Subedar. You're a Subedar taking on the sand mafia. I remember you in Nayak as the journalist who took on the system, became chief minister. Yeah, man with the stubble can also be an angry young man.
Well, I think, it's not, I've never really wanted to, I just wanted to act. I just wanted to work. And I went with my gut and instinct. So I never wanted that, I do a film because I want to be an angry young man. So these were films by great filmmakers, good filmmakers, writers. They were, first I could not because, they were choosing me. And then there was time when I was in a situation where I could make choices, but it was always the filmmaker and the gut for a good story. So when I felt the story is good, the filmmaker is good, the team is good, and that's the way I have structured my career. So the angry young man, what you see in Subedar, people will say, how did you prepare for the role? What did you do? Of course I prepared for the role. But my first gut and instinct was the filmmaker. Suresh Triveni, who has directed the film, I worked with him in an ad film, and I felt this filmmaker has something in him. I have to work with him. Then he called me up once and he said, I want to make a film with you. I said, done.
No script, nothing?
No, nothing. I want to do a film with you. I said, I think there is something, and that's what I have done, worked with all young filmmakers, young people. So all kind of filmmakers, when I find a good story, I take that, I have to do this. Like so many of the filmmakers I've done with Vinod Chopra Saab, with N. Chandra, with Shekhar Kapoor. It's just a story.
You spoke about Shekhar Kapoor. I'm looking at that second image there, which is Mr. India. There were some of my colleagues who were only 6 years old in 1987. They said, sir, when you meet Anil Kapoor, please ask him about Mr. India. That's 87. They're 6 years old and they want 2026 to remember you still through Mr. India. That was iconic. I mean, every actor has that one film that really sets him or her apart. For you, was it Mr. India when you realized I've arrived?
Without sounding really arrogant, or I just want to say, I have many films. I've been very fortunate. Not Mr. India only. I have been very fortunate to do films with great filmmakers, good filmmakers, and they have stood the test of time. And of course, Mr. India stands tall, and across generations, across decades, people still find it relevant, and children in today's, children who are 4 and 5 years old today also, if you show them Mr. India, they say they can connect with it. They emotionally connect with the story. They connect with the performances of Mogambo, Vishri Devi, myself, all the characters, Calendar of Satish Kaushik.
Because you were very lucky. I mean, you acted early on, 84, I think, Mashal, with the great Dilip Kumar.
Absolutely.
And I've just wondered what it must have been for a young man to act with the legendary Dilip Kumar at such a young age. It must have almost been your goosebump moment.
No, absolutely. Matter of fact, I just tell you very quickly. First, I was offered, because Mr. Javed Saab recommended my name to Ramesh Sippy. I did an audition for one of his films, which was called Shatranj, but ultimately it was made as Meri Jung. And then he was making Shakti, and with Dilip Kumar Saab and Amitabh Bachchan. So there was just a small little one blink and miss kind of a role. I said, I'll do it. It's a big risk for me to do it because Wo Saath Din had not released. I said, I'll do it. I said, where will I get an opportunity where there is Dilip Kumar Saab, there is Bachchan Saab, and there is me? And I swear on God, in Calcutta, after a few years, when the film released again, when it was running again, all three of us were there on the banner.
Arey wow.
That was the validation for me. And I said, I have to do this. I get this opportunity. And of course, then Mashal happened. And then, of course, Karma. And, I have learned a lot from him. My father was an assistant. And he spent almost a decade with Yusuf Saab where he did Mughal-e-Azam. And so the stories of Yusuf Saab and Mughal-e-Azam and me working with him are absolutely legendary. I can go on and on about him.
What did you tell those FTII guys who rejected your application? In the 1970s, you went to FTII and Girish Karnad, the great Girish Karnad was the director, who later on you acted with in a film like Pukar. What did you go and tell Girish Karnad? Maybe when you were doing Pukar with him, why didn't you choose me for FTII?
No, matter of fact, I was devastated. I was crying. I was emotional. And I just couldn't handle it. I said, they've rejected me. What, my career's over, my life is over. But still, I said, I must go and meet him. I'm a very, 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 very dogmatic about all these kinds of things. मुझे शर्म नहीं है, I don't, कि यार मैं जाता हूँ उनके पास, हाथ जोड़ता हूँ, भीख मांगता हूँ, यार मुझे ले लो. So I went to Girish Karnad. I met him in the office. I said, what has acting to do with academics? I might not be that educated. I might not be that academically smart, but let me perform in front of you. Please do something, change the rules. I want to be in this institute. I want to be a student of the Film Institute. But he said, rules are rules. Yeah. And that's what it is.
And then when you acted with him in Pukar, did you remind him that you were the guy, I was that guy who came to FTI and said, please take me, and you said no?
No. I have huge respect for that. He's great. He was a gentleman, and I was in my character, and he was playing my father in the film. So I was completely, no, I didn't mention to him. Yeah. I said, I should not. Yeah.
How have you changed from 1983? The year, by the way, we won the World Cup. Incidentally, I saw you last, just a few days ago, when India was winning that semi-final in the Wankhede. You were jumping up and down like a little kid. The camera was zooming in on you all the time. You and Varun Dhawan were jumping on, as if you were in a candy shop. What has changed from Anil Kapoor 1983 to Anil Kapoor 2026?
First of all, the match was absolutely epic. It was one of the greatest matches. Because I've seen your dad, Dilip Sardesai Saab, and in Brabant Stadium. So for me to go from Brabant to Wankhede Stadium, so in a way, there's nothing has changed. I love cricket. I love acting. It's the same thing. I love the craft. I love everything about cricket. I love everything about acting. So that's what it is. Nothing has changed.
You haven't changed in any way. The way you approach the craft from 83 to today, same enthusiasm, same energy?
I'm a good listener, and I listen to people who are much more sensible, much more intelligent, and always surround myself with people who know more than me. And my kids, Sonam, Ria, Harsh, my wife. All four of them are, have kept me very grounded in a way. So that way, and of course, I have a great team, and I worked with some phenomenal writers and directors and actors, younger directors who I keep on listening and learning. And of course, I watch a lot of movies, I travel. I was very fortunate that I got the opportunity to work. That was all destiny, that I got the opportunity to work in Slumdog Millionaire. And that was a breakout film. It was a film of one of the best films of the century and won 8 Oscars. I had the opportunity of traveling, meeting, and it opened me up, and it just opened me up. I said, I'm here over here. It's great. India is great. Everything is great. The Mumbai film industry is phenomenal, but just opened me up. I met those people. I worked with them. I worked with 300, people whom I didn't know. And I did 24. I stayed in LA. So that also was a great learning curve in my career. When I came back, I think this was in 2008, 2009. And now this is, and yesterday, I must tell you, I must share this with you. It's a very emotional moment. It's almost been, I think, more than a decade and a half. And yesterday, again, I got a paycheck for Slumdog Millionaire.
You got a paycheck?
Paycheck again.
How much was it?
Yesterday was 300 pounds. No, sorry, 3,000 pounds. 3,000 pounds. But till today, I'm telling you today, and obviously I pay all my taxes, so I can say that, I'm going to almost get £500,000 for Slumdog Millionaire.
Not bad for someone whose first salary, I'm told, was $250 for something you did for Doordarshan.
Doordarshan. And trust me...
what did you do for Doordarshan for $250 in 1976?
I did a movement, a dance.
What dance?
A dance, movement. We had this class in acting, which is called movement. So I did that in Doordarshan. I was paid 250 rupees, yeah. I'm trying to get that footage. I can't get that footage.
We're going to make you dance, by the way. But that's...
For that, I charge money. I can't do it free.
And this time for free, not for $250 also.
I can't do anything.
So from $250 to £500,000. But there's something which I thought interesting. I want you to see.
And one more thing I want to add. Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm so sorry I'm interrupting. But I didn't ask for it. I swear on God, they've given it themselves. Because when they came to me and they said, that's the reason I said, what keeps you so hungry and what has kept you so relevant for so many years? It's that I want to learn. I want to educate myself. So I did that film just to educate myself. And he says, sir, we can't afford you. They said, we can't afford you to pay your price, whatever. I said, did I ask for the money? I said, I don't want any money. I said, I'll do it free. And this is what they've done themselves. They send me a contract without me knowing about it.
Not bad, Anil Kapoor. Okay, I'm going to play a video which should perhaps give me the secret to the ageless star, as we are calling you. I want to play this video because I've heard a story about it. You can deny it if you want. You go to the gym pretty often and your workouts...
Every day.
Every day, your workouts go viral. And this is Anil Kapoor working out not too long ago. Impressive the way you're working out there. And somebody told me, now you can deny this. You were in the gym. A star half your age comes into the gym and starts hitting the treadmill much faster than you. You go across, find out what speed he's running at, and you make sure you run at the same speed. And you told him that if you're going to run at this speed, I'm going to match you. Is that true or not?
I know about the treadmill part. Of course, I can run very fast. And I love running. I love walking. But yes, of course, I think weights is something which, at my age, and because I've kept myself fit and taken care of myself, yes, when there's another actor who's picking up weights in front of me, I see to it that I pick up as much weight as he is, yeah.
Not bad. Who's this star that you match? Is there a...
No, I can't say that. Quite a few of them. All of them I've worked with.
So what is it how do you know that your body is still, they're impressive. I mean, you know, you.
No, I look better now. इसमें थोड़े abs
This
नजर
is
नहीं आ
about
रहे.
7-8 years ago.
7-8 years. I look much better now.
By the way, you're turning, if I may reveal your age, you're turning
Of course you
70, 70 on Christmas Eve this year.
Absolutely. December 24th, I am going to be 70 years old.
Not bad. Maybe that's the Santa Claus effect. You see, you're born on Christmas Eve, so you've got the Santa Claus effect that keeps you young. But look, all of this training, are you aware of your body, what it can, cannot do? Are you much more conscious? Because I look at some of the trailers of Subedar, you're again, you know, in a role of a angry young man taking on the system, which obviously requires a certain kind of body expression. Are you conscious that at 70, there's some things I can do and some things that I cannot?
Yeah, I'm not delusional. I've never been delusional about anything in my life. I've not been delusional about how old I am, how physically I listen to my body. Matter of fact, even where my career is concerned, my relationships, I'm never delusional. I am very, very practical. I listen to people, I listen to myself. And like, for example, the roles which I also have, been doing are which suit my age. You know, I said, इससे पहले के लोग बोले, क्या अनिल यार, क्या कर रहा है यार, अपनी उम्र तो देख यार. Now people say, यार, क्या, why are you doing this? ये बाप का रोल क्यों कर रहा है तू यार? It's better to listen to that यार. तू young, वो हीरो से तो तू young लगता है, तू क्यों करता है? So it's better to listen to that rather than saying, क्या यार, क्या कर रहा है यार? Doesn't suit you यार. So better be like that. So I always felt before people can say anything, the audience says anything, you change, you move on, you reinvent, don't be delusional and do what you feel you can. Because I love this craft, I love acting. And as long as I'm I'm working, I'm improving my craft, life's beautiful.
You know, that's nicely put. I mean, is that your sort of vitamin? The fact that you're going on the set, lights switch on, you're looking good, right? Is that what drives you? The idea that yaar, काम नहीं मिलेगा तो मैं क्या करूंगा? Amitabh Bachchan once told us.
No, we all go through it. We all go through this insecurity where we feel काम नहीं मिलेगा, and films don't do well. We feel low and down, but you bounce back the next day. You know, it's that. We all go through it. We're normal people. We're normal human beings. We go through ups and downs. I've gone through so many ups and downs. I have felt low. I have felt. आज भी मुझे लगता है कि मुझे कल काम नहीं मिलेगा. क्या फर्क पड़ता है? पर मिल रहा है. So I'm happy.
And you made the reinvention of Anil Kapoor is the interesting aspect. Look at the 80s. I mean, you do this series of blockbuster films, particularly in the latter half of the 80s. One film bigger than the other. Films like Ram Lakhan, films like Parinda, each one of them big hits. You come into the 90s, there's again Lamhe with Yash Chopra. Go into the 2000s, you've got Nayak, you've got Slumdog Millionaire, and now you're doing even OTT. I mean, my kids told me, have you seen Anil Kapoor in Night Manager? He's very good. Now, I mean, these are kids who were born after you started your first film. So you managed to reach out to a generation which is completely different to the generation in which you grew up in during the 1980s. How do you reinvent? Are you looking to constantly reinvent yourself? Kuch naya karna hai.
Yes. There's always a conscious decision of not to repeat myself, to do something new. It's always there. And finding the right filmmakers, the right stories, and taking those chances, taking those risks. And I'm ready to fail. I'm ready to fail. I know that there is a possibility that with this filmmaker and this kind of story, this film can become it'll be completely rejected. But I feel, agar isme kuch baat ban gayi, so it'll be like a leap and it will stand the test of time. There are certain films I know that ab shayad it might not connect, but it will stand the test of time. So that instinct I have. I feel I've been fortunate that most of the time I've gone wrong also, I must admit, but quite a few times I've gone right.
if Aditya Dhar comes to you and says, "Yeah, we are making Dhurandhar 3, and I want you to be part of Liari's gangs," karoge?
Matter of fact, he came to me for Dhurandhar 2.
Acha, he came to you for Dhurandhar 2?
Yes, he wanted me to do a small cameo in the film. But the reason I am today what I am today is because of my professionalism and my commitment. That's very important. Only talent cannot make you what you are. So those days were committed to some other filmmaker. I said, Aditya, I would have loved to do this cameo, but these days I'm already committed. And he was releasing the film on, he's releasing the film now. It's a fantastic film, and it's my loss, but it's okay. But at least I have, back of the mind, it can happen to him also. Okay, there will be some other filmmaker who at that time has given a big blockbuster, and I have committed to Aditya, and I go and do that film, and I cancel his dates. That would be completely unprofessional. So he did offer me, and hopefully we'll work together.
Yeah. मैं कह रहा हूँ Dhurandhar Part 3.
I think I'll do something new.
नया करोगे?
नया करूँगा.
You know, professionalism is a word that's been identified with you. Also, it's very intriguing. Through all these years, you've not got into the usual controversies, starlings, gossip pages pe zyada nahi rehte ho. You've been a family man. Your daughter's done remarkably well also as an actor, won a national award herself. I've got pictures of you dancing at the wedding of your daughter. Is that also very important to Anil Kapoor, to be the family man more than anything else?
See, I am what I am because of my wife, because of my family.
ये डांस पहले बताओ, इस डांस को कहते क्या?
ये अपना भगवान दादा का, ये मुंबई डांस है, तिलक नगर चेंबूर का ये डांस.
ये भगवान वाला जो
भगवान दादा, yeah. You know,
original 1950 star,
50 star.
50s, yeah.
तो जिनको ज्यादा डांस नहीं आता वो ये डांस करते हैं. So
we used to call it the bhajia dance.
भजिया डांस, yeah. तो वो डांस मुझे आता है. बाकी अगर बोले कि दूसरा कोई डांस करने के लिए, सो यार ये मैं नहीं कर सकता. तो कुछ भी हो, वेस्टर्न हो, एनी फ्रॉम एनीवेयर इन द वर्ल्ड, घूम फिर के वो भगवान दादा का स्टेप आ ही जाता है. It's like I remember as a kid, Holi, Ganpati, Satyanarayan ki puja, all those festivals, Diwali, wherever I went, this was a dance I used to do, and I've carried it on in all my films. Yeah.
You're still the Chembur kid in some ways.
Yeah, those are my roots, but definitely I have, because of the people around me and the right people around me, I try to, change also to a certain extent, and I just keep on learning and becoming better and better in every which way, in every department.
The reason I'm asking you about family and what it means to you, a lot in the Hindi film industry or film industry is about the so-called Nepo kids. Yeah. Now you're an example of someone who did it all on your own.
Yes.
Did even Telugu and Kannada films before you did Hindi films just to get a break.
Yeah.
Do you feel therefore that a little bit more secure in what you've achieved than maybe someone who comes in because he or she has a father or a mother who's able to pull them up through Bollywood's ranks?
You see, all kinds of insecurities you go through in life. But ultimately it's your hard work, your commitment. You see, if you are in any profession, every child would want to follow the path of their parents. So in film industry, the access is easy, but ultimately you can't win over the love of the audience. You have to work hard. And ultimately it's the audience which decides. So that's what I feel. And so ultimately whoever has been successful either way, both, people who have started from scratch, who had nobody and started on their own, and some people who were someone's family or children who have become hugely successful. It's their hard work and it's their commitment, and how good they are.
Your favorite co-star over these years? You have a favorite co-star? Now, come on, now don't give me a diplomatic answer.
My favorite-
As someone who started his career with a Padmini Kolhapure, through a Madhuri Dixit, to today's generation actors, who's your favorite?
My favorite co-star is Anil Kapoor.
Favorite co-star is Anil Kapoor?
Yeah, me, myself.
Meaning, as long as you're in the film, you don't care who's on the other side.
No, I'm just joking. Yeah, of course, I've been very fortunate. I worked with Yusuf Saab. I worked with a few scenes with Bachchan Saab. I have worked with Sridevi ji. I've worked with Madhuri. I've worked with Jackie. I've worked with Shatrughan Sinha. I have worked with all, I can just go on, Kajal, Aishwarya Rai. Now I worked in Subedar with Saurav Shukla, with Aditya Rawal, who's Paresh Rawal's son. There is Radhika Madan. There is Mona Singh. They're all fantastic actors. All these young actors are terrific, absolutely fantastic.
What do you tell these young actors who perhaps were not even born when you made your first film? What do you tell them when they are on the set? Do you play the role of mentor?
No.
ज्ञान देते हो उनको?
नहीं, मैं ज्ञान देता नहीं. मैं ज्ञान देता हूँ, मैं ज्ञान सुनता हूँ. To a certain extent, I just feel, I think, you just come and, work hard, believe in yourself, dream big, and it will happen.
I believe you sing very well. तुमने एक दो गाने भी किए हैं?
I was actually, वो गलतफहमी थी. Hello? Yeah. Then I realized that I can't, but I actually did try to learn singing, but not to become a singer, but that would help me to become it'll help me in my profession of being an actor. Yeah.
A lot of this training from the Om Puri days, I mean, very few people know that the great Om Puri was among your early teachers in this profession.
Yes, there's Om Puri, there is Benjamin Gilani, there is Mithun Chakrabarti, Taneja Saab, the guru of Jayaji, Shatrughan Sinha, Professor Taneja.
So actor or star?
Sorry?
You see, if I probably asked an Om Puri the question, are you an actor or star, the late Om Puri, you'd probably say I'm an actor. Anil Kapoor, actor or star or both?
I think both.
You're sounding, मैं ज्ञान नहीं दे रहा. I want to understand, what is it that sort of gives Anil Kapoor a higher box office hit or a Filmfare Award as Best Actor? Because you were terrific in Mashal, the film didn't do well, but you were terrific. What really makes you feel better?
What is the Olympic of cinema today? I may ask.
No.
Is being on the Oscar stage.
Yes.
I've been on that stage and I've held the Oscar for the best film. I have won the screen Lata Mangeshkar ji, that was the award which she gave me for the Ridhanath Mangeshkar Award. For me, that was too moving. And the voice, she couldn't attend it because she has stopped attending, going out. And she sent me this voice message, which I store it like an Oscar. That she said, Anil, तुम जो भी रोल करते हो उसमें घुल जाते हो और बहुत अच्छा काम करते हो अनिल. आपको देखकर बड़ा अच्छा लगता है अनिल. और क्या चाहिए मुझे?
अरे वाह, अरे वाह. हमें कुछ और चाहिए अभी. We won't do the Bhagwan. I won't dance in any case. But you see, you had this film Ram Lakhan. And over the years, some songs keep playing in the memory of people. Mera Ram, A-G-O-G.
Lo ji, suno ji, main hu Manmoji. My name is Lakhan.
My name is Lakhan. Arey wah. So you see that.
You want me to dance? You want me to dance?
Okay, wait. Okay, that's part of the success as we end, because a lot of the people who dance with you, but
Can we please get the people on stage to leave?
okay, just to say that a lot of the people who came on stage, Anil, in 1987 when Ram Lakhan was made were probably 4, 5, 7. They seem to know the words, they seem to know the moves, and they identify with you. What greater joy can there be for someone that 40 years later there are people in this audience who spontaneously remember a song, the moves, and the actor?
Thank you so much. I think it's all because of the great Lakshmikant, late Lakshmikant, Pyarelal, Anand Bakshi, who wrote the lyrics, and of course, Subhash Ghai, who directed the film. And of course, everybody's favorite, Madhuri Dixit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very big hand to someone who we've described as an ageless star. Do watch Subedar. The trailer which I've seen is fantastic. But more importantly, I think Anil Kapoor has captured, in a way, a true sense of a star who's reinvented himself for every new generation. Which is why, next time, if Dev Anand was here, I would have called him the Anil Kapoor, in a way, of his times. Take a bow, Anil Kapoor.
Thank you, sir.
Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. The one and only Anil Kapoor.
And keep the claps going as I call upon Mr. Deepak Rathore and Mrs. Gurleen Kaur, representing BMW Developments, to come up on stage to present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Kapoor. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, what a spot he was. Raise a warm, warm applause and keep the claps going. Ishani, can you escort Mr. Kapoor back into the speaker's lounge? Thank you. Thank you.
Drive.
Meet me inside.
I think I just fell in love with the car.
The all-new VF7.
इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले हवा में फिजा में नजारा में इशारे संग हो जाते मेरे इशारा समझ ले इशारा समझ ले
All right, with that riveting performance as well, right in the end of Mr. Kapoor, let's quickly move on to our next session, Powering India's Trade. For this, I invite on stage session's moderator, Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today, and my colleague, Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today TV.
Our next guest, ladies and gentlemen, represents the next generation of Indian business leadership. He is ambitious, he is global in his outlook, and his company is operating at the scale of a transforming scale. I would say it's a scale of transforming India. In 2013, India Today hosted him, and it was right here that he was present. He was then a 24-year-old and was executive director at Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone. Today, he is back with a big promotion. He is now the managing director of Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone, and keeping in mind the ethics of the company and something that he has inherited from his father, Gautam Adani, then he had come fresh. He was married, just married, did not go for his honeymoon, and today he's back again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Karan Adani. And as we talk about that appearance of Karan, we want to play that out on this fantastic LED wall around you. Take a look, please, at Karan Adani then and now.
What needs to happen is that the government needs to be needs to give a policy which is constant. They keep on changing their stance. What needs to happen is that the government needs to be needs to give a policy which is constant.
Karan, you haven't changed much, but the group has changed over the last decade and a couple of years more. Ever since that appearance, your group has grown very, very large in scale. 10 listed companies alone and a market cap that is the envy of the industrial world. Before we get into some specifics, I want to ask you, when you were here 11 years ago and now, did you ever imagine that the Adani Group would have this kind of scale?
So, first of all, thank you for hosting me here. It's always a pleasure to be back. So I think if you had asked me 12 years back, not really, because we believed in India, and we still believe in India, and that's where we focused on. And we looked at building our group, and the infrastructure that we are developing for India. Honestly, when we started 12 years back, we didn't have a aim that we have to reach over here. That was not the objective. I think the objective was more towards how do we help India in terms of reducing logistics costs? How do we help India in terms of reducing the power costs? How do we, those were the objectives that really was driving the organization and driving the group more than the statistics of this is the capacity or this is the outcome which we want. Outcome wasn't, outcome of what we were doing. So
if someone is trying to understand the Adani group, what all do you do?
Yeah, I can imagine that it looks confusing or it looks we are doing everything when you look from outside. But honestly, if you look at the group, we are in three big verticals, if I have to club it. The first is the whole energy piece, where as a group we believe that we have to generate energy which is cheapest for the consumer, and second, to prioritize with what the government is looking from a long-term perspective. So that's where energy vertical we are fully integrated. Whether it's transmission, distribution, generation. In generation, it is thermal. We started renewable. Now we are starting battery storage. So basically we keep developing and focus on the energy. That is our core competence. And obviously next is the data center that we've just announced. The second big part of the group is the whole ports, logistics, transport utility. So basically that's where the whole ports, the logistics network, airports, and basically we try to work towards integrating all of this assets from again the objective of reducing the logistics cost for India. And the third big vertical for the group is the whole materials and science part. Basically, what we have seen is in the last 5 years, there are basically two big trends which has happened globally. One is the whole renewables, transition into renewable energy, and the second is the whole digitization of the economy. And so basically where we looked at is which are the materials which are required for these two core, transition. And that's where the cement, aluminum business that we are just starting, copper business, all of these fall part of the whole material business, and even the defense that falls part of the materials business. So that's how, if I have to say, that's how you should look at the group. We're very focused. We know where our core competency is, and that's how we are structured.
Imagine the span of a business, and we can bring that up. Karan, you can see we have put up these charts which show the various parts of the group, but look at the market cap and performance and the revenue. Those who are interested in profit and loss statements and balance sheets, please look at the year-on-year growth of the group, and I promise you will see a surprise there. But let's turn to a subject that is top of mind everywhere, and I ask you this question, Karan, because of your dominant position in the ports business, both in India, around 15 ports, 4 international ports, including Haifa, for those of you might know. Given what is happening currently due to geopolitics, supply chains, what do you think is the likely impact of the ongoing conflict, and how does your ports footprint fit into securing India's energy and economy?
So, if you look at the last, I would say 4 or 5 years, there has always been constant disruption on the supply chain, starting from COVID, then the Suez Canal, which got blocked, followed by the Russia-Ukraine, followed by, so there has always been something or the other which is going on, which is affecting the supply chain. And if you see from 2020 onwards, most of the countries have moved towards globalization supply chain to more of a regionalization of supply chain. Even India did that as well, right? So that is number one. And in that, having your own infrastructure becomes extremely critical for a country to maintain, to make sure that your supply chain is stable and reliable. From our perspective, given the current situation, we are fully geared up as a port, to handle any or every cargo which comes into India. We've been able to prioritize what is important for the country, whether it's the energy, whether it's LPG, whether it's crude. So we are fully geared up in terms of handling all of this cargo. I think it becomes extremely critical going forward, that how do we make our supply chain even more resilient as a country, and obviously we would love to play a part in that, because this becomes a very critical part. It happens once in 2-3 years, but whenever it happens, it does pinch a lot. So I think that becomes extremely important.
Karan, just a quick follow-up. Some people would argue that this is a complete black swan event, what has happened in Hormuz, West Asia with regard to oil and gas. And that has also sort of highlighted the need for Atmanirbharta as far as gas is concerned. Oil was always there, but now everyone is waking up to gas. How critical a challenge is what is happening right now?
Anything which is imported, I would say, any commodity which is where the country is reliant from import perspective will get affected. I think whether it's crude, whether it's gas, whether it's LPG, so I would say any and every commodity, because this kind of event affects all commodities across the board. I think what we need to look at is how do we make ourselves self-reliant as a country from import, from energy import perspective, right? So let me put it this way, that do we have alternative towards, let's say, LPG, or do we have alternative towards LNG, or do we have, so that's where we'll have to play our cards, what is right for us as a country. Because India has a lot of resources, whether it is coal, whether it's even our own production of crude or gas. I think, but we have to prioritize what is important, what the country needs, and where our strength is. And I think this becomes a classic case where we have to further accelerate our energy dependence. How we protect ourselves from that energy dependence.
Would you say that first COVID and now war, is it changing the energy landscape completely? And how do you see India in the changing landscape?
I think energy landscape has changed, I would say, from 2014-15 onwards, because that's when in COP20, India announced the whole renewable energy push. And we have come a great way in terms of the whole transition of moving from transition on the renewable energy. I think this transition will continue even going forward, because we do see that batteries are going to become even more resilient going forward. We do believe that nuclear is going to open up in the country going forward for private players as well. So I think these are the baskets that will help in terms of increasing our making ourselves self-reliant on the whole energy space. And that's how we are seeing that this is going to constantly keep changing. And we do believe that eventually every country will have to move towards net zero. I think those goals are not changing. And so in that, we have to keep playing in as the technology develops. How do we pivot towards that technology in terms of generation?
Karan, I want to ask you about the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. But before I do that, for the benefit of this audience, could you just kind of sketch out the vulnerabilities that we have, the 3 or 4 choke points in global shipping and trade that you yourself are fully aware of, for the benefit of this audience? And in the future, what will a project like the Nicobar project, which some people are worried about the environmental consequences, could you just help us understand how significant that play is?
So if you look at the global trade, right, basically there are 4 choke points in the global trade. One is the Panama Canal, The second is Suez Canal. Third is Straits of Malacca and Strait of Hormuz. These are the 4 choke points where somebody, like how we have today, somebody decides to close off the strait, that lane, basically your whole supply chain gets affected, right? Global energy gets affected. Same is on the Suez Canal, same is on the Panama Canal, and the same on the Malacca Strait. So I think these are all don't get me wrong, these lanes are important because it helps in terms of reducing the logistics cost, but also it comes with its problems of risk, I must say. So we have to, as a country, we have to be aware of them, and we have to find a way to de-risk from these kind of events whenever it happens. And in my view, when you look at Straits of Malacca, if that gets affected for whatever reason, Nicobar plays a great role from India perspective to give you that reliance in terms of supply chain, that you are able to make sure that reliability of your supply chain happens. And in my view, we do believe that any infrastructure that you make in India is going to be used. There is never a case where infrastructure is made and it has remained unused, or we have created something which is never going to be used. So I do believe that once infrastructure is made, trade will finds its way.
A quick comment about the IMEC. Is there hope for it, considering what is happening now?
I think it's a big question mark, not just right now, but even when the whole Gaza war was going on. But I think we should not lose hope. I think it's a very critical. It becomes, even right now, it becomes a critical corridor as a way of de-risking from these choke points. It might not replace them, but it definitely helps in terms of de-risking it for these kind of events. So I think, yes, there are a lot of problems. It's not going to be easy, but it is definitely worth pursuing and worth pushing.
Okay, we are going to move away from your infrastructure and ports responsibilities to the new responsibility which you have undertaken only recently, which is about the HR functions, which will perhaps change the dynamics of the company and also how structures within systems work.
So I'll tell you what we are doing. Today we have a capex plan of 2 lakh crores annually for the next 5 years. This is all greenfield capex. And when we look at this kind of development, and just to give you an idea, we will be moving from renewable capacity of 18 gigawatt to almost 50 gigawatt by 2030. Port capacity will move from 600 million to 1.2 billion by 2030. Thermal capacity will move from roughly 17 gigawatt to 45 gigawatt by 2031. And airport capacity will move from almost 100 million passenger to 200 million passenger by 2030. So when we look at these kind of growth that we are doing, we looked at ourselves first. Okay, what is the risk? Where are we going? Are we doing it in the right way? Are we doing in the best excellence way? Let me put it this way. And one of the things that we realized is it was okay when we were smaller, but now as the kind of growth that we are envisaging, it is going to be unsustainable for us to continue the way we are operating, right? And when we look at ourselves in the mirror, we do feel that we have become quite slow. We have become quite heavy. We have become slow. Decisions have become slower. So that's where we are going through this whole transition, or I would say transformation as an organization, where it's a unique transformation that we are going towards, where we are looking at partnership models, where we are going to be partnering with multiple companies to help us in terms of capex execution or O&M execution. We are going to reduce our organization. So today we have almost 10 layer, from chairman all the way to the bottom most person. It is almost 10 layer organization. We want to reduce it to 6 layer, 3 at HO, 3 at site. And basically the idea is focus on what we are good at as an organization, which is ability to take decision much faster, giving trust at the bottommost person on the ground, because they are the ones who are running the assets. And third, to bring in transparency and accountability for the people. I think these are the things that we are working towards. It's an interesting journey, because as we keep growing, we still have to manage this whole transformation. So, but it's an exciting time.
Since you speak about people, I want to ask you, Karan Adani, what is the biggest misconception that you feel that people have about the group? Because people who understand numbers, who understand business are always amazed. And I speak to analysts and brokerages all the time, and they marvel at the speed of execution and the clarity. And the fact that in many of the businesses, I don't know how many here know this, that the Adani Group is number one. And I don't think they are prepared to settle for number two as a management philosophy. But these strong reactions sometimes that the group evokes, is it jealousy? Are these misconceptions?
Okay, let me put, rather than blaming somebody, I would look at ourselves, right? So what we have not done correctly. And we always reflect on ourselves that number one, we have not communicated our story enough to the market, to the people in public. And that's where, the other narrative takes over, obviously. I mean, so one, we have to do better in terms of putting out our story. So that is one. Second, I would say, as a philosophy, we always believed in keeping our head down and doing the work and not bother about the noises. But after a point, it does become a problem. So I think that strategy worked up to a certain point, but it doesn't work anymore. So we have to, I think, most fundamental thing is we have to keep communicating our story in terms of what we are doing, how we have executed. We are delivering projects on time. We are delivering new projects for the country. And end of the day, these are national assets, right? So it's not about assets owned by Adani. It's actually the assets of the country.
Follow up on that, Karan. The group has faced immense scrutiny and the challenges continue. But then the group also remains unstoppable. What really is the philosophy behind this?
So, Chairman always believed that, two things. If your intentions are clear, if your intentions are clean, no matter what the attacks happen, if your conscience is clear, you should not worry about the noise. Second, we know where our strengths are. We know what we can deliver for the country. We know what we can do for the assets that we are creating. And end of the day, these are all hard assets that we are creating, which is hard cash generating. These are not valuation assets. These are all hard cash generating assets. So we are confident in terms of what we are doing. We know our business. And as I said, we are very focused. So that gives us that confidence of keep going and doing what we are doing. And end of the day, we strongly believe in India's story. As a group, you can't imagine how strongly we believe in India's story. And we do believe that for India to achieve the dream that has been laid out, infrastructure is the key foundation of doing that. And if we don't get the infrastructure right, nothing else happens. If you don't get your ports right, if you don't get your roads right, if you don't get your railway right, none of your manufacturing can happen. So we do believe that we have to work towards building the infrastructure for India, not just for today, but for the future.
I want to ask you, and again, for many people who might want to understand this, how would you describe your father, Mr. Gautam Adani's management style?
His management style, he's extremely hands-on. He's available 24/7. And he's accessible to everybody. And I think that's how honestly how he operates. And by the way, he doesn't keep a secretary. So he does everything by himself. I don't know how he manages.
Wow, really?
And the second thing, he expects all of us also to operate in the same way. So, but it's a great, in terms of you get to learn almost every day something new from him.
How many times does he call you every day? Or how many times do you meet him every day?
Oh, we meet, I mean, it's almost like every 2 hours there's a call or something, even at, so sometimes I joke, so at 1 o'clock at night, suddenly the phone will ring and he'll say, "Are you sleeping?" So yeah, but that's his style, that he really enjoys work and he's like 24/7 and he's completely hands-on. He knows what is happening across the board. And that's something.
Do you keep a secretary?
Unfortunately, I do.
Gautam Adani is a family man. That's part of the family ethics that we see. But there are 3 disruptors. Tell us about them. We are told that these 3 disruptors, who are the granddaughters of Mr. Adani, who are your daughters, they can enter his room, his office anytime.
Yeah, so these are the three daughters of mine: Anuradha, Gayatri, and Kaveri. Complete. I would say completely spoiled by him. And so we have a running joke in the office that if there is some yelling or something going to happen in the meeting, please call the granddaughters so that he calms down. But but he really enjoys spending time with them, and the world rotates around them as well. So.
We started this conversation by playing out that clip of you from almost 11 years ago, and you spoke about, very candidly, about your own thoughts at that time regarding the group today. Look ahead for us 10 to 15 years down the line. What would you want the Adani Group to be known for? Size, scale, you have already achieved. You operate in multiple sectors. But what is your aspiration?
So aspiration for the group would be, we would be globally the cheapest power generator. That is the aspiration. Globally, we should be the cheapest logistics provider. So that's the second. And third, which I would say would be to be one of the most respected groups, not just in India, but globally. And as I said, respected is it's a very general term, but I would say respected from the point of actually being known for creating infrastructure rather than the noises that are being, because of which the group is known for.
Emphasized on a very, empathy-driven kind of a word, which is empathy-driven, that's respect. For a group which faces the scrutiny, how much of respect is how significant is it? How important is it to be respected?
Extremely important. And honestly, not just from that perspective, but genuinely that is the, you talked about empathy, and that's one of the core values of the family as well. And we do believe that end of the day, you have to give back to society quite a lot than what you have got. And that's what, end of the day, it's not a family wealth. It is actually the wealth of the country. And ideally, you should be giving everything back to the country. That's honestly how the family views it. And so empathy becomes a big part of, it's already a big part of the DNA of the family, but we have to now bring it out. That's what.
Karan, as you were speaking, old covers of the India Today magazine that you can see, Growth Kings, the world's richest Indian, Global Leap. These are all people who have made India proud. You've been on our covers. I want to ask you, in terms of giving back to society, how significant is this pledge that has been made by the group for 60,000 crores? Somehow, at times, you are not able to grapple with the impact that such numbers can create. We have examples from overseas about massive giveaways. What is the thought process here? Where do you see it ultimately making a difference?
So, yes, that pledge was made on Dad's 60th birthday of 60,000 crores. Very much committed towards that, and the focus is basically on creating the The first one is on the health part. So basically having hospital in each part of the, each state of the country. The second is the whole skill development part. And the third is on the education part of the school. So, and the way we have structured it is we want to make it as a self-sustaining model, because we are looking at these models to run not just for next 5-10 years, but it should last generations. So that's very important for us. We've already started work on the health part, where we have already started construction of 4 hospitals, and we are very much on track to deliver almost 30 hospitals in the next 10 years' time. On the schools as well, we have started a lot of activities. We already have, as a group, we already have 300 schools, but we are now adding even more. And we want to make it completely free. That's the objective, that how do you make it completely free and accessible. And on the skilling part, we have started small, but we have to scale that up, because we see this as a big problem, where one side you have a large population, other side you have unemployment, and then industries crying that we don't have skilled manpower, right? So basically we want to solve the problem of getting employment for right industries. That's the
Before you joined us, we had a Harvard professor who said that even during the time of disruption that we are in at present, action must be taken. What's your philosophy? That when unpredictability is the only predictable thing, there are geopolitical tensions. Every day you wake up to some disruption happening, particularly in the West Asia. What is your philosophy? Should there be action, or should there be holding on because a wrong decision can prove costly in future?
I think, and this is how Chairman also believes, that if somebody comes to you with a problem, you have to give a solution then and there, with whatever information you have, based on whatever, and solution doesn't mean that you have to give an answer saying do this. Sometimes it means that I don't know, and being honest about it and saying I don't know what is the answer. Let's figure it out, right? So, but we do believe that the worst thing you can do is not take a decision. Not take a decision is the worst thing that anybody can do, not at least in the organization. And I think you can at least in our organization, a person can take a wrong decision and he'll be fine, but person who doesn't take a decision, procrastinates, that's the worst thing you can do, and that doesn't work in our organization. So we do believe that you have to take action. Every day you have to take a decision, you have to take action, you have to move on. Yes, you will get it, something you will get right, something you will get wrong, but if you don't take any decision, that's the worst thing you can do.
I'm glad you shared that management philosophy with us, because then we can understand the pace of growth of the group. Before we end, and we spoke about Mr. Gautam Adani a few times during this conversation, I can't let you go without talking about your mother. Give us a sense of the role that she has played in your life.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, she played the most pivotal role, at least first as a family, because dad was always traveling, always on the road. So she was the single one who was there, always there for us as kids. And honestly, the empathy and the value system we have got from whatever we are today, it is because of her. And I think the second, I would say, the kind of work she's doing in terms of CSR for the group, the foundation. She heads the foundation, and it is quite exciting to see what she's doing and being on the ground and delivering some of the projects that she is.
A round of applause for Mrs. Preeti Adani as well, and a round of applause for Karan and Adi for spending time with us today, Maria, and taking us through many things regarding the group and what is happening in the world.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm applause as I call upon Rajesh Sharma, Regional Head North and East, UTI Mutual Fund, to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Mr. Adani. All right, with that, let's begin with our final session for this evening. Life begins at 40 or 70 rather. Ageless ambition with May Musk. To take it from here, inviting on stage sessions moderator Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today Group, and Maria Shakil, managing editor, India Today TV.
Supermodel. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you all to settle down? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to this very special session at the India Today Conclave 2026, where Maria and I are joined by a very special guest. She's a supermodel, she's a dietitian, she's an author, she's a global ambassador for many worthy causes, and she just happens to be the mother of the richest person in the world. Please welcome, for the first time on a stage here in India, May Musk. May, welcome.
Thank you
Welcome
so much.
to India Today Conclave. I introduced you as a woman of many parts, author, dietitian, supermodel, global ambassador, and the mother of Elon Musk. What's the introduction that for you most represents who May Musk is?
Well, that's a good introduction. Until 10 years ago, I was the mother of nobody. Nobody knew I even had children. And I would travel the world giving talks and doing modeling. And then I had a private practice. For 40 years, I saw patients every day, 5 days a week. And that was my job. And I loved it. And I modeled part-time. And then I became Elon's mom. And so patients would come with gifts for him and become quite aggressive that way. So I said, I've got to stop my practice. So then I started teaching public health, and then modeling took over. You don't expect that in your late 60s. And now I'll be 78 next month, and I'm here. I mean, fantastic.
78 next month. Age is just a number. I just want to play a photograph that sort of represents this transition that you just spoke about in the latter half of your life. Just look at this picture. This is Sports Illustrated, swimsuit 2022. Sports Illustrated, known for its swimsuit covers. That's pretty special to do.
Well, when they said they wanted me to model, they didn't tell me it's a cover. They wanted me to model and swimsuits, and my daughter was visiting, and so then I said I don't do swimsuits, and they said the shoot is in Belize, and Tosca says I shot a movie in Belize. You've got to go there. So I said okay. So when I went there, I said you better retouch me a lot, and obviously they did.
Let's talk about aging. You're 78, as you said. You'll be turning 78. You have said that aging is great because you're alive. So what is your definition of aging?
Well, I don't know yet because I'm only going to be 78. And my mom, she stopped working at 96, so I have a good example. So the main thing, you have to eat well. You have to do mild exercise, because then when you get older, you actually hurt yourself if you do too much exercise. And then you need to be happy with people around you. The people around you must be good friends.
You're emphasizing on happiness. Again, how do you define happiness? Because happiness is very individual driven. One person's happiness may not be the other person's. You know, you seek happiness in other things, or you seek happiness in spirituality. People have different definition of happiness. What is happiness according to you?
Well, I write quite a lot about that in my book that's published in Hindi. And it's just that you learn through your lives that some people are mean and you can't change them. They will be horrible no matter how much you say you've got to be more polite, you have to be nicer, and they don't change. And then you have to take them out of your life. And then you also have to just do fun stuff that you want to do.
What is fun stuff for May Musk? What is fun stuff? I mean, I can play that cover again of Sports Illustrated. Was that fun stuff? How do you, as you said, what is fun stuff for you?
Well, modeling is fun. Giving talks is fun. Traveling the world is fun. Then I've written another book that comes out in September, and that was actually interesting. But the editor of the publisher was so good as to what she wanted in the book. And so I had fun last year. I finished the book. And but the most fun I get is when I'm with my children and my grandchildren. I have the best time.
Children and grandchildren. We're going to come to the children in a moment. But just to take what you said in your writing, in Woman Makes a Plan, you say, when something goes wrong, make another plan. Essentially, what you seem to suggest is constantly reinvent yourself. Is that part of sort of ensuring that you age gracefully, if I may say so?
Well, of course, I didn't. Only looking back do I say how I went through some horrible stages, and then I made a plan and changed it and started all over again. And I did that in 9 cities and 3 countries. And every time it's a struggle to change anything. And then you get to like it because you've left behind what you didn't like. And so you need to make a plan. And I never thought of it as a plan. There's a saying in South Africa, 'n boer maak 'n plan, which means a farmer makes a plan. But my publishers, those publishers said, we're going to call it a woman makes a plan. And I said, but it's not for women, it's for men too. And they said, yes, but women read more books. So there you go, it's a woman makes a plan. So but many men love it too, they tell me.
So May, if you're making a plan and if you're in a relationship and the relationship gets toxic or other contours are involved in it, how do you navigate that?
It's very painful. Very painful. I think I specialized in toxic relationships. That's why I am single. And when I got divorced at 31, I said, well, you could have a nice marriage, but a divorce is horrible. So I never met somebody I would want for the rest of my life. And so then they would dump me. They would say, go away. And I'm not really good at relationships, but I am very happy.
But what you're presumably good at is with your children and grandchildren. So what we're going to do is start playing some pictures from another time of you with Elon, with Kimball, with Tosca. Is that you with a young Elon?
That's that. As I say, we didn't take many photos in that time. That's the only photo I have when he was young. And then this is Kimball and Tosca. Yeah. And then me bathing them, and I just had Tosca. Tosca had just been born as well. And then Elon was maybe 3 years old there. And there's the 3 of them, and that's the beautiful home I ran away from.
And what was your message to your kids growing up?
Do what you want to do, and just make yourself. I just wanted them to be independent and make their own decisions, and that's how my parents brought me up. That I can do whatever I want as long as I'm responsible for my choices.
Interesting, because these are, clearly you've allowed your children to spread their wings early in life. You never imposed yourself on them. Do you believe that's the best way to be a good parent? Give your children the wings to fly.
Well, I don't want to
go to space, really.
Yes, right. So as teenagers, Elon wanted to come to America, but I was Canadian born, so he could get a Canadian passport. So he got the forms for me, filled it out, I got my citizenship back, gave it to the 3 kids. 3 weeks later, they had passports, and 3 weeks later, Elon left for Canada, and I gave him 13 names of my family members in Canada. And the first one in Montreal, he wasn't in, and then went to Toronto, that one wasn't in either. So then he took the Greyhound bus to Waldeck, Saskatchewan, and nobody even knows where that is, where my cousin's son was. And he just knocked on the door and said, I'm May's son. And then he had to work on the farm for 6 weeks, because you don't go and visit family and just hang around.
What was Elon like when he was a child? Did you see those instincts, or did he come across as someone who would challenge things, who would emerge as this disruptor, a builder, once in a generation kind of an entrepreneur?
Well, I've written a lot about that in both books. And at 3 years old, I said he's a genius. And I took him to school, and they said, but he only makes it by two days. He's going to be the youngest in the class. I said, but he's brilliant. It's my genius son. And they rolled their eyes. They said, oh, every parent thinks that. So and he was shy, and then, but he was bullied a lot because he was the shortest, the youngest, and the smartest. You shouldn't have those 3, because people beat you up. So he was bullied a lot. And then luckily, from the age of 15, he grew tall. And, but he was, his ideas were just so profound all the time. At
the age of 3? At the age of 3, you knew that Elon was going to be a genius?
Yes. And I told people he's a genius. That's why I want him in school, because I'm the only person he talks to. There's nobody else to talk to. And I could tell that he could reason with me and had a lot of common sense and could tell me how to do things easier and how, yeah, that's what he is. He was cute. But
that's a birthday party that you've had.
Yeah,
for him.
yeah.
That's the birthday cake.
Yes. That's my older sister made these cakes out of different candies. Yeah.
But I'm still fascinated that a mother should think and probably know that her son is a genius at the age of 3. You're right. Every parent thinks their kids are geniuses, but only a few become that. So there was obviously something in him beyond all that you've just told us that made you think he's very different, possibly even to your other children at that moment.
Yes, but just to let you know, Kimball and Tosca are called Elon's brother and Elon's sister, and they're just so happy they aren't Elon, because Elon takes on so many big responsibilities for this world and, of course, other planets. And it's really, we admire him, we love him, but we don't want to be him. It's just too hard. And yeah, I just, as I say, became independent, and then I said to Tosca, I'm going to do a PhD in Johannesburg, where we lived. And so she says, why don't you do it in Canada? So she said, go to Canada and get together with Elon, and then find somewhere to do your PhD. So I went to 6 universities, 5 would take me on as a PhD. And then I came back, and Tosca had sold my home, my car, and my furniture.
Really?
And yeah, and but she still needed me to sign. But she was 15 years old and taller than me, so nobody knew she was 15 and that she didn't have the rights to do that. But then she said, "Why delay? Why delay?" So 3 weeks later, with didn't have much possessions to take with me, we went to Toronto.
You know, you're talking about that mindset perhaps that you gave to your children where they could do anything. When you were having those conversations, particularly with Elon Musk and other children, was there something that you, of course, you say that he had the signs of being a genius at the age of 3. What was it like, in the sense that, was he too curious? What were those signs?
Well, the thing is, he could read the Encyclopedia Britannica and the Collier's Encyclopedia. Some of you will remember encyclopedias, but he knew everything after reading it. Now, I can read a book and I've forgotten it in a week's time. He memorizes everything just by reading it. And so I called him my encyclopedia. Yeah.
You know, there's a tweet of yours that's going viral, which Maria managed to pick out. This is the tweet.
Yes.
There is no food in the fridge. The garage where I slept is on the right. The shower only has 1 towel, so I left it for Elon. That was okay with me. When I was a child, I'd spent 3 weeks in the Kalahari desert without showering. Many times there was no water. I think my parents prepared me for this luxury. Now, this is Elon's house in Boca Chica, Texas. I mean, here is the richest person in the world, and you're sharing a shower and just 1 towel in the garage?
Well, I didn't share the shower because there was only 1 towel. But the thing is, so we flew in very late at night. I mean, I love to visit Starbase. I haven't been there for a while, and Elon says, you've got to come. It's not easy to get there. So, and I'm traveling a lot. So then he has this, it's kind of like a little house, like these little houses that they had near a rocket place, you know. And so we got in at about midnight, and he went to bed, and the security says, we have a lovely bedroom for you in the hotel 45 minutes away. I said, I don't want to go 45 minutes. I come to visit my son, and I'm going to be in a hotel. I don't need that. And I said, I want to sleep here, but there's no couch. So if there was a couch, I can sleep on a couch. And they said, well, there is a single bed in the garage. And I opened there, and there it was. And I said, this is mine. And but when Kimball and Elon first sold their first company, I said the main thing is to get my mom and sister out of South Africa into Canada. And so they had a 2-bedroom, lovely little condo, and I slept in their garage for 10 years. So I'm used, that's still, I would rather stay with when I would visit, I would rather stay in the garage and be with my family than stay in a 5-star hotel, which I get regularly, and not see them.
What's with this minimalist living then?
Pardon?
The minimalist living, the picture.
Yes, very minimalist. Well, why would he's working all the time. So then, as I say, then I went to go and shower, and I thought, there's only 1 towel. Maybe there were more towels. I didn't go searching. There's not much to search. And then in the morning, the security brings breakfast for us. So we did have food. But then what I love the most is I go sit in on these meetings. Now, Everyone must be jealous of this. I sit in and I just sit quietly in the corner, and every hour a different group of engineers or contractors or just geniuses come in, and then they give Elon an update, and then Elon listens, and then he says, let's do that, we do that. And then they get so excited that and then he says, change it to this. And then they get excited because he knows everything, every nut and bolt in that rocket. And so I sat there all day. And so it makes me, I do that a lot. I do it with Tesla. Even in Berlin, I did that. And then I do it with, what else? Oh yeah, he did let me sit in on XAI. And he says, you're going to be bored, you won't understand it. And I said, no, I'm fine. I was so bored. They talk in acronyms. But they all get excited and all that. And I have no idea what they're saying. But I was just happy to see the enthusiasm. And so, but I don't go into, I won't go into those meetings again.
Do you want to go up in SpaceX? Do you see yourself going up in space with your son, maybe?
I will go wherever he wants me to go, but the time, you mean like they're going to the moon first, so that's in about 5 years. So I don't know if they want a woman in their 80s to fly. And, you know, I flew in last night and business class, and it's uncomfortable. Can you imagine being in a rocket? You know, I think I need more comfort than that. And also they would want the younger people to go because they want to establish a city there. I think I read that on X.
Does Elon turn to you for advice?
Pardon?
Does Elon, your son, turn to you for advice? Does he?
All three of my
he
children
calls-
do. Yeah. Yeah,
He
they
still
do.
calls
They
you?
listen.
What kind of advice?
Brilliant stuff that I can give them. No, more common sense things, I would say.
But you know, you mentioned X a couple of times, and the fact is that Elon on X has got his critics and he's got his admirers. When someone out there criticizes your son or takes him on, as a mother, do you sort of get offended? Do you feel angry? I mean, are you
Angry.
are you
Can
protective?
you imagine anybody insulting your children? You get angry. So funny enough, but it started about 20 years ago that the media was really anti-Tesla for 5 years, but people bought Tesla cars. So then 15 years ago, they started anti-Elon. Oh, and by the way, when I was invited here for India Today, I went on Grok, and Grok says they are fair and they are, you know, a good media company. Otherwise, I don't do media at all because they edit things. And then when I have some Indian friends, and I told them, yeah, I'm coming here for India Today, and they say, that's such a good company. You're so lucky. So you see, I do my research.
You're using Grok for your research.
Yes, for everything, like 10 times a day.
Grok is a good platform for research, according to you?
Just
reliable
for anything. If somebody says makes a comment, then I look at them up and I say, oh, they mean people, or they stupid, or they brilliant, or whatever. They go through, you know, goes through everything that's reported on them. Yeah.
So what would you tell the critics of Elon Musk, particularly those critics of Elon Musk on X?
Oh yes. So what I did, and that was about 10 years ago, I would, when it was Twitter, I would then retweet and shame telling the journalist and tagging the journalist and tagging, say, New York Times, CNN, BBC, whatever it is, and tagging them saying, shame on you, you liars. But nobody cared. Nobody came back to me and said, you can't call us liars. Because I wasn't important, but that was 10 years ago. I would be a little more careful nowadays.
So you share Elon Musk's view that the media has this innate liberal bias, which you believe needs to be called out.
Yes, and it is being called out. Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. Where does India today go? It seems
Where
to
is
be
India
fair.
today going?
Where India today, how are you thinking? It seems to be fair, according to Grok.
According to Grok. Now, I'm
Or-
not going
so-
you see, you've got to leave it to readers and viewers to decide whether you're fair or not. But the truth of the matter is that we live in times which are very polarized. You know, increasingly there is a polarization. You're branded right-wing, left-wing, liberal, what have you.
Well,
are you comfortable with this world that you see? We'll come back to your life. I mean, the life that you've led. Do you find that the world is extremely disruptive and polarized? Are you comfortable with this new world out there?
Well, I'm here and I don't know anybody, and and it's fine. I mean,
The
everybody's
abuse that
nice.
you see on Twitter,
but-
the personal abuse.
Well, nowadays, if you are moderate, you're called far right, and that I think is unfair.
If you're moderate, you're called far right.
Yes, and to shame you, and so that people will hate you, and I think that's unfair.
Is it unfair in the same way to call liberals names in your view?
No, you can call liberals anything.
Ah.
Yeah, so because I'm a moderate.
You call yourself a moderate?
Yes.
Is that how you see yourself? Do you have
Yes.
sharp political views, for example, May?
I just think people should be good and kind and do the best for their country and for the world.
Is that how you see, say, a world around us which we're seeing so many conflicts, this Trumpian age as it's called? Do you have a view, for example, on a Donald Trump?
I've met him. He's so nice. He's smart. He's funny. He's gracious. He's kind. And I don't know why people hate him.
You don't know why people hate him?
No. I just don't. He wants to do the best for America.
He's charmed you.
What?
He's charmed you.
No, I'm just not stupid.
Ah.
Yeah. I was stupid before. I have to say I was stupid before because I believed what they said about him in the papers and everywhere in media, but they used to hate Elon too, and I didn't know why. Elon's doing good stuff. Why did they hate him? For 20 years they've hated Elon. But somehow, everywhere I go, they like Elon. And I'm saying, aren't you reading the news? Don't you watch the TV? Why do you like him so much? And so I think the bad news outlets are suffering.
Talking about Donald Trump, since you're speaking about him, the US president right now is being seen as a disruptor, someone who isn't really a peacemaker because of the wars, the times that we are living in. There are geopolitical tensions as well.
Yeah, I think you should stick to being a dietitian and a model questions. I think we can move on than that.
Okay, so let's talk about longevity.
You know, I'm a modeler. Look at me, wearing Indian designers, Indian jewelry.
We talk about the jewelry and
There's one problem. Look at that. They slit. Oh no!
Whoa.
There's no respect for the ages.
That's a beautiful Rahul Mishra outfit.
Yes, it is.
So what was the brief that you gave to the stylist?
Pardon?
What is the brief that you gave to the stylist?
I want to wear a popular Indian designer because I can bring clothes, but why would I do that when I want to wear something new and beautifully done with a lot of care? And I do, so I'll be wearing Indian designers tomorrow.
Even the kind of experiment which is happening around, age-defying systems or reinventions which are happening, what do you think, how do you defy age? How do you stay fit? What is your fitness regime? What's a day in life of May Musk?
Well, I don't think of age at all. I'm having the best time. I'm here. I'm sitting on a stage. I'm dressed beautifully. I'm having a great time. And I think people who worry about age, I don't know why they did, because my mom never. And if I'd said to my mom, you really need to stop working, she would have ignored me or just think I'm a little stupid. It's just that some people are told they're old, or they are scared of being old, or they are let go at their company because they are reached 60. I've been on panels where that happens, and you just have to find something else that really gives you energy and that you enjoy doing.
You know, I saw a piece in the South China Morning Post. By the way, you're huge in China, which is very interesting. But the South China Morning Post quoted you as saying, you encourage women to have children, saying it doesn't mean that you're sacrificing your career, and children are a good investment in happiness.
Yes.
You want to explain that? What is this your sort of mantra for happiness to the young mothers out there?
How many of you have children? Okay. Aren't they the most wonderful thing in your life? I mean, they really are. They bring you so much joy. Now, they also fall off trees and break an arm and fall off roofs and cut their head open and things like that, knock their teeth out, especially boys. Girls play with dolls.
Girls play with dolls.
Yeah, so my daughter doesn't do things like that. But they bring you so much joy. And people say, yes, but it interrupts your business. And your business comes back. In the beginning, you do spend time with your children because you are responsible for them. But then gradually, they start going to school, they start getting older, they make their own decisions, and then you can start getting your freedom back. You can start being more ambitious. But the joy children bring to you is nothing you can explain.
So you're saying, go out there, become career women. Don't worry about motherhood. It's not good. It may at best temporarily interrupt your career, but it's a good investment for the future.
For happiness.
For happiness. Good investment for happiness. And you've got 18 grandchildren, I'm told.
Yes.
Do you remember all the names?
Yes.
And you make sure that they're all, do they give you the same joy as you had as a young mother all those years ago?
I don't have to have the same joy because my kids have the same joy, and I'm happy to be around them, but I'm not a granny that goes, oh, cuddly, cuddly. I'm not like that. They're fine with it. And I just love all those kids. And now the older ones come and stay with me in New York because it's New York is cool. Yeah.
Tell us about traveling. You've been to China only recently. You're here in India. How do you make plans, and how is traveling? What does traveling mean to you? You like traveling?
I don't like the travel. I love being at new places, and I love exploring things, and I love being in demand. But I do work social media a lot, and that does make and I say hashtag it's great to be 77, which I'll change next week and next month. But I just want to show that older women mainly are relevant, and that is probably why I come to on stages. Although recently it's been Elon's mom, but again, I'm so proud of him that it's you can't get away from that. But before that, I was traveling around the world too, mainly talking about nutrition-related topics.
That's a pic with the grandkids, is it?
Yeah, that's visiting one of my kids, and then Then I said, I want a photo with all of you, but you can't show your faces because they like to be in disguise a bit.
Is that one of the problems in the world? You think that privacy? The idea that you can have a private life. If you are May Musk, if you are the mother of Elon and you're a supermodel yourself, there is very little space for privacy. Is that something you want to zealously guard? Your sense, your family world is your world.
Well, you know, when you go anywhere, everybody wants a photo with you. That's why I asked Jacqueline Fernandez to come here so that she can share the limelight. And so when we were waiting, they were just lining up for her, and I thought, wow, I get a bit of a break.
But you mentioned travel just now to Maria and traveling across the world, China, India, third visit to India. This is the third time you're here in India. What is it about India that excites you?
Well, I like the people. They're very friendly and kind and smart. They are smart. And I don't know, I see different places. I go to different things. I just love exploring.
Are you going to go tomorrow and explore more, for example, in the world of fashion?
I'm doing a big fashion spread tomorrow.
You're doing a fashion spread tomorrow?
Yeah, I can't give it away. I can't tell you more details than that. And then my publishers are going to be here, and then I'm having dinner with friends.
Do you enjoy that process of modeling itself? It can get tedious for many, right? Or you find each photo shoot. What is it that enthuses you every day to maybe have some kind of a new experience in life?
Well, you turn up there in jeans and t-shirt, and there's a big team there of very talented, creative people. They have beautiful clothes, you know, in a rack that you'll be wearing, and then you have hair and makeup people, and then the cameraman and the lighting and everything, and then you just feel special. And I do feel privileged every time they want me for a photo shoot.
You've been a model for so many years, I mean, perhaps decades now, and you continue to be a supermodel.
What?
And you continue to be a supermodel.
Mm-hmm.
Would you have wanted to do something else, or is this a profession that you like? Or is this your passion?
I go where people want me. So sometimes it's speaking, and sometimes it's writing, and sometimes it's fashion. And that was from my book launch in Mumbai, that dress.
Ah, that dress was from your Mumbai launch.
Yes.
I just wonder, you see, if you've reached a stage where you've sort of gone through all these life experiences, how do you keep yourself ambitious enough at 77 to want more? To say, this is not a full stop in life, I need to do something more. And what is that something more, if at all there is?
I don't think I need to do anything more. At the moment, I'm getting about 10 requests a day and accepting one a week. So in the past, I would be hustling, and it's really nice not to be hustling anymore, although I do spend about 4 hours a day on social media.
You spend 4 hours a day on social media?
Yeah, it's free advertising.
And you put out your tweets yourself?
Yes, because it has to be my own my own voice.
And how much of hashtag do you, because you use a lot of hashtags.
I just use hashtag A Woman Makes a Plan, which is my book, and then hashtag It's Great to Be 77. I have used others, but I actually don't use them that much anymore. It takes a while to post anything because you have to not offend anyone. Don't offend anyone. And just like I said, I slept in the garage. The media just now hate Elon because I slept in the garage. Hello, they didn't know why. They don't care. They just think it's horrible. And I'm thinking, what? I chose that, you know? But they don't care to ask me if I had decided that I wanted to sleep in the garage.
Is Elon impressed with your social media skills? Has he told you there is something new? Because he seems to tweet a lot as well.
Yes.
But is there a secret sauce to being on social media? Because it can be addictive.
Yes,
for many.
addictive. Yeah.
And many find it extremely joyful.
Yeah.
So how do you make it joyful and addictive at the same time?
Yes, I spend too much time on X, I must say. Is
there a secret formula to using it well?
Yeah, if anybody's mean, I block them. You know, and I just don't follow people I don't like. So,
You block people?
yeah, block people.
You block people?
Yeah, why do I don't need ugly people, horrible people on, you know, following me. They mustn't insult anybody, as I'll block them.
Unfollow them as well?
Unfollow.
If there is
if
some
they say
disagreement?
something I don't like, unfollow. Yeah, no problem. Sometimes they come back to me and they say, I'm sorry, May, I'm sorry. I say, you made a mistake. Sorry. You know. You don't make that, I'll go back, but you make that mistake again. I'm gone. Yeah.
I can see where Elon gets some of that iconoclasm, if I may call that. You know, the belief that you live life on your terms, right? Am I correct? Through all these years, has that been your life mantra, that I want to live life as much as I can on your own terms, not that what society decides for me?
No, I would say I lived my life trying to survive most of the time. But now I live my life because everything's happening so well for me. And there we are at the Met Ball. I convinced Elon to take me. And he said he won't do the red carpet. And I said, you've got to do the red carpet. I'm not doing the red carpet. I said, you've got to do it. And then he does he's shy, so he does goofy poses. And everybody loved them.
Did you style Elon in this picture?
No, I don't style him. We probably got somebody to get him that suit, yeah, when I look at it. Yeah.
He doesn't have your fashion sense?
I actually am a scientist. I don't have that great a fashion sense. I would never choose this outfit because look at that. No respect. It's a big slit up the side. I mean, really, I would never choose this, but the stylist said it looked great. So I have to believe them, and they were usually right.
What would you have preferred?
Oh, I would usually wear a suit, like a pantsuit.
You'd usually wear a
pantsuit when I give talks.
Ah.
Yeah, when I pack my own, but so now everybody thinks it's great, so I'm doing this.
Let me ask you, India, China. You've been to both?
Yes.
You don't have to be diplomatic. Which country have you enjoyed traveling through? What is it about China and India? One thing that you like about China, one thing that you love about India.
India, I love the people and they speak English. Yeah.
Yes.
And in China, I love the kindness and the cleanliness and honesty there. And actually, I have a lot of fun. I have CAA agents there, and they're 3 girls, and they're great fun.
Say that again. You had CIA agents?
CAA.
CAA agents. For a moment, I heard CIA. That worried me.
Did I give away?
I know.
What
So you had CAA agents?
CAA, that's creative agents. Yeah. Yeah.
So one big difference, of course, is Delhi is far more polluted, sadly, than Beijing is.
What?
Delhi is far more polluted. The air is far more polluted.
Yeah, it is. I couldn't see the blue sky.
You couldn't see the blue sky, which is a big difference.
Yeah.
But there is some joy in being in India. And we were playing that picture of you with Jacqueline. I think that was when you went to a temple.
That one with Jackie, yes. She took.
Where was this?
This was in Mumbai. Yeah.
And you, is that something that the idea that this is this uniquely diverse country, because you've now got Tesla coming into India as well. And the hope is, of course, that you will have much more of the India-US encounter in the years ahead. What is one tip that you would give to this audience today? If life begins at 70, what is that one tip that you'd give them so that they don't fear the idea of aging?
Yeah, do something you really love to do. And that will keep you going because you'll always wake up in the morning excited for the day.
Do that one thing.
Yeah.
Something that's challenging, something that's surprising. or something that you like, or a mix of both?
I didn't get your question.
Yes, so I'm asking, when you say something that you like, it has to be challenging, something that you look forward to?
Yes. Yes, because my father died when my mother was 60. And she started taking painting lessons. And then she became an artist. And then she would sell her paintings every Saturday morning at a park. It's called Art, and all the artists would go to this park and sell their stuff. And then she started taking other lessons of wood carving and sketching and everything. And she just kept on going for classes and kept on selling her stuff. But at 96, she had to stop working. So, but we didn't know she had that talent because she, had 5 kids and always doing things working with my father. And there you go. You might have a talent you didn't know about.
May Musk, if you had to give one piece of advice or share one key lesson with women in their 20s or 30s today, if you could give your younger self one piece of advice, what would that be? What would May Musk tell the May Musk who was 27 and not 77?
Yeah, at 27, I was going through a hard time, really hard time, but there was no way to get out. It was when I was 31, the law passed in South Africa that said you can get divorced with irretrievable breakdown of marriage. And once I read that, I ran away with the kids. And that's how I got divorced. So in 10 days, if I take nothing.
So what's the advice to the young 20-year-olds out there?
If you're in a bad relationship and it's really tearing you apart, you need to just get out of it no matter what. Even though we couldn't afford meat, fish, or chicken, but we could afford bean stew. And I'm known for my bean stew because I still have a lot of it, and it's economical. But I could feed my kids vegetarian, and then as soon as I started building up my practice, then we could have meat once a week, and it's still better than being married and eating well.
That's a remarkable photograph.
Yeah. It's not my fault. They dressed me like this, and they propped me up on a stone on the top of a hill. And then they gave me that silver outfit, and I've used it for Halloween.
And they're probably going to create an AI May Musk out there.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Hey, I don't know.
You've got to
I mean, would you all want to watch AI here? And you can't get together and everything? No, I think if people would still want to have friends.
Do you think, therefore, it'll be easier to cope with aging in an AI age or not? Do you believe certain things, human empathy, friendship, go well beyond what AI can ever achieve?
Yeah, you have to have your friends, yeah. I just use AI for finding out information on anything and everything. Even my new book, I said, when did my mom die? And I wanted to put the right date in, and I don't know how AI knew, because I'd forgotten,
Besides Grok, which other AI tool do you use?
Actually, just Grok. Yeah. You can only use so many at a time.
No ChatGPT, Gemini?
I haven't gone on those. Yeah.
You're loyal to your son.
Of course. Wouldn't you all be loyal to your son or daughter? Yeah.
In conclusion,
yes.
Just sum up for us. If I were to ask you in tweet language, 260 characters, sum up your life, May, for us. How would you like to sum up the life that you've led? And do you have any regrets at all at this moment of life?
Okay, so first of all, they're not tweets anymore. They're posts. They're
Yes.
X-posts.
Posts.
Okay. And we don't have to limit the number of characters. You don't only have to do 124. And I guess you'll have to read my next book, and then you'll see. Aha.
But regrets, you can tell us, is there one?
Yeah, the regrets are in that book, and in detail.
We'll still read the book, but one regret and one thing that has made you most joyful about your life. Your greatest pleasure And
My
one
greatest
regret.
pleasure is definitely my children. And then the greatest regret, you see, I can't regret my marriage. I had 3 kids. That would give me my biggest joy. So, but then I did get out of a hopeless situation that was not going to improve. And it's worth it.
It's worth it.
Mm.
So actually, you have no real major regrets today. You've lived a
Yeah.
full life. You've enjoyed it through all these chapters. And you've got a few more to write ahead.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. No, I
think
you
that
know-
picture sums up your life.
yeah. They keep me busy and they love to spend time with me. So, so that makes me happy.
Okay. May Musk, you've joined us here and given us a slice of life into the family life of, as I said at the outset,
Elon.
the mother of Elon, but more importantly, as the Sports Illustrated cover showed, very much a woman in her own right, happy in her own skin. And what more can you ask for when you're happy in your own skin at 77 and you've got so much more to look forward to? So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give May Musk a very big hand. Thank you.
Raise a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen, as I call upon Gurpreet Aneja from BMW Developments to come up on stage and present a small token of our appreciation to Miss Musk. Ma'am, stay on board. Just stay there. We're going to just get somebody to come and present a small token of our appreciation to you. Thank you, Ms. Musk. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's a wrap on day 1 for the India Today Conclave. We'll see you tomorrow, day 2. Do head for dinner. It's being served at the Shah Jahan Hall.
you.